Okay, we will be rich till we die, and that's how we start up the space today. Good afternoon, good morning, good night, wherever you're spacing from. You're welcome one more time to the Violence Space, the unofficial energy space of the Obedient Movement. Your number one Twitter space is back again on our Saturday cruise this afternoon. From my side though, it's chilling. Well, like under one degrees this side, so it's kind of chilling over here. I don't know how hot or how cold it is where you are, but I'm under the weather right now. So guys, you're welcome one more time to the Violence Space. I think I also this is a continuation of our Thursday space. If you're here on Thursday, you know how it went down. If you missed Thursday, all right, welcome. If you heard about Thursday and you're here, you're a first timer, this is your first time on the Violence Space. I know we have a whole lot of first timers. I got intel that a whole lot of enemies will be coming today. So, guys, if this space crash, we'll come back. I already have intel that this space will be under attack today. Because what we achieved on Thursday was something phenomenal that we might not understand, but we did something great here on Thursday. And we'll have a continuation of that today. So, guys, if this is your first time on the Violence Space, one more time I welcome you. I always on this platform for our first timers that you should fasten your seatbelts, get your helmets, and if you are pro bad governance, if you are a castivist, this is not the platform for you. Run away because you will collect. It is normal on this platform. If you have not heard about the Violence Space and you're coming here for the first time, I advise you to please leave on time. If you are hypertensive, if the doctor tells you take two every morning, afternoon, and night, please, this is not the platform for you. Huh? All right, with that, I say welcome every one of you. I see all our regulars. Thank you, my brother N6 on Otumba, for taking out your time. A lot of people have been asking me, Oma has gone back to work, so he has been so busy. You guys can always reach out to him. If he has the time, he's going to join us on the platform. I just wanted to clear this out because a lot of people have been asking me, Oma, what happened? No, there's no problem, man. Oma has gone back to work, so we are still at the forefront. If you can always reach out, and that is why we are as a family try to reach out and ask, what's up, yeah. So we are back on the platform today, my people, and it is very important. I know there was a whole lot of hysteria going up. Actually, it looks like a fake alarm that some of our obedient handles were pushing on Thursday. But if you get to see the information that some people get to see on the platform, this movement, you understand that Nigeria is a very we're in we're in that position right now that we have to be very, very careful with the information we pass out. At the same time, we have to be very, very, very. I'm trying to make sure I use the right words right now, so I don't say things that could trigger. Because right now, people are people are coming for everybody's head, man. You can say anything now; they'll just my head will come from my head right now. Even me that I posted my own sarcastic one, and said people were really attacking me. That's I understand how the atmosphere is charged right now. How everybody wants to hear the right news at all time, because in fact we're all gasping for any form of encouragement, any form of news that can uplift our souls. I know how downcast a whole lot of us are, why we come out here, why we are pushing for the next part of the elections. I know how it feels to be robbed of a victory that we all know it was clear as daylight. But we should in our bid to hang look for good news. I'm sorry to say that we will get more bad news. I have always been that person telling you guys, preparing you guys on this platform. If you have been on this platform, I think the most absolved people, or the most people that are more that have gotten a shock absorber nature are the violencers of this movement, because we have always prepared you guys for the possible worst while knowing that we are on the right side of history. So I always want to let you guys understand on this platform that we're not here to sugarcoat things for you. We're here to tell you guys how it is, and at the same time prepare you, because we are in the battle of our lives. We are in the battle to take back our country. And when you hear that phrase, take back your country, it is not just a phrase. Otumba always says this thing. You guys need to understand what it means by take back your country. Put that word. Just sit down and understand. Take back your country. It's not just going to be handed over to you guys. It's not going to be handed over to us. We have to systematically, strategically, uh, as in we have to do everything possible within within the ambit of the law to take back our country. And that is where we are as a platform. So while we come out here and we energize ourselves, we tell ourselves the hard facts and the hard truths, we are also going to make sure that we stay on topic, stay on the issue. The issue is, how do we take back our country? And with that, today, I just welcome all of you one more time. And before I go into my submission, I want to go and check right now how many people have retweeted the space, how many people have shared the space. I've seen we have over 350 of you on the platform, and only 66 people have retweeted this space. Why? Just tell me why you have not retweeted this space. Tell me why you have not shared this space. Tell me why you want to listen to the violence space and you are not sharing and you're not retweeting it. Are you that selfish? Do you want to listen to this platform alone? Invite people to the platform, my people. Share the space, like the space. And for all of you that have already done that, that song I just played, I will be rich till I die, is your portion. And for all of you that are going to do it now, the song I played before it, many things that they happen. You know that song, that jam, that is our jam, it's our anthem on this platform. That song was done by my brother up on the platform, N6. Yeah, in case you guys don't know, that is N6 production. That's banger. Like N6 do am, yeah. So please, guys, stream that song on Apple Music, on Spotify, on every streaming platform you have. Support our brother. Let him eat our streaming money. So for you guys that have not retweeted the space, are retweeting it now. Many things will happen to now. So please retweet the space, share the space, and somebody say I'm singing like Backstreet Boys. Yes, thank you. I'm singing like Backstreet Boys. Thank you. I allow my voice like that. Yeah. So guys, please share the space, retweet the space. Let people know that the number one space on Twitter is up and running. And hopefully today we're going to be having two gubernatorial candidates on the platform today, coming out here to share their visions with their people, speak to their people, and also discuss with the obedient family in general. I think this is one big obedient house. We house everybody. I've been getting calls. Sirdam, get us the candidate from Kaduna. Get us Kaduna candidate. Have been here actually before, but Asake, if he's going to come back again, we're going to know. But this week we're going into, we should be having more presidential candidates coming up on. More gubernatorial candidates coming up on the platform this week. So if you have your candidate, I think you want them to be on the violence space, please reach out to any of us on the platform and we will do our best to bring them up on the platform. So guys, with that, I welcome you guys. Please, one more time, let me do our promo. We are streaming live on YouTube. Thank you to over 1.1k subscribers already we have on YouTube. God bless every one of you that subscribe to our channel on YouTube. Thank you to all those streaming this platform through our Vawulence radio station. For you that are just joining us, yes, we have a radio station online where you can stream this show on low data, very cheap and affordable across the world. Last check, we have streamers across over 40 countries in the world. That is how far the violence space is aired around the world. So please, guys, share the platform. Let people that are not on social media, let them join this platform through. Let them join the platform through either YouTube. They can stream it on YouTube, or they can listen to it on our radio station, which is on the comment section. So, guys, while we start this platform, I just want us to remember that every system in Nigeria under the APC has failed and has crumbled. There is nothing standing. Yesterday, I saw a video of police and army fighting in Warri. There is no system that APC inherited that is standing, that is better off today than it was in 2015. APC have destroyed Nigeria. APC have made sure that Nigeria will not recover. APC are doing everything possible to make sure that this country goes to hell. And so when I always say on this platform that if we don't kill APC as a party, APC will kill Nigeria. You guys thought we were playing. You guys thought we were playing. No, we were not playing. We're very serious. Because we have seen their track records. We have seen these guys have nothing to offer us as a people. We have seen all they bring is tears, sorrow, and pain to Nigerians. APC have successfully destroyed. Before APC, there was check and balance in governance. You could see a Senate system that are putting executive at they're always loggerheads. You see, there's this combative nature within the Senate, the legislative, the judiciary there to checkmate them. The press we're having free press, even though it was gagged or something, but it was a little bit freer than we have right now. APC came in and they destroyed the free press. APC came in and they destroyed the judiciary. APC came in and they destroyed INEC. APC came in. If APC got this kind of INEC, will there be APC today? If Jonathan Goodluck had rigged that 2015 election, we'll be hearing about APC today. Even if we can stand and the election was rigged in favor of APC, if Jonathan has stood and played this dirty act of this satanic kind of election, Yakubu Mahmoud gave Nigerians, will we have APC today? APC has destroyed everything. Nobody obeys court orders anymore. Everything are now cruise. Everything in the country is now cruise. No, there is just the. I get so many informations that I am just so tired of APC. There's no synergy among the security apparatus in the country. The DSS are having their own order today. The army, you can go somewhere with the DSS to arrest somebody, and the next minute army are the ones that will stop DSS from arresting them. Next thing, police have come there. You can see the disorganized way APC have destroyed this country. MFLA, they sent DSS to arrest MFLA. Army was protecting MFLA. There is no coordination. There is nothing this party has brought to Nigeria than destruction. And we dare say this. I am saying this right now. Let it be on record that if we make the mistake of a continuity of APC government, Nigeria is over. It is finished for this country. It is over. Let us take now. It has finished. Otilo, just know that. So right now we are here making sure that our stolen mandate, we have to stand up as a people, and take back our freaking country. And I want to say something here because I know how agitated, I know how tense a whole lot of obedience. I know how my DMs have been blowing up over the past few hours, from yesterday to today, when APC and the APC INEC refused to grant a court order for Labour Party, our forensic experts, to go and check their whole server and everything. And people were coming out, it's time to occupy INEC. I started seeing trend tweets, occupy INEC. Please, Nigerians, please, I will ensue and beg for calm. Please, be calm. Be calm. That's all I'm going to say right now. Be calm. Let us follow our principle. Let it be clearing to the world. Let the whole world see that a court gave an order for APC INEC to do something and they did not do it. Let us write it down. Let us take our case to the tribunal. Let us follow every. I love how Abuja Obedient occupied that court that day. I am certain that in the history of that court, since independence, since the day they built that court, that they have never seen such a turnout of people in their court proceedings before. They have never seen it until that day. And this is how we will continue being lawful citizens, following everything they said we should follow till the very end. Till the very end. Let Yakubu Mahmoud continue to play his hands. Let APC INEC continue to play their hands. There is only one candidate presently traversing the country, going out for votes for his gubernatorial candidates, and you still see people in their thousands coming out on the streets to meet him. There is only one candidate. That same candidate who is telling us to be calm. And when that candidate, if APC, what the feelers we are getting, because I'm going to call out all the names of the Supreme Court judges today on this platform so you guys know them. Those of you that can pray for them. Those of you that can incant for them. Those of you that can do whatever you can do for them. Those of you that can find them and let them know that Nigerians will not take any nonsense, that our last hope lies in the courts. And that if we continue to be obedient citizens till the very end, and what we see glaring, in fact, the fact alone that APC INEC has refused to grant us access to a court order, that alone on its own has disqualified these elections. In any court, in any sensible court, that fact alone, that what are you hiding, INEC, that a court gave you order, you refuse to obey the orders, that alone has put any doubt, has cleared any doubt in the mind of any sensible person to know that these elections was rigged in the favor and in the collaboration of INEC. Definitely INEC are trying to hide their tracks. They're trying to hide all the criminal things they did behind the scene. But unfortunately for them, we are in an AI generation. We are in a tech-savvy generation. That you guys are still using calculator to calculate figures does not mean that people are. We have moved. Yakubu Mahmoud, we have moved. Nigerians have gone past that generation of calculator. No, we're no longer using typewriter. We have moved on. If you guys have chosen to stay in the Stone Age, the Nigerian youths have moved on. And we're going to show you guys all this evidence in court. And hopefully, by God, all these Supreme Court judges, I'm going to call their names out for you guys today, will stand right and do the right thing. And I don't want to preempt. I don't want to preempt. I don't want to preempt. But if Nigerian APC think that the army and the DSS, they are all come on Twitter. The moment they announce the criminal, only a criminal will be declared the president, and you unleash DSS on Twitter. Only DSS listening to me on this platform. I know people already here. It is because you guys voted a criminal. It's because you guys stole an election that you have been sent to Twitter. You did not join Twitter in 2015. Your mates in other countries have been in Twitter across the world for years. Verified handles. You're joining because the system have sent you to join Twitter to monitor voices of Nigerians that are rejecting a criminal to be their president, a drug dealer. You should be in his house finding for the remaining drugs or cocaine or crack or whatever he has, not on Twitter monitoring Nigerians. Because no matter what you guys want to do, we must speak up. This is that generation that will speak. We will speak and we will continue to speak out. You cannot stop Nigerians from speaking out, except if you want to shut Twitter, as you have done before. That is, fuck APC. The only party that had the guts to shut down Nigerian Twitter. What the fuck are who giving her this morale? Who giving her this morale? Just sit down, Nigerians, and think about how these guys have evolved up until where we are today. Please, all I'm going to indulge all of you guys as I call the names of these Supreme Court justices, judges, whatever you want to call them, is Nigerians. Those that can pray, please pray for them. Pray that God will give them the heart to do what is right. Because the criminal that has stolen this mandate will want to use all the resources he have to bribe them. He wants to use all the resources he have to blackmail them because he's a chief bribe and chief blackmailer. That is how he thrives. He either bribes you or he blackmails you. If he doesn't bribe you, he will succeed in blackmailing you. So please pray for these people that they shall strong, that their hearts shall not go faint. For those that can pray. For you that can hold them accountable, I don't know how you're going to hold them accountable. You that know their children, you that know their family, please talk to them to talk to their parents. That the future of this country lies in their hands. They should just do what is right. We're not asking you to grant us justice. We're not giving to grant us pronounce for us justice. Pronounce for Nigerians justice. When the case is presented before you, do not sit in the middle of the night. Nigerians, I'm saying it right now on record. Nigerian Supreme Court Justice, please do not sit in the middle of the night to announce results, as INEC did by 4 a.m. In which country do you announce results by 4 a.m. in the morning? What made you, Yakubu Mahmoud, you could not wait? You could not wait till 9 o'clock the next morning. What is that thing? If not you satanic evil men. Unfortunately for you guys, we're going to speak out. We'll keep speaking out. We'll keep exposing you guys and the evil you guys stand for. And the real good Nigerians will gather to take back our country, whether you like it or not. This fight is not going to be a fight against Igbos or Yorubas or Hausas or Kanuris. It's going to be a fight against good people and bad people. Good Nigerians and bad Nigerians. The elite class and the normal citizens. And God forbid you'll be at the part of the bad Nigerians. God forbid that fight. God forbid that fight for you. You will not survive it. You will not survive it. And with that, I welcome you guys. Let me just read the names of the Supreme Court justices before I bring in my brothers Sizul and Otumba. Number one on my list, I have Olukayode Ariwola Musa Dajito Mohammed. Guys, I'll be jotting their names down. These are the names of noisemakers. Be taking class monitors, all of you, please get to work. Be jotting these names down. Be writing their names down so you remember them, you remember their children, remember wherever they are. Please reach out to them and thank them And please do not go there. Don't put any unnecessary. Let them know that we are praying for them. We are our eyes are on them. We know them. We know them. We know them. That whatever decision they make in the next few months, they will be held liable and accountable for it. Please. That's all I'm asking here. Olukayode Ariwola 1. Present. Musa Dajito Mohammed 2.
Present.
Thank you. Kudira Kekere Ekun 3.
Present, but visa ban.
Oh, that one don't already visa ban. Hey!
They don't flog a Moraimo code already. Continue,
Okay.
sir.
Chima Sentus Nweze.
Present.
Amina Agwai.
Present.
Uwani Musa Abba Aji.
Present.
Hey, God have mercy. John Inyang Okoro.
Present.
And finally, Lawal Garba. I don't know whether
Present.
na Lawal Garba we play for Super Eagles, so we don't go enter court. Lawal Garba, please, family and friends of Lawal Garba, John Inyang Okoro, Uwani Musa Abai Aji, Amina Agwai, Chima Sentus Weze, Kudira Kekere Ekun, Musa Dadito Mohammed, Olukayode Ariwola, family and friends of these people. Please reach out to them and tell them that from the violence space, the energy part of the obedient movement, we are telling them good morning, good afternoon, good evening, the voice of Releva Best, that hope they are fine, hope they are doing well, hope they don't plan to circumvent the justice, the will of the people, hope they do not collect Tinubu's corn. Because I heard the corn now that he's using, the oil is using to fry the corn now, and it's too juicy. He just the fry ham, now. So people don't afford, I don't know if it avoid the scent. Please let them not accept that corn. And with that, guys, I welcome you guys one more time to the Violence Space. Thank you all for joining with us. Thank you for sticking with the platform. Thank you, all of you that are from Enugu State. Please go and invite your Enugu people. Let them come out here by 6 o'clock by the special grace of God. The next governor of Enugu State will be here. Come and talk to him. Come and interrogate him. Come and ask him questions. Come and do what you have to do. Whatever you have to do. And I think the Delta State governor also is going to be here with us. So, guys, you're welcome one more time. And with that, I yield the mic to my brother N6. N6, my brother, thank you for joining us on the platform today. How are you doing this evening? Thank you, my brother. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Sirdam. Welcome, everyone, to the Church of Violence. Good evening. God bless you all, and God bless Nigeria. You see, there are different types of leaders, especially in defeat. Now, there is one leader in this country who ran for elections for 12 years. He was Atiku before Atiku. If you had seen him when he was running for elections, you would have sworn that if this man touched this, if this man touched government, we would have the type of progress, if not for anything, at least Dubai level. Oh, he promised and promised. Now, in 2011, when this man lost an election, he came out in public, shed a few crocodile tears, but made a statement and said, the baboon and the dogs will be soaked in blood. For that statement alone, according to the United States Aid Service, for that statement alone, in 3 days in northern Nigeria, 800 people were killed. More than 10 youth coppers, innocent, were murdered. And 85,000 people were displaced from their homes in 3 days. This same man had been rejected by Nigerians over these 12 years because we knew his antecedents. And upon that 2011 loss, where he unleashed the most violence that he could imagine, he went back to his home in Katsina till another very mischievous man got up, packaged him with his media companies, and put the tag on him, a reformed Democrat. We all remember that line. We asked ourselves, Can a man who was not a Democrat become a Democrat? Can a man who circumvented democracy, the first time Nigeria had democracy in 1982, and got us into a coup and ruled this country with chaos, then all of a sudden be democratic in principle now? Oh, no kind of promise we weren't told. We will give you student loan and a host of other fables. Here we are 8 years later after that man. He has run one of the most shabby elections in the history of elections. Presidents in the world are deleting their tweets congratulating a Nigerian president for the first time in history. Presidents in the world are scared to tweet congratulations at the president of the most populous black nation, not for anything else, but due to how he got power. There is no institution in this country that the APC has not squatted, taken their pants down, and taken a big dump on. You name it, and it's there. The facts are there, the numbers are there, the proof is there. The Supreme Court will say something, the president will choose what to follow. And we're where we are. All of us who are here have a cash problem. Whether you're a big boy, whether you're a poor man. There's a video online about a plantain market where nobody could come out and buy plantain, all because there's no cash in the country. You would think that, okay, with no cash, they would have done a deal with the telecoms people to increase this thing. The apps will be running POS and everything. There's no POS, is not working, transfer is not going. Banks like Zenith, their app is not even opening. And this is how APC, with fuel scarcity, wants to tell me and you that somehow they got 8 million votes in this country. That Nigerians are so forgiving that after what we have gone through in the last 8 years, they put us in the mother of all fuckeries, but still got 8 million votes. No wahala. I leave that to the Supreme Court to judge. I asked a question on my Twitter feed. I said, you go to obedient spaces. We have all our candidates have a mandate from Peter Obi. Open up a social media handle, go to certain spaces, and go and be grilled by the people. I am listening. If you think Peter Obi is not listening while we're doing all these interviews, you know you are joking. He's assessing them by we, the people, doing this. And I asked a question. APC and PDP youths online, where are the spaces interviewing your governors? Me too, I want to go there. In Enugu now, for instance, there's a bit of a confusion. Some people want Frank Weke. Some people, we want Edoga, LP all the way. Edoga has come on this space, accredited himself well, has been grilled by everybody. Some answers he might have given perfectly, some answers he might not have been. But I want to ask, in the APC list of young statesmen, are any of them hosting spaces so that we can go and listen to their candidates? Is any PDP space? Ayo Juwole has been hosting space since. Please, can you tell me any PDP space that has brought up the PDP candidates to grill them and question them? So if you are not doing these things, who are you as a Nigerian youth trusting to hold these men accountable? I don't understand what is going on in this country, because I still repeat, everywhere I have gone, I have met APC youths, I have met PDP youths. Labour. I must give una try you. Chop knuckle, well done. In the next 4 years, if you get us una go do this movement, me if I fit come Labour, see if I go win one seat. So you all acknowledge that what we are doing is really what has this country's best interest at heart. So why are you people in all these other parties not doing the same thing? So that at least anywhere where Labour lose election, if APC win election, you go do at least day one space they hear APC use where then they ask that person question. So you know what, are we moving this country to the next level or what? So many the Nigerian Supreme Court has a chance to make history. I've said it. I don't even bother about Justice Awewale, Justice Igbowale, Justice Yewale, Justice Abubakar, Justice Yemaka. I don't give a damn. The honest truth to me, Sheikh Mahmoud Yakubu, he did as he liked. Please, I beg you, Nigerian Supreme Court, make una do as una like. I'm begging you. I told you that there are two types of leaders. There's the one leader that told his people, Omo, they rigged me, oh, fuck these guys, scatter everywhere. And there's one leader that the people wanted to scatter everywhere. He told them, calm down. Let me see where this story, this film, this movie, this Netflix will end. And that is the only reason why the people are calm. I told you guys in APC, you are in the minority. It is a position to be very humble in. In 2019, Atiku lost the election with 11 million votes. In 2023, Tinubu is saying he won election with 8 million votes. Okay, you suppressed the will of the people. 24 million people voted. There are more people that did not vote for APC than voted for APC. But APC goes around instigating violence as if you begin shelling now, they know. They know it's no sure for them. They have seen the rally size. Sure, we've seen your Agbero rallies added with market women that came out by force. You've seen obedient rallies. So I don't get where this confidence to push tribalism. Some numbers came out that showed that indigenous Yorubas in Lagos are 3%, 30%, I'll be 20, some less than 30%. Even in Lagos, calm down. This mandate was clearly stolen. I asked a simple question. Where are the northerners excited on their bikes? We have the videos on YouTube. Go and type it. Nigerians excited over Buhari election victory 2015. People were driving bikes and getting into accidents, bashing their cars. People were trekking. I have a friend, an Igbo boy, that trekked Osita Wagu. He went to King's College. He trekked from Lagos to Abuja when Buhari won the election. Where are the people? Where are they? Where are they? A man wrote WAEC. They told him, come and defend WAEC. He went and brought 50 sons. And we're back to square one with Tinubu again. Where's your birth certificates? He brought story. Where is this birth story? You people finally went to go and allow them. You people supported the man that stole Donald Duke's picture as his childhood picture, and it was in his memoirs, approved by him. The other day, Nigerians and Kenyans got into a Twitter fight, and all they'll just post Tinubu, bam. No matter the punchline you're throwing, it's a wrap. You can see it. Dubai that gave us free visas, closed visa to Nigerians. Dubai here. When last did you see any Snapchat or any post from Dubai? Because Dubai gave us a list of terrorists who were politicians in our government, and the APC government palmed that list. Till today, nothing was heard of it. Do you think it's hush puppy that made Dubai ban Nigerians from coming there? You know how many criminals? Do you know that there were Nigerians that did armed robbery in Dubai Mall that were arrested? You know how many criminals Nigerians we don't commit crime? But the crime your government commits is worse. Look, the last joke is PDP. PDP article. No, na go comot that nonsense petition when I carry go Supreme Court. Don't just annoy Nigerians. Because I don't know how somebody that rigged the election is now going to Supreme Court. Oh, because APC gave you second position to make it look like we lost. You self can't they believe that second position. Atiku, may you stop this thing where they do. May you stop this thing. I'm sure they've released new loafers in the Dubai Mall from Louis Vuitton that you can go and price. Don't come and spoil this petition tribunal. So Olu went to Computer Village the other day, governor of Lagos after 4 years, ordained by the Godfather. No crowd. Peter Obi went to Computer Village, shut down. Everywhere Peter Obi goes, you see the pictures. Allow God into your heart. Stop being blind. Stop being wicked. Stop being evil. There is only one man that right now his movement is holding his candidates even accountable. Ask Tinubu, where are the AP? I challenge every APC youth listening to me right now. You have an election for gubernatorial. Where are the spaces for Sanwo-Olu? He's licking ice cream in Palms Mall. He's licking ice cream in ShopRite. Where are the spaces for Sanwo-Olu? Where are you people calling him to ask him, what are you going to do in the next 4 years? These Igbo people are not happy with you. These LP people seem to be moving forward. Their governor seems to have some ideas that are resonating with the people. But the cockiness of you guys, the lack of humility, the lack of empathy. So you believe is it once APC presidential council has cleared them, yes, Sanwo-Olu is good enough. Oh yeah, let's go. Burn the whole town down. You are seeing Gbadebo Revive on Spaces podcasts. Where are your podcasts? Where are you people? I want to hear. I want to hear from your Jandors and your Sanwo-Olus on policy. That does not interest you. But you people will come to obedience space to learn the beauty of democracy, how Nigeria should function. It's obedience space. You will come, listen to obedience space and be writing down what you write down as tweets to fight us in your next tweets. Do your own now. Are you not learning from our movement? And you Supreme Court judges, last but not the least, I've thought on you guys, but I'll just still say this. The world is watching. You're in a generation where every pronouncement you give will be recorded for posterity and left on the undeletable Google for life. Your children will be so ashamed by some of the things many of you, especially Fanika and the rest of people are doing this season. They will be forced to change their names. Your lineage will end with many of you over the nonsense many of you are doing now. Answer Mahmoud Yakubu Jr. They waka around for Nigeria with your chest out. One person go slap you. He show me that. And
You
this
say
is not
slap?
me.
You say slap?
I say in the kindest. Just answer them. Just the waka. Or highest Nigerians will smile in your face, but behind it, they don't say, see this one who is stupid papa collect 355 billion and hung the will of the people. We all know that Beavers was not meant to have any manual accreditation. That machine is literally an iPad. You are meant to have used your thumb, press Beavers, all the parties will show up on the Beavers. You use your finger, tap it, and it will manually send it, electronically send it to the polling unit. That is what you people promised us. Ballot paper was not meant to be there. We have all the videos. Mahmoud and all his guys, they were talking. I remember when we were on the violence space, we talked about this thing. Mahmoud came out, did press conference. There are rumors around there that we don't intend to transmit the beavers from the polling units. And at the end of the day, now you're telling us that you need to reconfigure beavers. So after I use telephone and make one call, I remove the SIM, go to MTN, reconfigure it, plug it back to make another call. You are talking to idiots. You are talking to fools that don't handle technology. You want to reconfigure beavers. No wahala. Continue. Because I know that many people will go to prison. Many people will go to prison in this country. You see this election, it would have been better. This election was run free and fair. And we lost as Labour Party. Lost. And by now would have been talking of 2027. It would have been better. This election was done free and fair. And maybe there was even a rerun between Tinubu and Obi. And would have been talking of further promotions for a rerun. But you see this blatant stealing. As the Igbos will say, nga, prison. Many people will go to prison.
Somebody just thank you, my brother. Somebody just corrected me and said that we should start from the appeal court because the tribunal will start with the appeal court justice. So I'm gonna find
my brother.
There's no appeal court.
My brother.
Tribunal is appeal.
Let me explain something, Sirdam.
Tribunal is what?
Even in tribunal will start with the appeal court. He go get PA, we still dey law school, we go hold briefcase. He go get SAN and one way Rekeyamo we go there. He go get barrister, we go there the SAN back where they do the research. Many levels of the law will handle a case this big. You stand a chance to make electoral history because you need to understand every time something comes up to the law and justice is not served, that ruling forever stands in the law. True or false? So if you don't serve justice, this ruling will stand in the law. It becomes a travesty of the law. It becomes a perversion of the law. And tomorrow, another thing will happen in the law that somebody will bring up this same ruling. That is why justice is blind.
Can I talk, Genesis, just to collaborate? This
Talk to me,
this
my brother.
FCT 25%. The former Attorney General of Federation, that is Michael, I don't know his name. When he
Aunduaka.
was interviewing in Arise TV, he said there was a time there was a issue with FCT 24%. And the decision of the law that time, the Supreme Court, was that it is compulsory for you to have 25%. So although what do not say that that is 2008 or 2007, so the gap things might have changed, but there was a basis for them to make that law. So I'm not looking.
Obviously, Nigeria, it's a form of electoral college for Nigeria. You must win Lagos and Abuja. These are where the decisions are made. The major funding is done. These are the most educated set of the populace. I mean, if you failed in other states, how will you be in Abuja or in Lagos? So you are actually right, my brother. Continue. Even Michael Zekome, who is now, I think, on Atiku's team, supported this same ruling on Arise. Things are funny at this point in time. Continue,
But
please.
Michael Zekome did not come against it. Now, did he say anything wrong about that?
No, that's what I'm saying. He supported it, but I think he's on Atiku's team right now.
Yes, the law they share am, everybody go collect.
Do you understand? So
Yeah.
you're on Atiku's team. You say the person who won 25 in Abuja and Lagos should be the president by the Nigerian pseudo electoral college. Atiku didn't win FCT, but you're on Atiku's legal team for the tribunal. It's all a comedy of errors at this point. It's all a comedy of errors.
All
Yeah,
right.
well, thanks, Sirdam.
Atuma, come
Yeah,
in here. Good morning.
yeah. Good morning, good evening to you guys. Good afternoon to everyone. I think what has been bothering the most more is the defiance of the court system. And I was just, I was googling today, and I saw there's a Punch article from 2019 that listed 6 times Buhari defied the court's order. And in a democratic system where you have three arms of government, you're supposed to have equal and separate powers where each one sort of there's check and balancing where typically your executive might be your most powerful arm of government. It depends. Like in Nigeria, there are a lot of more domestic powers. But then you have your legislature, where they make laws, and then the judiciary. And the judiciary is very key to any surviving or thriving democracy. They settle scores, they interpret the law. Um, they're required to carry out justice, and anarchy is simply the breakdown of law and order. When as a society you get to a point where even your court, your appeal court, not even a federal court, but your appeal court, when orders are getting defined by instruments of the federal government, that's anarchy. I think, to me, why we're fighting back for our mandate and doing all this, but I think there's a deeper problem here, and I think Saddam, you touched on it. I don't think we've ever gotten to a point. Even the military, under military rule, feared the court systems. They will tell you that there were things where even when we had military rule, where that's why when you were, you let's say you were accused of treason or added a coup, the military had its own tribunal court system. There's a reason why, even though it's done for it's just rubber stamping courts. There's a reason why even the military at that time would hold tribunals and hold courts, and allow people to defend themselves, even though we know those guys are going to be sentenced to death. There's a reason why you take things to court and you follow court judgment, because the moment you lose that part of a democratic or any government, there's no more legitimacy. You're delving into anarchy, and I think I for one is we didn't pay attention to this a lot. Where Buhari's government and APC have been showing their hands that they think only one arm of government exists, which is the executive. And so it's more dictatorial. It's even worse than dictatorial, because dictators I see so also, they go to courts. They fear the court system. But these people, what they're trying, the precedents they've established and what they're crying out, when you're basically rendering your judicial arm, the third arm of government, useless, and you're saying, damn you, I don't give 2 cents what judgment you pass. I will do whatever I want to do, what I want to do. I think that's some uncharted territory. And I know they are listening, but please and please, this bed you people are making, you'll be the ones to lie on it though, because life is like a boomerang. What goes around comes back. Now it might not come in the same form, which is funny because I actually don't believe in karma. But there's usually a way where um things you ignore today down the line come back to haunt you. Where Buhari came into power because good luck had the foresight and did not wield the power, which I still call him weak for that, but he refused to wield the power of the federal government. And Buhari is doing the same exact thing. And they are defying courts. Imagine when a judge we get to a point where a judge will render judgment and the defendant will look at him and tell you, well, that's your business. I'm not going to obey this because I have the money and the power to subvert the will of the people. So this is dangerous territory for me. Like, because I've been reading and I've been studying the whole. I've spoken to some of my lawyer friends, and the precedents these people are setting is dangerous. It's very dangerous. I don't know what's going through their thought process, and I think it just sums up in the fact that APC is a terroristic and demonic party. There's no other definition for APC, because I don't understand how would not even a federal judge, or not even a federal court, not a lower court, an appeal court issues an order, and you guys just like, screw it, I don't even care. Like, how did we get here to a point where you can't even obey the courts? We personally, technically, don't even trust the judicial system. But it's worse when they give judgments, you can't even enforce those judgments. That, to me, that's worse than people saying, you know what, I think that is said on TV. I don't trust the judicial system. So fine. Well, because the person they're setting now is, if whatever order comes out, anybody can refuse to comply, or disagree. Like, I'm not going to comply with this order, and there's no way to enforce that. So, I think it's a slippery slope that they themselves should pause. I know they want power by all costs. I get it. They will rather rule over ashes, but these ashes, man, it might be their own ashes they rule over. This is where they are driving this country to, and they are lucky and blessed that the leader of our movement, the man we all look up to, is a genuinely good person. Seriously, half the shit Peter Obi has taken, I cannot. It tells you who actually loves this country and who doesn't. Obi doesn't even need to say burn down the country. There's a way he can talk that, my brother, this country will be upside down in 24 hours. It's facts. But this man has taken the very long approach. Like, you know what? I know I'm going to be president. I'm going to get my mandate, and I want the country intact when I get that mandate. But APC does not give a damn. Like, N6, I don't know, man. It feels like morning in Nigeria, because I've never seen a country this quiet after an election.
Remember when I used to say it on Spaces that, dear INEC, you have two options: announce a president that the whole country will go into jubilation and partying, or announce a president that everywhere will look like a graveyard. Who remembers when I used to say it? I beg
My
if
Yeah,
you
you
brother, I
should
remember,
say
remember
just
it
give me a
perfectly.
thumbs
and
up.
it feels like
Who
that right now.
remembers? I always used to say this. INEC, you have one job. You announce a president that you must send army on the street the next day, and everywhere will be like a graveyard. I have it. It's written here as you were talking. I was looking at it.
Yeah,
And
you
even
always say that, bro.
I always said it. And INEC ended up announcing who they did.
In the middle of the night, and it's not just announced in the middle of the night when people are
Now,
sleeping.
how else would you give a bat a presidency? Will you give him in the daytime? Na
They only
night.
see at night. Ah!
Na night. Now how else would you crown a
God,
king? You don't see Batman for
Plus, they say
daytime.
they sleep. Say he does not sleep. Papa does not sleep. He
How
does
will he
not sleep
sleep
in the night.
when he's planning mischief? So
And
anyway,
then, yeah, and
continue, Tumba.
one of my last is we suddenly have Christopher Columbus. I know this is off topic, but I really want to touch on it. And I'm going to use the word Christopher Columbus. Those that are very familiar with American history, and this is where I'm going to. Yeah, there was a man that he was. I think he was sent by the
Oh, well,
British.
too bad. I want for you.
Wait, let me cook. Hold on, let me cook. This is it's been on my
Let him
heart.
cook. You know, say na burger in one cook, so
Yeah,
you
it's
no go
been on my heart.
understand the
Like,
smell yet.
this is clear to American. So there was a man back in the. I think it was the British or maybe the French. I think it was the British. And this man said, they sent him on a voyage to go and discover India. And for some reason, it was supposed to go. There was a news. He heard about the spice route and all that. But for some reason, his direction of the boat or his whatever you call it, those ship went a different direction. And it's not upon America until today. They will ask you who discovered. That's why American Native Americans are called Indians, because he thought he got to India, but he got to a different part of the continent. But till today, there's this fallacy that when they ask you who discovered America, the name is Christopher Columbus. So we have a Christopher Columbus in our midst that I'm trying to. I think yes, what was yesterday's date? He discovered the man that discovered the obedience movement. The tweet was March 10. So we have a new Christopher Columbus amongst our midst. Yeah, my brother. I don't know what to say at this
See,
point.
let me now give you guys a prophecy. Let me give you guys a prophecy. May the Lord keep us alive to witness what I'm about to say. In the next 24 years, mark this down somewhere. How many are we on this space? 746. In the next 24 years, a rich politician will arise in Abuja. He will sell Abujans a story that he built Abuja from scratch. He will be a former Abuja governor, probably do one or two things in Abuja, but he will be one of the least performing. He will engage in state capture, and on his 24th year, he will announce that he's the one that built Abuja. Many of us will be old, we'll be in our 70s. We'll remember Twitter spaces. We'll remember Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and we will laugh. We will laugh. Add 24 years to your age now. That's how old you'll be then. And we will tell our children, there was one man that ran this P in Nigeria one time like this. And he will tell the baggy people, the real indigenes of Abuja, that you people should get up. I don't understand how we allowed these Igbo people, Yoruba people, come into our town. This is our place. If we chase all of them away, we'll have this town to ourselves. We'll be able to share all these buildings to ourselves. And we'll sit back and say, Kai, history actually repeats itself. I'm telling you this because this thing happened in this day and age. And there were enough foot soldiers and horsemen of the media apocalypse to sell, solidify, and engage in this gaslighting of history that happened right between our eyes. We are here shouting, this man did not do anything in Lagos. So he did not build Lagos. So not then.
S6, you like say you don't confuse my Christopher Columbus analogy.
Yes, now we are carry your analogy come
Wait, let's
Nigeria.
get to someone else. So let me tell
Just
you this.
northerners that come to Lagos and
Mm-hmm.
see everything in Lagos, and they'll say, is it not this man that was governor in Lagos?
Otuba, is this a analogy? When I
Is
make
it
it
not
make
this
Okay,
sense.
man?
see, my analogy is still fine.
See,
See, S6, you don't watch 24 hours. You
yes,
watch
now.
24. Okay, that's who my analogy is directed at. This is again.
See, let me cook this noodles finish and pour it on the table. So Nigerians, I'm telling you that what we refuse to fight today, what we sat back and allowed some people to turn tribal, what you sat back and on election day that is coming, you are planning not to come out for revival. You are planning not to come and fight for your country. This thing we're allowing today. I have an 80-year-old father in my sitting room who
Is it
who
just
is
me?
one
I think you
of
got
the
a call.
biggest. Yeah, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Can hear him. Sana, can you hear him?
No, I
Can you
can't
guys
hear
hear me?
it. Seems you got it coming.
Yeah, now. Yes, you can now. Go ahead.
N6 is fading off. I don't know. I'm just
Yeah.
get I'm getting informations. I don't know how true it is. Please, if you can confirm it, please let me know. I'm hearing that APC thugs have attacked GRV and his team at Epe. If you can confirm that information,
No,
please.
I saw a tweet to Morris now. I think Morris said the DSS repelled them back. I don't know how true that is. I think Kibati is down there, but I think I read it. I think I was going through Morris Moyes' tweet and he talked about how
Yeah,
I
can you
think
guys
there's
hear me?
yeah we can hear you.
Okay, I'm
Uh-huh.
so sorry. So I'm like, my father is one of my biggest supporters. Why? My father was 18 during the Biafran War and fought that war till he was 21. The war no concern him. He schooled in Hopewell, Calabar, came to Nigeria from Germany. My grandfather was a judge, literally the Igbo version of a Supreme Court judge. So we came from a certain level of caliber. And nothing concerned this man. A quarrel in the army led to my dad becoming a soldier. People died in my family. We have a huge family picture. Half of that family picture died in the war. Same thing happening now. Waiting concern GRV, concern the trader in Apapa that their market was burnt. And if we don't nip this thing in the bud, go and meet your 80-year-old parents. Go and meet your parents and ask them whether NEPA was taking light in their 20s or 30s. We didn't even enjoy Nigeria to even have vex. Our own has been suffer from day one till now. So if you're a Nigerian youth, I've said it, collect their money. Chop their money is your money. But when it comes to the polls, leave sentiments. There was one video I saw some boys, Tinubu 71, Tinubu 72, and I put a comment. I said, please, post a video of where it was counted like that anywhere in the federation. There is a tweet till today where people are asking, that money is around 2 million now. Post a video of one polling unit. How many? It's tiring. And look, Nigerians, we are at a crossroads. Down to the Nigerian judiciary, lawyers in particular, everybody involved in this case, we are at a crossroads. You can come out of this case as the African judiciary, let me predict again, that gave the mandate that was stolen to the rightful president of the country that won an election. All the facts are there. All the tampered evidence is there. Or you can come out as the judiciary that upholds the sham of an election and puts in a man that already is causing Nigerians to lose many wars on social media, talk less of the ones in real life. You can put him there, and anything Nigerians see, they will take. Anything you see as a judiciary member, you will take. Coming from a people that beat up a Senate, a deputy Senate president, Ike Ekweremadu, they invited him for an event in Germany just to beat him. Anything you people see, you will take. You might go for a speech in Babcock Law School and they will stone you something. Anything you see as a judiciary, please, you will take. I rest my case. I yield.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. I think you although you missed what Otumba was going to, but please let's Otumba, if you let us just leave that one. I beg. Let's leave that one. It's I
If
feel
you
like
leave Christopher Columbus,
yeah,
That man, I will.
we have a whole lot of other battles to fight that we should not even be looking. We should focus more on fighting the enemies. We are not our enemies. We are stronger together. Even though inside this obedient movement, we have a whole lot of people where they head the touch. We have been saying it from day one. We have all this
Saddam,
movement has. I'm
Saddam.
coming, please. I'm coming, please. This movement has all type of people. That's what we should always remember that we have all types of people in this movement, and that's why it's a movement that accommodates everybody. So we get the weary, we get the one we know too weary, we get the one we over weary, we serve our brain self. Some of people don't like us for this violence space. Tell ourselves truth. They don't like this community. They say our own too much. They say they do this, we they do that. So let's just on our own as they are accommodating us in the movement. They say those violence people, we are accommodating them. Let us
with a
know so.
squat now, we just
Saddam, I want to just Saddam
imagine.
Otumba. Let me just throw in something that people can also deliberate on. Do you see the beauty of obedience? This movement is called obedience, but a lot of people forget that you think it was just carved out of Peter Obi's name. Why do I say this? Your leader said vote LP top to bottom. Some of Una Aisha Yusufu we don't dey inside the same helicopter with this our leader. Come out, look left, look right. Talk say no, we won't vote Moses. Let's use Abishia, or let's try one person. We on this violent space stayed on the issues. Our leader has said this. He's not daft. He has the list of the candidates. If he get one, we get K-leg. He go talk say vote LP all the way, minus this guy. He's not an LP person. He came into LP, so he knows Peter Obi is a billionaire. Nobody for LP will get money.
You forgot
We
when
we
Dog said Peter called him to come to Labour
hold
Party.
on, my brother. This I'm about to land. I'm about to land where you could just put two Maggi inside this food and I don't cook. Now you see on this space, we now stayed on that LP all the way. Peter Obi lands in Enugu and carries Edoga along. I want to ask everybody else, the people that I now tag as disobedient obedience. How do you feel now? I am from Aisha Yusufu. How do you feel now? Are you going to now solidify your disobedience and say, even though Peter Obi carried this man, walked around Enugu with him, I am still on Frank Wenke Jr. How you have to solidify that your disobedience now because it was still on social media. But now that your leader has said is this person, explain how your disobedience, what angle do you fall back or do you remain disobedient? I yield. Please, this is a good question. I'd like some of you people to help me with answers to.
You know what's crazy? Okay, see, we all joined this movement, to support Peter Obi, and we believed in him, we believed in his dream, and we believed in what he was selling us, and we're tired of PDP APC. And this man now is now telling us, help me build a political home. Like, he's literally telling you, this is a man that was governor under Abga for 8 years and probably knew how better it would have been if he had people in the same party with him in several government key positions, or whether at the house, he was able to work successfully in Anambra without the legislator. But I know how different it would have been if the legislators were also in the same party, or he could reach out to the governor of a neighboring state. I don't know what state borders Anambra. Saddam.
Delta and Nemo.
So yeah, imagine if both governors too were Afghan, the same party, and they could rub minds and share ideas and say, you know what, this is this is we're trade. In the US, yeah, states do it where I'm a trade partner with you. I'm next door to you. Let's come together and let's figure out how both our states can benefit from joint projects and things like that. And this man is telling us to build a political home for him. Like, I think Omar used to say it where to exert to implement political changes, you need a political home. We can't. I don't know why. And people are telling us, no, it's Frank Wake. Frank is this person. Is this person? Is that nonsense? Peter Obi has told us, and he keeps saying it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think there's one thing we can all agree on in this game of politics. None of us can say we're better than him. I mean, Essex, am I crazy for with
Facts,
that?
my brother. Facts.
None of us can
Facts.
say we have more
None
experience
of
in
us has run
government.
as vice president or one
Yes,
governorship. Let's be
none of
humble
us
on
can
that.
say we have, even though we are all intellectuals and we're smart people and we have careers and we have field.
None
None
of
of
us
us
has
can
been a bank
say
chairman.
no. Exactly. None of us can say, you know what, in this game of politics, or consensus building, we have more experience than him. None of us can even say down to his own personal character. I dare say can say we're better than him. And he's telling us, and Peter Obi has, there are two things he's asked from us: to take back our country, defend our votes. The third thing he's asking for us is, you know what, help me build this party. Labour Party top to bottom. And then that's when we now want to decide to put on our thinking cap. And
Otumba. Another thing I'll say here is that you see, most times, yeah, I understand how I understand. I try to understand everybody's point of view. I try to. That's why most times when I attack these APC guys, because I do not understand their point of view. I don't understand why you should do what you're doing. But when we're looking at this Enugu case right now, Enugu case, let's say few weeks ago, I was sold out on Frank. Why? Because I did not know anything about the LP guy, even though he has been working offline. He has been doing a lot of hard work on the grassroots. So we can all agree that the man did not play well. I told him on the space last night, I said, sir, you failed by not coming on social media. And that's exactly why Peter had even people. If Peter had done 1% of the amount of PR Shea Makinde or Wike has been doing when Peter was governor, Tinubu will not even contest. Nobody will contest with him because all his facts will be out there in the public for people. Nobody that go and verify will not even be in slang because would have verified on time. So that's what I was expecting from this man. And as the man did not do that, it gave his opponents an opportunity to sell themselves online. And okay, I'm going to speak for someone like Madam Aisha, even if right now I'm not standing on the same side with her because I am LP all the way. But she has been with Frank since 2018. They have known themselves. They have done the red card movement stuff since 2018. She has spoken about Frank early this year. Before she jumped on the ship with Peter. She have talked about his campaign. So when you see such people, you know that they are not influenced by anything but by a relationship she has with this person. And I can understand that. And I can always say this. What I will not understand is that if she's not putting it upon us like we must, I'm not going to champion her. Don't come out and say, and don't say we should stop following, we should not vote for LP. If she's doing Frank, let her do her Frank. But I'm not going to call her out. But what I have a problem is if you that your property have collected money for Frank and you want to come out here and want to sell him and castigate the LP candidate, then you go fight. But let us be also as human beings understand that in this particular Frank, this Enugu issue right now, we cannot change every obedient to come to the side of LP. That is the truth. If we can all agree on that, it is not this is not a cult, even if we know that we're in a cult. But this is a coded cult, yeah? But it's not an open cult. Now when we say everybody has got to say they're not gonna be saved by more. No, this particular issue is a one out of the box issue because we know that this man did not do his diligent job online. And before the people have jumped, so our job right now is to change the hearts of majority of LP people to understand that this LP is what we are following right now. But for those people that are pushing that ship of Frank, please, like Aisha, you don't need to go and start insulting Aisha. Aisha has been on Frank for years. Don't go and she's not going to come and change her mind today. Please allow that woman to be. She's doing her job for Peter and the movement. Do not go and insult that woman. Please, obedient. Please, allow her do her own thing. We on our own, we are telling you it's LP all the way. Aisha cannot influence more than one voter as me, say I go influence for here. As Otumba, you go influence for here. As all of us get one vote and one influence. We are standing on the path that it is LP all the way. Allow Aisha for her friendship to campaign for her friend that she has been with. And if it is, I'm not even going to call all these our influencers name right now, all of them. Whatever their
All
business,
the Christopher Columbuses.
whatever their business is with Frank is their business. Our job here is to make sure that their business does not work. That's our job on the platform. Please spare less time with those niggas and put more time in selling LP all the way. That man has been on this platform. He has spoken, and I heard a sound man. I don't know about you guys, but I heard a sound man, and I believe that sound man is good enough, and he will be here on the platform again today. And also, Abia State Governor Alex Oti will be joining us today also. So Oti will be here on the platform also. He's just going to come out. I told him that we cannot give him much time today, but he's probably going to come up here and just say hi to all of us, and we're going to have a scheduled space with him for Tuesday. And on Thursday, we have, by the grace of God, the PH, the next governor of Port Harcourt, the lady, Madam Beatrice. River State, yes, by Thursday. So we'll have a couple of them here. So please, guys, for Enugu own, allow people that are campaigning for this man to do. If you just, I love how many of you are, I just go on the thread, under the thread. I see a lot of people that put, if they post, vote for Frank, obedient to go there and start, put LP top to bottom, LP top to bottom, Erdogan top. That is the way forward. Just go there and cast it, but don't insult them, please. Please. Please, thank you. October, I don't know. Let's open the space before people.
We can. I mean, me, I'm not opposed to insulting people. Me, I don't mind it though. But I mean,
No, don't insult ourselves.
you're allowed to. You're allowed.
Let's reserve our insult
Small
for
dragging. No, I mean small, respectful dragging. Let me put it that way.
Sirdam, it's too late to me. I don't cuss out. Already.
You that bandit. You that bandit. Before I don't even know. If last time I could just seize your phone first. If last time I could do you. I beg, guys, please. let us spare this insult for
Yeah, I
Tinubu
just want to know
and
that
his
when I want to know
please.
Okay,
where he said
moving
the
forward,
movement. I want to know when
I
they were
don't
sharing
go,
photos.
cause am, but I don't cause am already.
But
Jimmy,
moving forward, please. Moving forward, please.
Jimmy, I heard
Yeah, yeah.
he created the movement. So I don't know when we collected the
No,
vote.
no, 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 no.
Ah,
No, that's not what he said. No, please, let us be, even while we are cooking, let us cook with, if we are cooking our people, let us cook with the right ingredients.
He had to
Please.
correct himself. He didn't talk
No,
to
he has now, he has.
cool.
He made a tweet. He never said,
That's my Christopher Columbus reference.
no,
That's
he
it.
never said he created the obedient movement. He never said, what he said was that,
is one of the pioneers.
yeah, and that is true. Let us, when we give flowers, give ourselves flowers, give everybody flowers. All of us are pioneers. And remember on this platform, I always said, if you join obedient movement one day to elections, if on the day of
Sorry, who said they
elections,
created Obia movement? Sorry.
no, that's
You
what
don't hear
people
my gist. This is
insinuated.
my Christopher
Now
Sorry,
Columbus.
send
Jack,
me a DM, please.
No, it
Like
didn't. I
that,
mean,
that
calm down. I
Christopher
make I mute
Columbus.
everybody first. Calm down. Which I'm say, please. When I know say on this platform I don't fry Jack so many times, but the one I will not stand is false accusation or false representation of what he did not say. Please. Jack insinuated. Jack is one of the pioneers of the. In fact, he's the founder, I think, of the Take Back Nigeria movement. Jack has made so many nonsense comments in the course of this movement. Jack has done so many things bad that we have roasted Jack on this platform. But if we are
I've
roasting
blocked
him,
him since.
let us roast him on facts, please. Let's not roast him on insinuation or what he
Propaganda is allowed, man.
no propaganda against your enemy, against your opponent. Now, not against us now. Which guy cultism you dey carry
No,
come?
don't worry. Me,
Which
I
Yeah,
just
one?
wanted to know. Don't
This
worry.
one?
I don't need any more
Saddam,
facts than
let me
that.
see. No, Saddam,
Which
let
I
me
guy?
just wanted to know who
I
said it.
beg, I beg.
No,
No,
Saddam,
Otuma, please,
Saddam.
Otuma, wait. Let me tell.
Treason is a capital crime. And to me, treason is when you say with the court, you can't go to say, na that other person. Baba, you go collect.
Otumba, a few weeks ago, say the truth and shame the devil. A few weeks ago, were you on the Frank Wiki train or not?
No, I didn't care until Peter Obi came and said,
So
LP.
you see,
No,
all
two
of us
things.
now,
No, 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 no,
but
no.
you now you have come out
No,
to
but Saddam, that's emotional intelligence now. So okay,
Otumba,
hold
that
on.
is not what everybody does not. When we say emotional intelligence, you act like
True,
everybody possesses that. It is not.
true,
It's
true,
a rare gift. Many
true.
people don't have it. Let's say the truth. Many people don't, when we say emotional intelligence,
Or
we
the
can.
ability to read the room. See, you know when I read the room was when I saw the election. When I saw the results of the election, I think the first one that shocked me was Banky W. And N6 summarizes. N6 said we spent the last 8 months drumming Mama Papa picking into people's head. How then do we? And on February 25, they showed us that selling of Mama Papa Pekin worked because people were literally voting. Anywhere they saw the logo, it was thumb printing. There was no, it was auto. Basically, man, put it here. So then it made sense to us. Like, wait a minute. I remember Estes used to say this. He used to say, "How do you spend 8 months selling a logo to people, and then after a week, you want to change it and say, you know what? Don't vote for Mama Pekin anymore. Go and vote for some chicken
Otumba, I want to ask
or."
you a question.
Cow and chicken boots, rain
Have you ever
boots,
gone
all
under any of those
boots.
that trades? Have you ever gone under any of those vote from wicked trades?
Oh yeah, and it's LP under him.
So that is exactly so. If you can understand that when you make a tweet and say vote for Frank, and under that tweet you have 200 comments and under 200 comments 195 I tell you LP, it shows your comments are not your views are not popular. You are not on the popular side of this movement. That is the truth. So why me should I stress myself with you when I already know that the people that they see most times we underestimate the intelligence of the obedient movement, and sometimes it baffles me. We are a bunch of freaking intelligent people that know what is right from wrong. The only reason why Edoga was not selling online is because he did not have any social media footprint. The day I saw what this man was doing online, man, I took off my clothes. I said, I will fight for this man. I don't know him.
Yeah, I think when we saw the pictures, yeah, I remember when we saw
The
how
videos.
yes, videos and pictures of how he basically established Labour Party in Enugu. I was like, wow,
Do you understand?
made it popular. No, not campaign offices. Never
And
mind.
let's confess something. The only thing that Frank Weke Jr. had on us was he did one video and
And
said,
English.
even though I'm in Abga, me and my family
And
are
it's
here.
English. It's
There
English.
is
The problem.
finished. There is no political antecedents to the man. He has not done anything of repute. Even in this season, I must tell you that Edoga has done more. And if you Google and search, I've checked.
Yes,
Frank
now.
Weke is just running on PDP social currency. and former Minister Social Currency, Edoga on record has done more. And let's not even cap this Enugu issue. As far as I'm concerned, it is ended because the person you're supporting has gone and told you this. So, okay, you still want to argue it again? That's my question. So you still want, okay, argue it with me now. Shey Peter, don't go follow the man waka. Oh yeah, now yeah, sell your frank. Look, Baba, like I said, we have already entered the stage of brand hypnosis. They removed LP from the logo, put the logo in black and white on all the ballot boxes. We have spent 8 months pushing Mama, Papa, Pikin. By all means, sell whoever you want to sell. By all means. But on the day, me, I know say people go there, that boots, or this, or that cow and chicken, or that chicken and staff, or that squirrel. By the time they get there, they go just look, when their brain tired, they go just press Mama, Papa, Pikin. So, good luck to you. Good luck to you.
I beg, let's open the space for people to, because we have few time before our this thing start, our guests are coming, our people talk before our guests will come in. But guys, you're welcome to the Vawulence space. Person say Bolabo, that Tinubu is not it can never be my president. I beg. Let us open the space or two. But I don't know if you're gonna do that or let me.
I beg this week, Mona, they help me. They fire PDAPC handles that we want to see them. They should bring their candidates for us on spaces.
Is it
They
possible?
should bring their candidates on spaces.
Let Tinubu go to Rivers State. Tell
Please.
Rivers people that voted you that you want Rivers State are saying, come and show us our certificate we gave you. Come to Rivers State. They are begging Tinubu. That's the latest news. Please come to Rivers State.
Especially the 80,000 people in Obiakpo. Especially the 80,000 in Obiakpo.
I swear, if I was Tinubu, Obiakpo is the first place I'll go to go and show you people that I got 80,000 votes in Rivers.
God bless you.
I'll show my certificate. Like, oh, come on, look at this.
But I've been doing party in Obiakpo for the past 2 weeks now. Party every day. They celebrate. You know they watch the videos. They celebrate every day for Obiakpo. Tinubu boys. They celebrate every day. 80K boys. Tinubu, they are waiting for you, sir. Please, you have to go there next week. Please, and show them your certificate of return. Thank you. And without you open the space, Otumba, I don't know who's going to go there. I don't know who came up here. You brought us speakers.
I think start with Dr. Olu. I don't know if Jimmy wants to go, but let's go Dr. Olu.
Yeah, let's do Dr. Olu first.
Marianne Nwatu. Then we'll go to, I'm going to go make a female. We'll go to my brother Max. Then we'll come down to Omas Therapy. And we'll go from there. Then we'll go to Tanko. Then let me see, Tammy. We'll just keep rolling around. Mag, I see you, Jimmy. If you guys are floor members. If you want to Servic also. So let's start with that. Dr. Olu, how are you doing this morning?
Hello, boss, everybody. All protocol duly observed. Well, Sirdam, I'm sorry, I may have to defer one of your point anyway. As in, you have your belief and I respect your opinion, but I cannot stand somebody trying to feel entitlement or that kind of egoistic nature, and has been consistently with that. Somebody that believed that Kaduna governor is one of the best governors in Nigeria. Somebody that tweeted February 25 that this is the best election in the history of Nigeria. That kind of person, I can't give that person breathing space on Twitter space. I cannot. I'm sorry. Now, back to the point of INEC judiciary failure. The point here is this. I keep on saying this. It's like the reputation of Supreme Court is on the line. Imagine you going to UCH or you're going to LUT or going to OUTSC, and there is already kind of bias towards the medical doctors there that are. If you go there for operation, the tendency that you are going to die is almost 90%. How do you think ideally, how do you think the community and the medical team will feel? Automatically, they have already put their reputation online. Supreme Court right now, irrespective of whatever decision they are going to make, there is what we call moral justice. And that is where the obedient movement comes in. And that is when I'm so happy that we are consistent with our belief that Peter Obi won. And there is more than 1,000 evidences that have shown that Amoda was a crook candidate and was stolen, to the extent that Wike have to admit indirectly that they rig election for this man. So I believe the decision of Supreme Court now is not about what is right or what is wrong. It's about trying to protect the institution that they think is at the highest sacred order in the history of Nigeria. And I'm hoping and I'm praying that they will not make this country into anarchy. I can assure you that the reason why there have not been any kind of rancor all around is because of one man. Peter Obi came out, told us that, guy, calm down, don't do this, don't do this. And people do what? People obey him. And that is a message to let us know that he's actually the president-elect. Since this man, what is his name? Tinubu, or I don't want to call him Tinubu, Amoda became president-elect by INEC, he has never for once had granted an interview any longer. For the past 1 week now, I have not seen a situation whereby Amoda talk to people, relate with us. And this is the kind of government that he, which I'm rebuking against, is likely to practice. Hide and seek. Atiku is also in the same bracket. Now that Peter Obi is going from one state to another, from Enugu state to Abia state to Delta state to Benin to Edo state, to this campaigning for his people, campaigning for this the governorship candidate and House of Rep. Where is Atiku? Most likely, Atiku is already working on his passport to return back to Dubai. Most likely. So these are the points that people don't understand about obedient movement. And the reason why many of us indirectly referred Peter Obi as a God sent. Because that is what makes you a leader. And that is the point I want my people here, people that thinking that they have influence. Fine. We need to call them to order. Because let me tell you, Sirdam, and anybody here, is because one, this is the process where Deja Vu, Deji, Sega Link, all these catfish, this is how they started. They started feeling soda padded. The main work, or let me tell you, the main, what we call the main so-called influence that you can think you have is on the grassroots. People tweeting on spaces, out of about 1 million obedient, these guys cannot influence up to 50,000 people. But trying to discredit a party that many of us struggle to build, irrespective of how you want to look at it, Jack was one of the most important people from Take Back Nigeria, Anambra First Son, and Judah. I need to mention name. I'm sorry, Emma. I'm sorry, but I need to just mention their name.
Bro, Vawulence, please go ahead.
So
Own your,
they are
own
the
your
one.
scripture.
Because let me tell you, I am from Osun State, and it took me a lot of courage to convince people, whether we see the result or not, to convince people that this is not a regional party. And that is why I'm praying and I'm putting all my best, both my human resources, into Lagos State. Because winning a Lagos State alone, number one, is going to demystify whatever intention people are saying about being a regional party. It's going to pave way for the Southwest. Because I want Labour Party to actually erode into this Osun State, Oyo State, and Ekiti State. But how will I be an obedient coming to a Twitter space, campaigning for Lagos, and I get to an Enugu State and I say I vote for Abga? That means I'm a confused human being. That is just the message. And people have forgot to understand that Labour Party is a party that we want to build. That message is not resonating in some of these catfish. This is a party that we need to build to be at the same, compete with this so-called establishment. When what's it, Sheikh Okebaloye was having his politics yesterday, talking about the how many minutes do I have? October.
A minute more, go ahead.
Okay. When October, when Okebaloye was talking about the party in the state, anytime he mentioned Labour Party, I can see some element of surprise that Labour Party has 34. That kind of, there is some surprise within him because nobody expects that we can actually pull this string. So in a nutshell, if we are on this platform, we need to continue to call those people that want to derail the movement. Many of us have the ability to withstand some of these shenanigans from these guys. And we need to ensure that, in as much as possible, whatever they want to propagate, whatever propaganda they want to spread against Chidi Dioga. I never knew that guy, but from this violence space, I was able to engage him. We need to debunk it. Well, we need to make them know that they are not relevant. You are relevant because of obedience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Olu. Thank you so much. Marianne, what are you doing? Marianne, are you there?
Hello, guys. Sorry, I'm actually a little bit busy. Like, can you move to the next speaker? Come on.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to who did I call? My brain. I think.
Otuba, hold on 1 minute. Let me just make mention of this real quick. I mean, Dr. Lu made mention of something I think I need to call people's attention to. In as much as these guys want to support, other candidates, I have no problem with that. Okay, but the thing is, it says otherwise of them disobeying a direct order. They can actually support these people, in a way that they can do that secretly. Okay, but they're doing it openly, and to other parties, people watching, they're not even united, and this is coming from um, you know some of the liners of the movement. So it's a matter of we having uh, contradictions between frontliners. You have people saying Obi a Labour Party all the way, and Obi himself, right, stated the names of these guys, but you're coming out
My
to say
brother
otherwise.
Jimmy,
Yeah,
please. I want
yeah.
I want to say this real quick here. Please, there's a
Go on,
reason why
go on.
on the violence space we stick to topic. If we open space and want to discuss influencers, what influencers say, we'll have that topic as influencers say. Please, we have a topic. I wanted to shut down Dr. Luba and say, let us allow it go. Let's not be like, say, please, we have a topic that is very, 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 very important. More important than any influencer telling anybody to go and vote this or vote that. Please. So going forward, please, guys, if you're on the platform, let us stick to topic. We have a guest in the next few minutes. With us, please. So let us have like this digressing. You can, in the midst of your submission, digress, but please let our submission be on topic. I beg.
Saddam, have you noticed that it's only Peter Obi that is going around pushing the candidates of his party in the gubernatorial? As Tinubu won election like this, to your Tenso Israel, every other governor, you're on your own. You have not seen him going around the 36 states of the federation, be the 30-something states running elections this season, telling his crowd that, hello guys, all of you, the 8 million of you that voted for me. Because remember, he has to now share this 8 million by 30-something, with maybe the majority going into Lagos. But you're not seeing any of that. You're not seeing Atiku with Jandor going around canvassing. Things are happening, no. Things are
I was going
happening.
to mention. I
Okay.
was going to mention that after my submission, but yeah. As Saddam has said. Anyway, let's move forward. I heard what you said, but I mean, you see, this obese movement thing is different because look at the way they showed him love today in Edo State, and we've been talking about who will win this election on a landslide, on a line, but guess what? We did. We actually did. It was so mad. We won so much that they thought we actually rigged the election. That was how bad it was. They kept saying they rigged. That's an obvious, landslide. We won on the land because look, if you want to rig an election, it takes a lot of planning, and I can bet you there is no space, no obedient space that had any topic or a get together of people planning on how they will rig election. It never happened. So people coming saying Labour Party rigged, and they're coming up with different kind of videos of women, Igbo women tom printing. They're showing them how to on a specimen sample ballot paper, So see, we've won this case only if the judicial system works. Regardless what we think about the judicial system, we still need to go through it. We can't say because they failed in the past, we're not going to go through it and we'll just, jump into chaos. Nah, that's not going to happen. So as Saddam said, and as Obi has said, guys, let's be patient. Obi knows what he's doing. He be customer dada for soup. They know him for court. He be na customer dada. He knows what he's doing. And for the kind of person he is, NC said something earlier on. NC said he could tell if he said something within 24 hours, the country will turn upside down. 24 hours? Are you kidding me? Within 5 minutes, if that guy says something right now, the whole country will turn upside down. I'm telling you, because people are bottled up in anger. Presidential election way past now. How many people don't congratulate president-elect? And the people that actually did, they've been deleting. Can you imagine that embarrassment? They were actually deleting their tweets just because of what they later on heard about what happened in Nigeria. See, witness go yapa. Financial Times, they are one of those witnesses because they saw people, armed men, running away with ballot box. Look, the case is done on arrival. Done, not dead. Done on arrival. Let me yield back for someone else to speak, I beg. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jimmy. I think we'll go to Omar's therapy.
Hello, good evening. MS Adam, good evening. Cecil, Otimba, good evening. Thank you for the amazing work you're doing. I just woke up this morning. I was just angry. That our judiciary, it's nothing to write home about, okay? Sometimes there's a little bit of fear. Are they going to do the right thing or not? And I know that we want to do things that within the legal means, and we don't want to bring chaos. So protest on the streets is out of it. But I know we have the elections coming for the governorship on Saturday, and we should focus on that now. But after the governorship elections, I think we can't. I've been just reading all day about how can we run a protest on social media, since we cannot, be on the streets because this would send their talks to do things that, and then they'll say it was obedient movement that did it, just like how they, did the NSAS and all of that. Can we run a social media protest that's after the governorship election, and our attention, it's on the judiciary, sort of to put pressure on them to make them do the right thing? But we did end this slash the hashtag and NSAS and police brutality on social media. So since we can't be on the streets physically, can we drive a social media protest? Can we run a social media campaign? We're on Twitter, we're on Instagram, we're everywhere, any social media platform that we can use. But this will be like after the governorship elections, where we just start to push the judiciary just to, get the world to focus on our judiciary, and also to send a strong message that we are, on them, and to also, put them off balance and all of that, and get them to do the right thing. I don't know, but I just thinking we people are angry and they want to go on the streets. But if we can't go on the streets, can't we just do something? At least just do social media protest or something, while we're still watching the media and hoping that they will do the right thing.
Thank you. Max, my brother, how you doing?
Otumba, I'm very well, thank you. MS Sirdam, N6. Otumba, I'll probably just hang on until our guest comes up, because I actually wanted to correct an impression when Sirdam was speaking about what the jackass of a guy did. But since he has queried that we shouldn't deliberate on that matter, I'll probably take his hints and hang on until our guest comes up. But everybody knows, I think everyone who knows me know that I've been shouting for the longest about how stupid and foolish the young man is, but I'm not going to go there today. I'll leave it because Saddam has said that we shouldn't turn this space to what it is. But I'm just going to advise Saddam, this is violence based. People come with anger, with hotness. And if you know that you don't want us to debate about an issue, I'd advise that you yourself do not bring up that issue. Because what you've done essentially is bring up an issue, and that some of us are now ready to talk about
Max,
it
I
and
did not
pull
bring
them
up
out.
that issue. I did not. Please
I
don't.
when I came, I heard you
Otumba, no,
talking.
no, 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 Max, no, don't do that. Don't, please, don't, please, 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 don't, please. I
You
did
don't
not
know
bring
what
up.
I'm going to say. This is the
No,
thing,
no,
though.
no, Max, please,
What do you
please,
think I
no.
was going to do? You said don't
I
do
did
that.
no. You already said I brought up that issue. I am very, very big on topic on this platform. I am
So
very, very big. I made my submissions and I did my submissions and I spoke on topic. I
okay,
did
so
not bring up
so
that.
so
And
so here's the
please,
thing. When I
Max,
came,
please wait, please, please. I have to mute you for that, please. I am very big on topic. There's a reason why. I'm not going to come here and be deliberating about people that do not matter in the scheme of affairs. We have an election that we are about to put. Otumba, I sent something on WhatsApp. Please check it out, please. There's a reason why we are discussing this. I'm not going to turn this when we want to have a discussion on dragging people. We don't drag people here past me. Now my job be that. That's what I do. That is what we do on this platform. But we have a topic here, please. It is simple. We have a guest coming up. If we can choose to spend the remaining day dragging people that will not affect the effect of the elections, or we can choose to talk on issues that will affect the outcome of our elections. You choose what you want to do. But on the platform today, we are choosing to discuss on INEC and judiciary failures. It is up there. And people can digress. I said it even in my last submission. I told Jimmy, I said, you can digress, but it shouldn't be all about that. So don't come out here and say I brought this. I did not do that. Please don't say what I did not do. I beg. Thank
Yeah,
you.
in fairness, it was me. It was I was one that brought up Christopher Columbus. It
so
was
Otumba,
me.
yeah, so this is the thing,
But
though. When I
I
came,
get it. But the thing is, I understand. I get it. But Max, go ahead.
yeah. So this is the thing, though. When I came in and I was hearing Saddam talking about it, so I wouldn't know if he's the one that started it. So in fairness to him, and I concede that point, if he said that he wasn't the one that brought it. But another advice, as host and co-host, if you don't want us to discuss the topic, I'd advise that you don't bring it up, so that people will not be tempted to move that way. But that said, I'll take your hints. I'm not going to discuss that because, I do agree with you that that's not really important in the scheme of things. We have an election on coming up in a couple of days. There are lots of grassroots work to be done, so I would rather spend my time talking about the grassroots efforts and things that we have to do to support Peter Obi in terms of the his matter in at the Court of Appeal and the Election Petition Tribunal. So that said, I'll just let other people speak and then hopefully just wait until the guest comes. Thank you.
Hold on, Sir Max. I mean, as a legal practitioner, I was actually looking towards your submission. I want to know what happens now that they've given INEC the order, right, to allow parties to have access to these electoral materials, but they refused. They went ahead with the configuration. What do you think happens after? Do they go to court again, or what happens in this case, please?
Well, I try not to comment on issues that are before the courts, and another reason is because that I try to abstain from these issues is because the Nigerian judiciary is one judiciary that, when issues come before it, you cannot speak with certainty about the outcomes. For instance, I can sit down here, and if a matter is before the House of Lords, I can give you what would be the likely outcome. If a matter is before the U.S. Supreme Court, I can tell you with certainty with some degree of certainty that this matter is going to go this way and that way. And I can tell you the judges, like when the issue about when Roe v. Wade was relitigated, I was able to predict with certainty the justices that would overturn that decision. And I was able to say that that decision will be taken, it will be thrown back to the states to decide. And I was able to point at least 3 or 4 justices that I felt would go this way. And I was able to look at the other justices that I felt would not overturn the decision. And when the decision came out, I was to 90%, if not 100% correct. So that is where you could predict with certainty. But the Nigerian judiciary sometimes is difficult to predict. And I say this with no sense of pride. I say this, I cover myself, my face, and my nose, especially when I say these things, especially as a lawyer. It's shameful. But if you look at the decision that came out just a few days ago, where a court is giving a judgment that INEC has the discretion to upload result at polling units, the last decision that came is shameful because the Electoral Act is clear, and even the INEC guidelines, it
Max,
is
Max,
clear.
please, I want to ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
In a case whereby people a judgment has been granted, like the last one right now, and no vex, I mean, if you can meet, bro.
Okay.
If and judgment has been granted, and the court order is not being followed, what is the next course of action?
So there's first of all, we need to. I was going to this point because it's almost the same thing that Jimmy asked. It's contempt of court, and there's a process when the court is in contempt. But in this, with regards to this particular act, where INEC has been served the order, and the INEC has refused to comply with the order, I think the Electoral Act even has a provision for that, and so Peter Obi and his lawyers, they have to return back to the court and report, because what INEC essentially is doing is contempt to the courts, disobeying, not following the court order. There's a provision for that. I'm not sure about the exact section of the Electoral Act, but what happens is the court will treat the officer who the order is directed to as being in contempt, and I think he's liable for a fine and if possibly maybe conviction, depending on the discretion of the court. So clearly, what has happened is contempt of courts. But again, this is the reason why when I started talking, I was talking about the uncertainty in the Nigerian judiciary. Again, we don't know how the court will want to treat it. We don't know what the court will want to do. It's shameful. As a lawyer, I can't even say with certainty what will happen. But basically, what has happened is that INEC is in contempt, and the officer to which the order is directed to would now face the wrath of the court. So the Labour Party lawyers will now have to go to the courts and then report back that the order that the court has given has not been followed, and then the officer in charge will now be, the court will now reprimand the officer in charge. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, bro. I just wanted to get context because man, this one I don't even know. I'm just God. Well, let's move on. Tell me.
Tammy,
Okay.
Hi everybody. Good evening. Trust you're all doing well. Um, I remember sometime last year in July when we're having, I don't know, maybe it was Violence Space. I don't even, I think it was Violence Space. And I remember coming up and saying that for me, all the work we're doing, like I don't even have a problem. I don't think we have a problem of reach, or if we're going to ever, get to the point where we've probably sanitized the whole country. And I mean, the Peter Obi message is all over, right? I said it that our problem was INEC. I remember that I was one of the first persons that said our problem was INEC. What happened? No, people shut me down. No, it's not yet time to talk about INEC. Saddam, let's give them time. Don't worry, let's give them time. They will prove themselves to all. Okay. We moved. August, people were having issues with PVCs. They were, September, October, November, December, finally, Saddam decided that, okay, it was now time to come heavy on INEC after several months. I also remember, and Saddam, you know that me and you now, we are bros. I'm not even trying to, I'm just trying to build up something. I also remember when,
No, it's understandable. Mahmoud as well at the time was making lofty promises on public record. So
wait
I
now,
can't blame you and you can't blame Saddam. So continue,
my
please.
sister Saddam, let's continue. So, I also remember that, I also remember, I stopped coming.
You go to remember from there, you go jail. You will remember to jail. You will remember. I only remember now your jail door.
They should try remember our topic too.
Jail,
Should
now
they
jail.
follow the
I
topic?
remember. I remember. And not just because today na your birthday, just allow you to speak. Just because today is your birthday. You know what people know? I will tell them. Today is this boy's birthday. But it's a guy, yo. It's a guy. Make I go to say now woman they talk.
I'm actually on topic. We are talking about INEC and judiciary failure. So I am on
Yes,
topic.
I know, my brother. Calm
Uh-huh.
down, please.
I
Keep
remember. I
quiet, my
remember.
sister.
I,
Keep
I
quiet,
We
my
remember.
remember.
sister.
I
Don't
don't
worry.
remember
Sister
it. I don't remember
Saddam,
it.
shut up, shut up, shut up.
Wait. I have to drop you now because our guests have come. Before you remember,
We just remembered our guest too.
I just remember our guest is here. I remember our guest. Today is your birthday. I'll continue.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I also remember people shouting, Buhari is the greatest, is the number one obedient. And I used to yimu where I was. It's in Yoruba. I am one person that I see Nigeria and our leaders as a totally failed state. I'm not even trying to. I'm not trying to. If someone offers me 100 million naira right now or 200 million and says, take 200 million or leave Nigeria, I would act. It's so bad that I would pick leaving Nigeria because I don't believe in Nigeria. The only hope that I had was in Peter Obi, and it's still in Peter Obi. And everything you guys were saying then, hailing Buhari, oh, he has done that, oh, he has done that. I was just looking at you people that, is it the same Buhari or it's another Buhari you guys are talking about? Now we've gotten to the point where the judiciary is now in play, and we are making the same mistake of actually trusting or believing that these people will actually do the right thing. See, in my mind, the judiciary is not going to do the right thing. The only, like I said a few weeks ago, that I personally believe that our movement is not natural. The obedient movement is not natural. So for me, the belief that I have that Peter Obi is going to take back his mandate is not based on the efficiency of the judiciary. It's actually based on the fact that, when you just know something, that's how I feel. I didn't have a dream. I immediately it happened. Immediately I just knew. I said, this guy is going to get back our mandates. So I totally hate the fact that we are even trying to think that these people will act in our, like, okay, so I was talking to my dad yesterday and I was like, Dad, because obviously he voted for Peter Obi and all of that. I was like, Daddy, what do you think? And he was like, I don't know how true it is. I tried to Google, but I didn't get the results. He was like, there's nowhere in the world where an election has been overturned that it has been over. Maybe when I checked on Google, I noticed that in Austria and one other place, they had to call for a re-election. Now, I didn't go in depth, but what I saw was
Tell me, you mean presidential election, right? Not
presidential election. Yes.
okay.
So that's what he was saying, that there's no way. And so these old men now, once they try their best, if he has given up, like he's like, maybe. I had to tell him that I was trying to make, and he was like, for you guys for us to get 6 million, whatever votes we are. But I was like, Daddy, we will get this thing back. That was just my, we will get it back. And I had to make him understand that I hope you know that the 6 million vote is actually not our vote. We were first. PDP was second. And I believe APC was distant third. So the judiciary, in my opinion, I have no belief. I am not shocked at what they are doing. I
Sorry,
have no. Mhm.
Temi, check Kenya and
Yes,
Malawi
I saw Kenya.
2017 and 2020. Yeah,
I saw Kenya
they turned it around. Yeah,
2017, right? I
17.
saw
Yeah,
Kenya.
and Malawi 2020, it was turned
Okay, I
over.
didn't see Malawi. I saw Kenya. So I, like I said, this leeway we are giving them, and maybe they will, maybe me, if I could, I mean, I would straight go to the next option, straight up, because I already know they are going to fail. I know
Hold
that
on.
they are
Oh,
not going
tell
to,
me,
straight up.
let me tell you something you might not know. And this is literally an answer for what you're saying. We are very powerful people in this movement. Minus what Peter Obi says, the fact that on this space alone there are more than 1,000 people also puts us under certain responsibilities. There's some information we also hear as the top in violence space that we can't just bring and throw out here. You understand? We know, we have heard some things about Buhari, but you don't expect us to come here and start bashing Buhari. You understand? And this is also politics. So don't take everything at face value too. Our competition are here. So we'll come here and bash Buhari, bash Buhari, bash Buhari. We would come here and say Buhari is obedient. Buhari intends to give us a good election. And with that, you then have a plan, especially when you've heard Buhari and the APC intend to rig the election. Do you then come here and bond? Okay, now Peter Obi has called for calm. You seem like a more gingered type of obedient. Do we come here on this space and then call for protest? We are powerful enough to start a rumble going on. So there's also responsibility with the power we have. In the words of Pirelli
N6,
tires, power is nothing without control. So I understand your sentiment, I understand your energy, I get where you're coming from, but please, like we also encourage, you see these spaces of a thing, I swear, it's free for everybody. You can open your space, have a more militant type of obedient movement. We will come there, supporting your kamikaze department. You understand where I'm coming from? And it will be all love. But we here have to keep a balance. We have to balance people like you with people like the Dr. Olus, with more decent crowd. We have people like Jeffrey Gutterman, who is a foreigner. We won't come here and just go and just do everything like that. So everybody knows Ahab. Ahab's antecedents are well known from military till today. Nobody said Ahab is an epitome of democracy. Nobody said, oh, we are trusting Ahab. Nobody ever said Ahab was obedient. Ahab last in true Ahab fashion showed us his ballot paper. He did not thumbprint for Labour Party. So I don't think today is a day for I told you so's. Today is more of a topic.
N6.
And I need you, let me just end this here. Please understand, we have guests, they are on the floor, they are listening. So let's try and make this discussion a bit more welcoming for the kind of energy they are about to bring. God bless you, and I hope you understand what I'm saying, and I spoke respectfully. Continue. You have 30
Essence and
seconds to
Timmy,
finish your
Essence and
submission.
Timmy, Essence say me also. I want to say this. See, the thing about INEC is no one believes INEC was competent, but we kept saying it on Spaces because if you're telling people that want to go out and vote that man don't even waste your time partaking in this process, then nobody will come out to vote. So
Yeah,
yeah,
we could end
so
up
some of the things,
encouraging that attitude.
some of the things like so. But there's something Saddam has even sent to me right now that we can't say on the space. We cannot because not because we buy or believe in the system, but there's a it's part of being emotionally intelligent also, where you have to find a way to read the room and not we don't want to sell fear and doomsday because then people will have sat at home. If I told people, man, hey man, there's a probability INEC will not upload the previous result. Do you think people will have gone out to vote? No. So we
Okay,
have
tell
to
me,
keep
we had
yeah.
security reports that the election was going to be violent. We had security reports. If we had come here every day and drummed on the violence and the plans of the APC and the little pockets of gatherings, we have received information that they are gathering this, that. You for come out, come vote. You for come out, come vote that day. you for come out, come vote. So we will be here and telling you, come out to vote. There will be things like this. The police is there. The police has promised. This one, is that not what you would say? Do you understand me? So please understand the balance. It's politics, but there's also a very volatile nation at the precipice of of chaos and anarchy. And all of these things must be navigated properly. Please, I beg you. I hope you understand what I'm saying. You have your 30 seconds.
Okay. I don't remember trying to call for people. I was talking on a personal basis and I was saying what I felt about the entire thing. So I don't understand. I don't think I hold the power to tell people to do whatever and all. Like I said, I don't trust them. Um I just believe, I just know that at the end of the day, whatever they will do, he will still reclaim his mandate. And lastly, on I think we should allow people to be in the obedient movement. I really think we should. I really think we should. People have put in work. People were there before some of us joined. And I think we should just let them be. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. God bless you. Yes, we would let them be. Day two, like we have said, the space button is free. They are also free to open their space button. Till today, I've not seen Chude do space with Frank Weke Jr. You know, you'll be thinking that Aisha will be doing space with these people. So me too, I'm confused. Like I said, it go pain me if they know they cash out all this thing where then they do. LP all the way. We are here. We are doing what we do for this movement. Like I repeat, the space, open space button is free. Elon gave it to everybody. Push your own side of the movement. We'll push our own side. You can support your cock and chicken. You can support your rain boots, support your condom, raincoat, anything that is the emblem of your political party. Push it. We
Yes,
love
it's
you all.
condom
We
party
meet at
day.
the polls.
Condom party day.
Baba, you never see some kind logos. You never see logo. Logo yampia now. So vote for any free, but we stand by labor all the way. Mama, Papa, Pikin, may you know hard. God bless you.
All right, thank you very much, N6. Thank you. Otumba, happy birthday, my guy. Temi, thank you for
Happy birthday,
everything.
Temi.
Yeah, today is his
So now
birthday.
give her a banger now. Tell me is the day one.
No,
Yeah.
it's for her church. For her church, they play birthday song.
Oh, let me Paul be a pastor.
That one a Church of Scientology.
No, we'll celebrate at the end. We have Honorable Chijoke here, and we have to. I don't know how we're going to do this. I think we have to bring in a co-host from Enugu. I don't know how we're going to do this stuff right now.
Yes, let's do it. I'm volunteering to drop. I'll
Okay,
volunteer to
please,
step
just
down.
join us at
Let's
the
bring a
speakers.
co-host.
Let's get a
Yeah,
co-host on the Enugu
let's
so
let's
they'll
get a
bring.
co-host because
Let's bring
my
their
Enugu
people.
people, please request this space is for Enugu people. Please,
Yeah.
if you're not from Enugu, honestly, at this point, there's no some questions. Except, I think please also put your comments in the section, and please, it's also not just questions. So ask for how we can help his campaign too. So please, it's not just about grilling and grilling. We need to also
Also,
help
yes, I
both
wanted to
ways.
add
Yes.
this. With all due respect, these are Labour Party candidates. These are brave people who believed in this movement as early as many of you. Table your questions in a manner that if they even fall short, they can also learn from you as much as you can learn from them. It is not a fight. It is not a war. They are not the reason Enugu is upside down or Nigeria is the way it is today. So please let your questions come with respect and also be able to ask your questions in a way that they can answer the question the way you want it answered. All right. Some of you have certain questions, but you ask it in such a way that it comes off as agitational or whatever. Please, let's all be respectful on the space today. I love you all and let's have a great session. God bless you.
All right.
Hey,
Thank you very
Sirdam,
much.
real quick, please, can you have everybody retweet this space right now so we can get a lot of people here because some people want to be reminded when it comes on. So please, let's retweet and retweet and retweet.
Thank you very much, my brother Big Mac. Thank you for that. Guys, please share the space, retweet the space. The next governor from Enugu is here on the platform with us. If you missed Thursday, you're welcome here today. He's here with us. Barrister Chijoke Edoga is here. Sir, if you can hear me, can you? Oh, I think he's dropped, so he's going to come back. Please request the mic. Request the mic, sir.
Let me drop as well so you can bring up Enugu people. I'll be back later on.
All right, please. Thank you, my brother. So, guys, please, guys on the
Yeah,
platform, please.
Sirdam, I think you can drop me as well too. I wanted to talk about Nasara, but we'll do that
Yeah,
later.
we'll
So
do
yeah,
that.
drop.
I think his time with us here
Yeah.
will not be that long. We will spend a few hours with him. After the space, we'll have reaction. So please, all of us are on speakers. Please, no
All right.
offense. We have to drop everybody. We're going to see come back up. You know, as we've done for the violence space now. Let's just have the space for our Enugu people. Let us discuss these issues. There are a whole lot of stuff we want to ask. If you want to comment, you can join us in the comment section. But please, you guys know it's our platform. We're always going to come back here for these discussions. Please, 042, strictly 042. Let us have an 042 show today. 042, hit me up in the comment sections. Let's have your questions. Let's have your submissions. What you want to say to the man. He's here. He's going to engage you guys. He's going to have the interactive section with you guys. So please, feel no offended if I drop you guys. I'm sorry, but that's what we have to do for the next few hours. Thank you very much. All right, N6,
Saddam,
if you can see
Saddam.
me.
Yeah, sorry, I'm about to drop, so I would like you to ask him when he comes if he too has started the process to get a court order to allow INEC to mandate INEC to transmit results from the polling unit. I think that question is too important for all the candidates.
All right. Please, my brother, just put on for writing a beg. You know, say as this place begin hot now, my head I feel just go off the cliff. I might even forget to.
No, I'll send out for them. No,
yeah, send to me DMs. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Before who's that?
I mean, it's Gaboni. I have a question for Mr. Ejeja, for Pastor Ejeja.
You're not from Enugu now. This is Enugu space now, my brother. And please, you can keep your comments and you ask him later. I beg. And please let's have Enugu people. Let Enugu do the talking and the questioning for now, please. It is open for all obedience, but right now let us take Enugu people first, please. It's going to be open for every other obedient. You can always come back and ask your questions. But let me bring him up. He's back on the platform. So we'll be dropping all the speakers right now, and let's just have our guest for now. So please, if you're from Enugu, please, guys, please, if you're not from Enugu, I will beg of you to please do not request the mic for now. If you're not from Enugu, please do not request the mic for now. We have close to 50 requests right now. So let us try and make sure that we take up speakers from Enugu. General Snow, I've sent you the co-host mic. I think you're from Enugu. So General Snow, if you can request the co-host mic, please do so right now. Let us start up the space. Well, okay, sorry, please. Let me bring in this. Okay. Mbadike, I've sent you the co-host mic. Please, can you request? Can you check? Mbadike, can you check, please? All right. If Mr. Chijoke, if you can hear me, please, you can unmute your mic and speak. Can you just unmute your mic and say hi?
Hi, Chijoke is here.
All right. Good evening, sir. How are you doing today, sir?
Very fine, thank you.
Okay. Our principal was with you yesterday.
Yes. It was great. It was good. Well received outing. It was great.
If you could give us a little bit feedback of how many places you guys taught together, how it went. Let's warm up the room while we invite other people. Please.
Okay.
All right. Mbadike, please, you can mute.
Are you there?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
She came in about 9:30, 10, and then had a stopover somewhere on the express road, Federal Express. And we met up with him, myself, and the Labour Party governorship candidate for Abia, Alex Oti. The HE was accompanied by Barrister Abure, the national chairman of the party. and then a few other persons. Senator Victor Ume, the senator-elect for Anambra State, one of the zones in Anambra State. And our party were quite huge. All the LP officials in Enugu State and a lot of LP partisans and the media people. So we met up with him, and from there we went to the home of the slain, would have been senator of our senatorial zone, Barrister Lucky Chukwu. On the road, we had one or two stopovers at the place where they call a Koto. A Koto is the road that passes or straddles the home of Senator Jimobo on the right, the home of Ken Namani on the left. So it's quite a popular stop and quite populous. So we stopped there, and the reception was quite impressive. Immediately, people realized that Obi was in town, was about there. They surged in their numbers, and we were greeting him. He just waved briefly, and then moved on to Agbani. Agbani is the home of quite some key politicians in Enugu State. Also, it's now become a growing suburb of Enugu, or so to say, an outskirts of the Enugu urban, because there are a lot of activities there. The law school is there, ASUT is there, the Air Force School is there. So there's quite some activity in Agbani. So he also stopped over there and was received warmly by the traders and businessmen and staff of various agencies that line up the road. So from there we went to Amore. Amore is the home of Senator Ibo Chukwu, who was killed just about 3 days to the election that would have made him a senator of the Federal Republic, or incoming. It's also the home of his younger brother, Barrister Kelvin Chukwu, who was elected to replace his brother. So the Igbo family were there in a number, and then other persons from around that area and from within, traditional rulers, men of God, political pundits, politicians from all parts, all shades and opinions, from APC, from PDP. They were there to welcome our incoming president by the grace of God. So he condoled with the family and then moved on to other places, maybe Anambra State, maybe Abia. I'm not sure because I didn't accompany them out of Enugu. That's it, but it was good, quite brief, quite fast-paced, but impressive. And I think it was well received, judging from the responses from what was put out by the media. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Before Mbadike, welcome on the platform.
Yeah,
You're
thank
from
you.
Enugu.
Your Excellency, you're welcome on the
Okay.
platform.
All right, Mbadike, please, you do us the honors of bringing. I know you know your Enugu people more, so you can see them down on the comment, the request line. You can bring up all the people that will be asking questions. You can help in doing that. But sir, I want to ask you one question. Mr. Chijoke, if you can hear me, I want to ask you one question. This question, I don't know whether it's a propaganda or it's a reality, but it has been popping up in different quarters where I've been hearing people say this. So I want to ask you. People say you're from Nsuka and that you are the cousin to the current governor. I want to really know if this is real. I want you to tell people here, because this is what I've been saying, that you are the cousin to the current governor now. That how can the governor, that is outgoing governor, want to hand over power to his brother? Please, sir, you have the platform. You have your Enugu people here that have been peddling this. I don't want to call it. I would say I don't want to call it rumors yet, but I think it's something that have been going on, and Enugu people here will tell you that yes, I've heard it from so many quarters. So please, sir, if you can tell us, is it true or is it false?
I'm from Enugu East Senatorial Zone. Governorship rotation in Enugu State happens on the basis of zones, senatorial zones. I am from Enugu East Senatorial Zone. Ifeanyi is from Enugu North Senatorial Zone. Sullivan Chime is from Enugu West Senatorial Zone. So there's a zonal rotation going on. Sullivan Chime from Enugu West Senatorial Zone handed over to Ifeanyi, who is from Enugu North Senatorial Zone. Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi is on the cusp, is on the about vacating office about 5 or 6 months ago. Primaries were conducted, and all the candidates came from Enugu East Senatorial Zone in respecting the existing rotational arrangement in Enugu State. Chijoke Doga is from Enugu East Senatorial Zone. Enugu East Senatorial Zone is comprised of many persons from different cultural backgrounds. It's true. I'm from the Nsukka area. There are also people in Enugu East Senatorial Zone who have Ogui extraction, and Nike extraction, and Nkano extraction, and Ngo extraction. And then that is where most of the people who are not from Enugu State, Anambra, Abia, Imo, Ebonyi, Northerners, Westerners, that is the zone where everyone aggregates. So we don't, the rotation is not based on cultural issues or cultural identities. Rotation is based on zones. So Chijoke is true, is an Nsukka person culturally, but he is also inside Enugu's East Senatorial Zone. I'm absolutely not a relation of Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi. We're absolutely not related at all. There's absolutely no relationship at all. So we're not related. All that issue of relation arises from the fact that his mother comes from Ubolo Eke, where my mother also comes from, but they are not related at all. Our mothers are not related at all. Ifeanyi has been my friend, but I met him for the first time in my life in 1997. In 1997, when I came home to run for the chairmanship of Isuzo, and we became friends. So, but there's absolutely no blood relationship. And before 1997, I never knew him. He was more of the friend of my younger brother, who was also his colleague at INEC. My brother Eugene was the director of transport in INEC about 1980 something, maybe 85 or thereabout, and handed over to Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi on the basis of their friendship. So it was my brother who introduced me to him in 1997 when I was leaving Lagos to come home to run for the chairmanship of my local government, and we became friends. So he's not my relation. I'm Nsukka. I'm proud of that, my heritage, but I am from Enugu East Senatorial Zone. Governorship rotation in Enugu State is based on senatorial zones, and then I don't even see, and then cousin relationship is something that you don't look at twice. If I'm really his brother in either way, the way he treated me in the run up to the PD primaries does not exhibit any iota of brotherhood. The way the callous and casual manner with which he treated me does not show there is brotherhood. Brotherhood is not something you just talk about. Brotherhood is expressed in action. So we're not brothers. We are friends. We used to be friends. I'm not sure whether we are still friends, but we're not related. Thank you.
All right, sir. I want to ask a question. I am very interested in give us the gist. You see, we were the young people. When we ask you, I saw pictures of you and Peter Obi, you are giving them in Enugu State. Talk to us like young people. How the waka go? Who na see people come out, then hello na. I mean, right now, let me explain why I'm asking this question so you can use it as a sub context. Currently in the obedient movement, especially in Enugu State, there has been a lot of divisions over other candidates. Oh, some people are obedient, but they want this person. There are even some people who are obedient, but they are looking towards the PDP candidate. But you are the one person, and we have stood by Labour all the way and stood by you on this movement. And you are the one person that Peter Obi came into Enugu State and walked around with, legitimizing your stand. So how was that? Give us the full gist in about 5 minutes.
You see, we have been around here for quite some time, building the Labour Party, really putting it on the ground, really instituting it, really putting it in the minds of people through various mediums or medias on the ground, creating the structure, creating the persons who make the party work on the radio, jingles, billboards, campaigns out there, telling the people what Labour Party represents. And when it mattered most, we stood behind P2B. We stood with him. We stand with him. We have stood with him. There are other candidates who have their choices all lined up. For instance, the PDP has its presidential candidate with all his strengths and his weaknesses. The APGA candidate has its presidential candidate with strengths and weaknesses. The APC has its presidential candidate. And the candidates all along have campaigned on this basis. So all these deliberate confusion or manipulation to give the impression that there's a division within the obedient family. Division on what basis? Yeah, I don't think there's a division. I don't even think there should be a division because the PDP is aligned to PDP, top to bottom, and they campaigned vigorously for PDP. APC did the same thing. APGA did the same thing. So all this effort to manipulate the people, I don't think is right. So obedient family should remain steadfast behind the people who have done all the work, who have stood on principle, and who have a track record of what obedient family, Obi himself, represents in terms of integrity, in terms of character, in terms of consistency, in terms of everything that Labour stands for. There's a candidate for Labour who represents, for the governorship, who represents the values that the Labour Party ought to project or is projecting, or that Obi represents. So for me, I don't see any problem. People can try to steal, you can take away from something, take a piece of the glory from, attach themselves in an opportunistic manner. The word I'm trying to use is opportunism. There's an opportunism going on, a sort of grasping yourself on what has become a winning platform. People who are discerning and faithful truly to the Labour Party should see beyond all these manipulations, because you cannot be PDP for Atiku, PDP for at the Senate, and at the point of governorship, you become Obi. How do you become Obi? In what way? How do you become obedient? In what way? Are the symbols the same thing? Are the philosophies the same thing? Are the candidates the same thing? So it's but that's the issue. I don't personally believe that should be any problem. I don't believe there's a fringe element who are trying to be opportunistic. Opportunism is something I react to with some reservations. Let me use the word lightly. Opportunism is something I react to with reservations. And the PDP candidates or APGA candidates who are doing everything possible to latch onto the obedient movement or the Obi name or Labour Party territory are just being opportunistic. So I think that settles it for now. Obi's visit to Enugu was quite good, quite impressive. It was quite brief. He didn't want it to be made public essentially. So there was something confidential and discreet about it. So we followed his instruction. We brought out just a few persons, but as we began to move, the crowd began to grow and surge, and then before you know it, was gone. So a glimpse of him, maybe that's okay for people, and then it served his purpose, which was come around, move around with me a bit. I think he was just trying to douse the worries that's been raised by all kind of endorsements by people who are close to him, that is not consistent with what he has been doing. You can't be in Labour Party and you are endorsing another person after. It doesn't make sense. So I think he came partly to respond, to douse that worry, because there are some people in my party, in my group, who are really worried about those kind of things. But personally, I'm not worried. And then he came to also commiserate with the family, condole with the family. So there's a sense in which there was not going to be a big fanfare about our visit. It was mainly, partly, it was about condolence. Partly it was address the concerns of the people in my group who are worried about the endorsement or Twitter messages from women or people who have been in a Labour Party hierarchy, going around with the Obi, dancing on the stage and all that. So, but personally, I didn't think there was anything to worry, and I don't think there's anything to worry up to now.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Guys, please, if you're up on the platform and you want to ask questions, please, your questions should be straight to the point. We have over 50 people requesting for the mic that want to ask questions also. So please indulge us by your hands should be up. Raise your hands up so we can take a queue for people asking questions. And also, please, one question. Limit
Please,
your
if you
question.
ask more than one question, I will cut you. I beg you. Today is not that day. Come in, all protocols observed, ask your question, and it will be answered. Any preambles, anything more than one question, I will mute you and drop you. God bless you as you comply.
Thank you. So please, guys, if you're up on the platform, your hands are not up, we'll have to drop you for other people to come up and ask questions. That's how it's going to be done, so we can allow enough people to ask questions. Thank you. All right. I think I'm going to start with the first hand I see up here, and that is I think Engineer Didu Ugu. Kesley
Yeah,
says,
Yeah, Kesley is
Engineer
on.
Didu. Engineer Didu, thank you very much, Ebia Saddam. My governor, I thank you for coming here. I'll call you my governor because I see you as one. I think we are winning this battle. My question will come like this, my governor. You know about Uzowani and the rice production in Uzowani. And up till now, that rice production in Uzowani is not the way it used to be due to insecurity and other vices. And maybe people are not getting enough support so that they can invest in the right production in Uzowani. Me as a person, my governor, I tell you, if you can make that place in Uzowani to work again, I would like to invest. I would like to come back because it's one of Labour Party's but what do you call it, manifesto or what? Moving from consumption to production. We really need to get Enugu youths into production so that at least most of them can leave the streets, most of them can be productive with their destiny. Please, I want to know, will you be interested in doing that, reviving Uzowani and the rice production there? Thank you.
You mean
Def-
the Adara rice? You'll be speaking, so
Definitely,
he knows what to answer.
I will be interested in reviving the other rice. I have emotional connections to Uzwani. Uzwani is the place that I did my secondary school. It was partly Uzwani, partly Soka. I think Bodogu is now in Uzwani, where I did my secondary school. And we used to go down to Adani. Then it was a big place. And lots of people who have now gone to Anambra State used to live there. So it was, and they all worked in that other rice. And it was quite big. Now I noticed that in the course of my service to the outgoing government, there are quite some feeble attempts were made to do something about other rights. But I always had a sense that it was not focused enough or sharp enough to the intensity was not brilliant enough to get the results that we should get from Uzowani. I think at the point it was privatized, one to a Catholic priest, a priest, then again to somebody from my local government who answers Alhaji, who goes by the term Alhaji. So there's a bit of unseriousness in about how the government has responded to Adani, to Adarice. And there's also the insecurity, because in the course of my campaigns, we went there, we went to Adarice, we went to Gurugu, we went to Iga. So the insecurity has become a problem. And herdsmen menace is also a problem, because you plant whatever you plant overnight, herdsmen will come, cows will come, and everything goes. So the issues of insecurity, the issue of the menace of cows, the issue of lack of intensity that place requires on the part of government, and the combinations that have made that place not to be as good as it ought to be. Not only at the rice, there are also other rice belts in Enugu State, in the Hamufu area, in the Aniri area, in the Amagunze area, which we are going to really focus upon, and as a matter of policy, to make sure the rice production and related value chains are emphasized upon, enhanced, and supported. So yes, the answer is yes. For obvious reasons, we are going to make sure that other rice and other rice producing areas come up on stream. We're going to focus on that. Get somebody in the agric area who is quite vast, who quite knows what to do. The important thing, what I notice as important is in appointing people who know into those areas, and things will begin to happen differently. So the answer is yes. I'll focus on Adani, also as other rice and other rice producing areas, and other cashew producing areas, and other areas where palm trees will thrive, and other related agri things like poultry and piggery and fishery is part of the plan I have, part of the other plan to put Enugu State, get Enugu State working again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Saddam, please, I just want to ask him one question, please. Mr. Edoga, I just have one question. Please. We've talked mainly about how we are going to give the urban areas water, drinking water, potable water. But I don't think I've heard you talk about the rural areas. How are you going to make sure that the rural areas? I remember growing up those days. I'm from Akko. I remember growing up those days. We have potable drinking water in Akko, but today it's borehole everywhere. So, and for you know, to dig a borehole is not is not a small something. So, how are you going to make sure that the rural communities have potable drinking water? That's my question for you.
Thank you. In the context of my discussion, or maybe of what I'm going to do with about water in Enugu Urban, I remember that I mentioned that day that other areas like in Soka, they don't have the problems that Enugu has. Enugu has a coal issue that makes most of Enugu impossible to have boreholes. There's no other thing to do except to do so in the entire Soka area, the entire Enugu North area. I've asked questions. They don't have issues with boreholes. So boreholes, water can be gotten from the boreholes, and they'll be viable. What the problems are is the nature of the contract terms and the contractors, and then the underhand dealings, I guess, that attends giving awarding of contracts, and then maintenance issues arising from emphasis on diesel as a means of powering the boreholes in many areas. So when the issue is what I'm going to get out of this work, not the values that you want to confer on communities, you end up doing boreholes that are very shallow. You end up doing boreholes that are not proceeded by relevant studies, geological studies, that shows you the exact depth you are going to go in order to get water. That something that prevents you, and other things that prevent you from having arrangements that makes those boreholes sustainable, and makes arrangements for replacements and repair when the need arises. So the EDOGA plan for water in rural areas will ensure that proper studies are done, that the contracts are supervised, that contract terms contain, that the terms of contract contains lines that imposes on the contractor responsibility of maintenance or repair over a period of time, that transfers ownership or control of those of the boreholes that I will construct. Ownership will be transferred to persons who are carefully chosen by communities, and they will run those things and make money from running selling the water, with which they will use to maintain the boreholes. And then we are going to de-emphasize borehole diesel. We are going to de-emphasize diesel as a means of powering those boreholes. We are going to emphasize solar. If you use solar, the cost of maintaining those boreholes will reduce. If you hand them over to persons that communities have chosen, either permanently or on a lease, the issue of maintenance, repair, and maintenance and control will be addressed. So I have a plan for the rural areas. The plan can only be that we are going to do boreholes, because water harvesting in almost the entire state, except Enugu urban or Enugu, the Enugu area, is not difficult. It's easy to access water. What we are going to do is to work around the problems that we have noticed over time with regards to boreholes in rural areas. One is who looks after it. Two is the nature of the contract and the contract terms. So if we work around those ones, water will be available. Another one is transiting from diesel to solar as a means of powering the boreholes we are going to do. If we work around these problems that I've outlined, then I think that rural areas will be served substantially by boreholes we are going to do in the course of my administration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mbadike, I don't know if you're satisfied with that answer. Let's
Yes,
move on to
yes,
the
I
next
am actually.
questions.
I am. Yeah,
All right,
go on.
thank you. Okay, Emmy Sias.
Yes, I'm
This your
here.
know her, please.
Thank you very much.
No
All
vex,
right.
man. I don't key your name, eh?
No wahala. All protocols duly observed. Let me jump straight to it. Honorable Chijoke Edoga, you are what somebody can call a career politician. You have been a local government chairman 26 years ago. You have been in the House of Reps. You have been, I believe, a commissioner for 2 terms under the current governor. You contested the PDP primaries, which eventually produced Peter Mba. And I am aware that after Peter Mba was produced by that primaries, yourself and other candidates who lost that primary election had at least 2 meetings with Peter Mba. There are pictures of it I have seen. There are reports there where he promised an all-inclusive government to you and other people who participated in that primaries but lost. But somehow along the line, the Labour Party opportunity came out and you jumped at it. So now, would you have been in Labour Party? Wouldn't you have been in PDP still if that primaries went in your favor? And again, Enugu has been poorly managed in the last 7 years. It has been
Iman
very
Siasia,
disastrous.
please. You heard the
Eh,
instructions
eh,
on this platform. Come up,
sorry.
ask your questions. Just ask a question, please, my brother. One question. We have over
Okay.
60 people, right? Six people.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
ask him a question. What we have done about
Let me
PDP.
let me finish in
Please
30
just
seconds.
stick
Let
on
me
that one
finish in
question,
30
please, my brother.
seconds.
Go on. Thank you.
Let me finish in 30 seconds. The state of infrastructure in Enugu over the last 7 years has been very horrible, and you were a part of that government. We never heard at any point that you raised alarm or you complained about how poorly the state was being managed or that you tendered a resignation. So how should we now, jump at the prospect of your governorship, seeing that the problem we have in Enugu today, you were part of the government under which Enugu sunk so low that Ebonyi State has overtaken Enugu in terms of infrastructural development? Thank you.
Thank you. Your question is laden with values. You say I jumped at Labour tickets. I was here a few days ago. I told you clearly I didn't jump at the Labour ticket. I was actually pleaded with. I was actually asked. The pressure on me was enormous. For over a month and a half, the pressure was on me to come and take the Labour ticket. And when I was running in PDP, if actually you live in Enugu State, it was clear. It was clear by all POP, all analysis, all interviews, every indication that I was a candidate that was preferred by a preponderance of Enugu State people. And when the primary was clearly and evidently manipulated, and monies exchanged hand before the primaries, and I was attacked physically in a place where I should be most secure, and people were positioned to oversee where people voted. The next side that should have been um, done in secrecy. I looked at it.
Is it just me?
No, I think he has network issues.
Probably a call came in.
Yeah.
All right, guys, please you can send your questions to the comment section. You will do well if you could add the violence space hashtag to it, so that I can
I
we'll
have
read your
said it there.
questions. We ask the stuff from the question. Sir, we lost you totally, so I think you have to start afresh.
Okay, are you hearing me now?
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear you. Go
yeah.
on, sir.
I said that after I lost the PD primaries, there were several reasons on the basis of which I could have complained. For instance, the environment in which that primary held, the physical and verbal abuse on my person was not was evidently was an evidence of a lack of compliance with what a primary should be. The close monitoring, which several persons captured on video, the close monitoring, the supervision of the delegates where they voted was also something that was not in compliance with normal electoral systems. It was organized to impose an outcome. The public knowledge of the huge sums of money with which the delegates were induced, those things were in the public domain. They have not been denied. But I decided not to quarrel or make any force out of it, because the idea was really, let us work towards a Enugu state where all of us would contribute our best. But then several things happened. One of which is that we waited for the PDP, for instance, to make a statement on the public humiliation of my person. The chairman of the PDP is from my local government, the state chairman. If Anyugwa, the governor, was properly briefed of the assault that was extended to me by Timothy Kenamani, I thought that maybe the PDP, because really, I'm a founding member of the PDP. There is no other person in that government, not Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, not the state chairman, not any other person who was before me in PDP, not even Chimoroke Namani. I am a founding member. The day the PDP was constituted by Igbo leaders using PRF and then moving to Abuja to integrate it to form PDP, I was part of it. Even the background activities that Alex Ekweme organized, I was a part of it. So I'm a founding member of the PDP. And I thought that the PDP or the governor should make a statement on what happened to me on the day that I should be most in an environment that PDP organized, and my safety ought to be guaranteed. That did not happen. I also, secondly, a few days after that victory, that's what was what was said to be a defeat of Chijioke Edoga, who was clearly the preferred candidate in Enugu State. The governor of Enugu State arranged that the people of my local government, issues of local government, should come and thank him, appreciate him for the manner I was defeated, creating the impression that Edoga had no electoral value and was even derided or not welcome in his local government. There are several other things that I don't want to go into, which had personal nature, coupled with the fact that pressures where people who saw what happened in the run-up to the primary knew that I was preferred by Enugu State, everybody in Enugu State. And the fact of the matter is that my exit from PDP has precipitated the fall of PDP. And anybody who is saying anything to the contrary is entitled to his own feeling. But I said it clearly, it's obvious that immediately I left PDP, in the eyes of all reasonable people in Enugu State, that party lost value. And immediately I entered Labour Party in response to several pleas and calls that it was a moment to begin to fight to redeem Enugu State. I'm not new to the fight for a better Enugu State. I had fought on AD platform, I had fought on UMPP platform, I had fought on different platforms in Enugu State. I have fought Chimoro Kinnaman in 2003 to make sure that the dictatorship or aberrations are not the norm in Enugu State. So immediately I entered LP, the fortunes of that party began to rise. People can say any other thing, but that's the truth. So the clear preference of my person in Enugu State is not in doubt. And I'm preferred, obviously, not because I have been a typical kind of politician. You don't ascribe those things you ascribe to normal position to me. I don't double deal. I don't double talk. I know you know where I stand on the issues. I'm courageous on issues of integrity and ethics and values. Even when I was in government, I spoke my mind. But contributions in ESCO, Executive Council, one should not begin to talk about them here. But I am also certain that I made definite contributions to policy. And a lot of what happened, the substantial part of them, had my input, my imprimatur. And immediately I also left that government. I said it before that things began to shake. And I don't think the government, if I realize government, has recovered from my exit without being modest. So it's true. I've been in public service. Is a public service the best thing that one can do in Nigeria. But the taints that attend the tar that is attached to people who have in public service are not ascribable to me. You cannot say, oh, I stole money. You cannot say, oh, I double talk. I'm a hypocrite, or I'm a sycophant, or anything, any of those things. I'm not a land grabber. So what is it? Public service is good. Public service is the best service one can do. And you can be in public service without being a thief. You can be in public service without pushing out forged documents. If you push out a forged document and you're a public servant, you resign, you quit. So I don't manipulate the system. I don't game the system. I didn't steal. I'm not burnt down any public infrastructure because I'm trying to cover my tracks. Yes, I've served the public over the years, but I've served with exemplary courage and integrity and transparency, and my records can be verified. So that is it.
All right, thank you very much. Let's move on real quick. Anka Dede. Anka Dede, good evening. How are you doing today?
I'm doing perfectly well. Thank you, Emir Saddam. And welcome, Honorable Chijoke Edoga, to this violence
I
space.
think, sorry, Anka Dede, please. I think, honestly, I need to introduce you. I'm not going to do, I'm not meant to do this, but I have to do this, sir. So this lady here that's about to ask you a question is she's one person, 1 million people. She's single-handedly funded a whole lot of projects in Enugu, a whole lot of stuff of the structure that is happening on ground, a whole lot of those 1 million matches. I cannot say much, but I just have to let you know of the person that's about to ask you a question. So any question she asks you, know that it's from a deep place of love. She's one of those people that I can stand and say is pro LP. But I want to hear what she want to say. Well, Anka, I have to give you your flowers before you speak to your governor. I beg. Go on.
Thank you so much, Emir Saddam, Prophet Saddam, Professor Saddam. I hail you. Honorable Chijoke Edoga. My name is Ife Inwa. Let me say this, Amadi Davis. Davis because I'm all American now. But Amadi, I'm from Ako in Nsukka area. So I am 042. What a lot of people don't know about Enugu is that Enugu metropolis is not the only 042. Nsukka is also 042. Our home phone number too at Nsukka was 042. That said, I will digress a little bit. Sizzle, just give me this because he talked about water supply especially in Nsukka area. Please speak somehow to, even if you don't speak to it, have it at the back of your mind. The elephant project called Adada Dam, because of Adada River. That could have supplied a lot of water for that area. It was of Jim Nwobodo era when he was governor of Anambra State. I don't know what happened to Adada Dam or Adada project. But my question, really, from last time you came around on Thursday, is around rural areas. You've already alluded to it. So it's not a question, but rather I want to say to you that this will be my yardstick to measure your performance. Rural roads, especially in the agric areas. You already mentioned not only Ada rice and Fadama rice and Songhai rice or activities of Fada Ede, but all those other areas. Enugu State is predominantly agricultural area. But the rural roads, that's my problem, that we do not have rural roads. Could we hold you in your 4-year tenure what the outcome of those rural roads would be, so that rural areas will partake in your administration and not just Enugu Metropolis? Last Thursday, we dwelt on Enugu Metropolis. I have nothing against Enugu, but how would you take care of the rural areas? That's my question. Since we have only one question to ask, thank you. And I wish you the best in your campaign. I'm LUP all the way. LUP 75. LUP 80. LUP top to bottom. Thank you. I yield my mic.
Okay. Thank you. Once I heard that Amadi name, I guess you are from Akko.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you, my sister. Ibochi.
go on.
Yeah, the money.
I need the truth.
Yeah, well done.
So thank you. Once I heard the Amadi prefix, I guess you are from Akko. There are actually two questions in one. You mentioned the Adada pipe water and pipe dream. You know, I went to Adada Secondary School. By the time Jimubo decided that project, that river was huge. It could sustain water being piped from there to Soka. Since then, what has happened over the world with regards to environment has really considerably shrunk that river. It's no longer as big as it used to be. I don't think that you can sustain that dream again. Over time, they have tried to put pipes and run around trying to act as if something big was going to happen with regards to piping water from Adad. I think it's just people putting money on things they have not properly investigated. So we're going to walk around. We're going to look for other ways, alternative ways of supplying water to Soka and the environs. I mean, most likely they emphasize Adada. Then rural roads are a inevitable part of what we must do. We must do to get people move freely, to get food transported from points of the farm areas to the points where the market areas. Rural roads really should be the function of local governments. The local governments have been stymied. They have been stopped from functioning, essentially because of a matter that everyone knows, that even President Buhari has become aware of and has done everything possible to stop. That is the interference by governors with funds that were sent from Abuja directly to LGAs. It's become a problem in Enugu State. It didn't start under Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi. Even Sullivan Chime was turned it into an art. Under Moroccan man, it was even worse because it's worse in the sense that EFCC documents exist on how LGA funds were mismanaged. So, and it has become a culture and a tradition in Enugu State that succeeding governors from Chimaroke to Sullivan and to Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi mismanaged, in fact, get involved with LGA funds in such a way that affects negatively the reasons why LGAs exist, to address rural roads, address rural infrastructure, address rural healthcare. So the starting point for making sure that rural roads actually exist is that the funds that are sent to local government councils or different areas by constitution should be left in the custody or for the use of those chairmen, whether they are elected or are appointed. They should be left for those people to run the lives of their people with. If governors, for instance, have the discipline to remove their hands and eyes from monies sent from Abuja, not only in Enugu State, but all over Nigeria, most places in Nigeria, there are only very few governors who have the discipline not to tamper with LGA funds. So if a governor, for instance, does not tamper with LGA funds, then, of course, he will have the strength of character, the strength or the basis on which he can push those governors to, those chairmen to task, set agenda for them, set tasks for them, and make sure that the monies sent to them are applied to those things. So rural roads are really matters that should be done by local governments. They become an issue because all over the state, those council chairmen are not doing what they ought to do with the monies that come to them from Abuja. There's a sharing formula. The governors and all those people take their own. The small that is left, the other one is left for salaries. The rest is just misapplied. So rural roads don't work, rural healthcare don't work, rural sanitation don't work. Nothing works. That's it. So what we are going to do is make sure that monies that are sent to Abuja to councils, to LGAs, that they are left for them, and they apply them to rural roads, and they apply them to rural infrastructure, apply them to rural hospitals, and the governor or the commissioner for local governments will remain a supervisor, a strict supervisor who is keeping them in line, making sure that the overall vision of the government are implemented across board, and those who don't perform are sanctioned. That's my acting. That's my approach. Or that's my approach for with regards to rural roads.
Okay, thank you, Your Excellency. The next person that's speaking now, Otman Tochukwu. Go on.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. Let me just clear the air on my name. I'm from Alagu precisely. My honorable and my incoming governor, it's my pleasure to be here. And allow me to call you the governor because in law, equity looks on that as done, which ought to be done. I'm certain by God's grace you are going to be the next governor of Enugu State. My question is just, I wanted to ask two, but we've been tied to one question. So I'll just go straight to the point and ask my one question. What are your plans for youth inclusion in your cabinet? And not just as SAs and SSAs. How many slots of commissioner do you plan for the youth in your administration? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, the honest answer to your question is that in the choice of who is going to be what in the ministries or commissioners, I'm going to look at the individual first. The individual in terms of qualifications, individual in terms of track record, the individual in terms of cognitive experience. It is the individuals that will determine what and where. So if there are youths, if in the course of my campaign now, I don't even know what because youth is a state of mind, So if there are young people who have done extraordinarily well, then of course they will come in. But to be honest, I cannot promise you now that this percentage must be definitely allocated to youths. If I say that, maybe I'll not be very honest, because I know that there's always a contentions about who gets what and from where. So I'll look out to accommodate youth. I'll look out to accommodate gender, women especially, given the law. that specifies what must be done about women. But youth will be accommodated. There's also a sense in which um, grooming is helpful. So if you have somebody who is a youth who has done quite well in some places, and we think that he can function within our overall vision for government, we will put him. But if he needs that he must start stuff, they should start from somewhere, with an eye to gradually taking the person up over the years. Then we'll do that. But I'm going to make sure that I like the energy of youth. Youths are going to be a veritable part of what we are going to do at all levels, as advisors, as a consultant, as chairman, as commissioners. But I don't think I'll want to make a categorical assertion on percentage and this and that. But I'll look out for youths to encourage them, to groom them, to put them in line of their career projection. So that's it.
Okay. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Chinedu Anichi, can ask your question now. Chinedu, are you there? Okay.
I am there. Can you hear me
Go on.
now?
Ask your question. Please go straight to the point. Thank you.
Please let me thank you. It's a privilege that I'm here. Please, I am Chinedu Anichi. I'm the 3 times past SSA to the serving governor of Enugu State. And I worked under Chijoke Doga as Chijoke was commissioner for local government when I was administrative chairman of Soka West. So it is not that just teleguiding me for questions. This place is for interaction. So I know Chijoke to have changed the system of local government, just as I attested. When I was a spiritual director to the governor's prayer crew, I used to attend masses in the government house, and I have seen Chijoke, and it's a Catholic liturgy that involves every dogmatic Catholic processes and prokinesis. And I have seen Chijoke. And from nowhere, some people came up, Chijoke, that you said that if you become the governor, you are going to remove the Eucharistic sacrament, that is the blessed sacrament, from all the churches. So I want to ask you, is this
Hey,
an
propaganda, God.
sure.
Swag,
So
swag.
for those of us who have been with you, who even know that you married a Catholic, that you are a liberal Christian, those of us might not, but let us hear you talk to the world about such a frivolous allegation. That is my question, My Excellency. Thank you.
Anichi, thank you,
Daddy.
my dear. Thank you, my dear. You are relocated from Enugu to America.
Now, lack of internal democracy, just like you. I got
Yes.
angry. I joined
Yes.
Labour Party immediately you surfaced. So
Okay. Well,
thank you, sir.
we're going to make the place good again. I'm sure very soon you'll come home. I
Thank you,
like
sir.
your public attestation. They didn't
Thank you.
actually say that I'm going to remove the sacrament everywhere in Enugu State. The allegation is that the situation is this. Governor Ifeanyi built a Catholic chapel inside the government house. And I think that Catholic chapel contains the sacrament. So in the wake of the complete collapse of the PDP, Ifeanyi and his especially began to fish for something with which to hang Chijoke Edoga, and he passed information to those who will absorb it, to those who want to receive such information, that Edoga, as an Anglican, will remove the sacrament that is contained in the chapel that he built. I worship in the chapel. I worship in the Catholic chapel. I was there. The day was commissioned. I was part of the escrow when money was approved for it. I didn't protest. I supported it. When money was arranged for uh, bishops all over the country to come and consecrate it, I was there live, and I worship at the Catholic chapel every Sunday with the governor and other person. The Catholic the person in charge of the government house chapel, chaplain, can attest to it. He's my personal friend. He likes me. Not too long ago, even in the midst of all this uproar, he saw me in a filling station and came to greet me and was warm to me. I'm liberal, as I've said. I worship in every church. I'm essentially a Christian. The body of Christ should be one. There should not be any division amongst us. My father told me, and I believe, and it's in the Bible, that the last word of Jesus Christ that all should be one. Ecumenism is a word I learned even from my tender years from my father. One of the first English words I learned was ecumenism, ecumenist, that all should be one. And I've been one with everybody all my life. So this issue that they just brought up in Enugu, there was something that is disconcerting. But happily enough, majority of our people have distanced themselves from such campaign. They have demonstrated in churches, in markets, in schools, everywhere that matter came up. Our people have reacted vehemently to it. That is necessary. Is not unlike us. Is not Enugu people. It's not Enugu like to begin to discriminate on the basis of interdenominational faith. So I didn't say that I never said so, that I'm going to remove a sacrament. Why should I do that? I've not come to remove, I've come to add. I've come to augment. I'm going to remove and augment to make better. So I use this powerful forum and even in response to the question that is asked by somebody who is really fond of me, to state categorically that the body of Christ is one. That Chizoke Doga is a Christian, does not discriminate. I will not discriminate. I will respect all the icons of the Christian faith, all their traditions, as far as to the extent that the governor should respect them. So my government is not about desecrating sepulchres or sacraments or desecrating worship places. I'm not into that kind of stuff. I'm far more elevated than that kind of thing. It's not what I want to do about at all. We want to bring good governance. We want to bring roads. We want to bring water. We want to restore transparency and credibility to governance. Those things, those things can happen regardless of faith. If I do the Enugu roads, Christians, Muslims, Anglicans, Methodists will apply the Enugu road. If I pay pensions and gratuity, it need to apply to everybody, whether you're Christian or Muslim or Catholic or Anglican. If I restore credibility, it's for everyone. If we do water, it's for everyone. Even animals will drink the water, not all human beings. So I'm grateful that Aniche brought it up. I'm happy that this platform has been provided, and I say that is not true. I didn't say so. I would have said so, and I will not say so, and I will not do that. The church that he has built will remain. He will remain. You know, that's the position for now.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for clearing the air. You know, this is election season and propaganda will always fly. Okay, Wednesday, Zubechi, you have the mic now. Straight to the question, please.
Okay, can you hear me? Good evening.
Yes, go on, please.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. Sir, please, I need to be very honest with you. I've been very skeptical about you, and I have a friend that invited me to this space to come and ask you my question, but I'm not happy because the question has been limited to one. But then it's okay. I've been trying to, the question I've been trying to ask is based on environment. But then a lot of people have asked the question about environment. But then let me switch over to education. Um, so my question would be, how will your government benefit the students and the teachers in terms of education and boost the educational level in education? In Enugu, because the integrity of teaching has dropped based on the poor payments of salaries and payment of late payments of salaries too, and for the students who have lost interest in education. So I want to know how you are going to restore education in Enugu.
It's a very valid question. We are going to provide leadership, and we are going to benchmark. If salaries are being paid late, we're not going to pay salaries late. We pay salaries when they ought to be paid. I don't think it's salaries that's the issue, because Enugu State teachers must be getting what others are getting nationwide. I think the scale must be the same thing. It's just a question of leadership and values, and the compromises that we have made, that have not factored in the interests of students, school children, and refusal to appraise ourselves properly. If you start with the primary schools, the primary school system is in complete confusion. Is in utter confusion. You don't know who is running the school. You don't know whether it is the headman. You don't know who is. So there's complete confusion, even in the environment of the schools. There are so many things that needs to be streamlined in the primary school system, beginning with even the environment, beginning with even the teachers' attitude to work. A substantial problem in Enugu State, in all sectors, is attitude to work. Teachers who are supposed to go to school, don't go to school. That is with regards to that one. Teachers don't go to school. When they're in school, they don't pay attention to pupils. You see them selling things or doing one thing or the other that has nothing to do with teaching. There's no supervision. If there ought to be supervisors who go to schools to make sure that teachers, headmasters come, and that work plans are presented to make sure that what ought to be taught is taught. So the environment is not good again. We have to work on the environment. When we're all growing up in the early 70s, public primary schools were beautiful, well laid out fields, properly delineated and properly fenced, not even with cement, but with trees, and the flowers grew everywhere, and students even knew the names of flowers. And at break time, you can just go and sit under a mango tree and relax. Now, the environment of our primary schools have been destroyed by the compromises that we made with regards to educational system. There are several primary schools that are, if you go to a particular street now, or village, or town, or area, several primary schools line up, maybe about separated by about 10 steps, 10 kilometers, 1 kilometer or half a kilometer. So we have to realign the schools. We have to do what you call we have to rework the schools in such a way that the numbers are worked on. There are too many of them, and if you go there, the students are not enough in any of the schools. So we are going to rework in such a way that there is a merger, and the private school system, there will be mergers. Teachers will be monitored to make sure that they go on time. The environment will be upgraded, and the syllabus at the primary school system will be tweaked a bit, so that there's some sort of relevance. Sciences are emphasized, and relevant education are emphasized, even at the primary school system. The environment must be upgraded. The teaching, the teaching must be upgraded. The quality of teachers must be upgraded, because there's issue now that where the proper training of teachers ought to happen is at the TTCs, and the TTCs have been wiped out. The colleges of education are not the best places to teach teachers. So much has happened with regards to the educational system that we must have to begin to take them one after the other. The primary schools will be replanned so that they look conducive and equipped so that boards, teaching aids, seats are available. Teachers must go to school Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And those who excuse themselves must have good reasons not to do. So the government will de-emphasize the attendance of primary school teachers, secondary school teachers to functions that happen at school time. The syllabus will be upgraded, and discipline will be maintained through supervision and punishment and proper remuneration. Secondary school system will also will follow the same line, but the syllabus will be tweaked in such a way that sciences, technology, and relevant educations that is relevant to their life after school will be introduced. So we will streamline. The other aspect is the private sector. All over Enugu State, all over Enugu Urban, Schools spring up anyhow. So the manner of approvals of schools will be looked at and reviewed so that there's a strictness. A strictness applies to manner that schools are licensed, whether they are primary or secondary. We have to be strict on how they are licensed. In my plan, education has a key place, and I have made up my mind that when I become governor, there are going to be two ministries. One, a commissioner assigned to primary school and pre-primary, then one for post-primary, tertiary, and secondary and tertiary. That will give the necessary focus. And the personnel who we are going to appoint will people who have the necessary values and necessary name recognition and his background and the cognitive experience to make sure that we bring value. So we are going to rationalize, because if you go to villages and everywhere, you see several schools that are not fully occupied. You see schools that are placed on the main road, by the main road, they are not fenced. So the students' attention are continuously diverted by blowing of horns. You see schools where they hold services, ceremonies, wedding, all sorts of things within a school compound, even when school should be going on. So some lot of discipline will be introduced in a manner primary schools are used, or primary schools are treated in Enugu State. When people should be in school, absolutely, when I become governor, there's no wedding, there's no ceremony, whether social or otherwise, that will go on in a school compound that is owned by the government. So discipline will come in, supervision will come in, syllabus will be changed, remuneration may be looked at, and punishments will come when people don't go to school. For now, that's what we can just say, given the circumstances.
Thank you
Okay.
so much, sir. And
Sorry, please. If you're not called to speak, please do not unmute your mic and speak. Please, when we call you, you speak. Please, thank you very much. Let's try and keep an orderly house. If your hands are not up, we have an order in the house. Please, your hands should be up, and we pick from the people whose hands are up. Thank you. All right, nobody. Back to you, please. I don't know who is going
All right.
next.
Thank you, sir. Eze Namdi, your hands have been up. You can go on and speak.
Yes, yes, thank you so much. All protocols duly observed. Good evening, sir, my incoming governor. It's good to have you here. Please, I would like to take a few seconds to say a few things. Thank God you're here, because before now you were almost buried online, and I want to make it some very few points clear, and I want to explain something about this space particularly to you, sir. You see, this space, in some days, it has as much as more than 20,000 people coming in just to listen to what is happening in this space. As far as both the obedient movement is concerned, this is the powerhouse of, I would say, the powerhouse of the obedient movement. And whichever narrative that is driven against an individual or created about an individual, no matter who, in this movement, in this space, and it is carried by this space, uh, that narrative will have its effects down to the grassroots. And that is why when they said 4 people tweeting in a room, I believe with what has happened, we've been able to show them what 4 people online can achieve down in the grassroots. Every member of Enugu State, all the youths, every family in Enugu State, at least I know they have a youth in their family that has a phone, that is on Twitter or on Facebook. And whatever you see that happens on this space goes down to Facebook and all other social media platforms. As you are here, sir, people are listening to you on YouTube, people are listening to you on Violence Radio, people are listening to you from all over the world. And I was a bit bothered when a narrative was raised against you. I am this kind of person, I don't go close to politicians. If Amici, like you said, will tell you a little about myself, I would not disclose my identity fully because of some people I've been against online here. But I've always made it clear that I started supporting you first because the enemy of my enemy is my very good friend. Chimaroke Nnamani is an enemy to the obedient movement nationwide. He's a man who we sent to Senate, only for him to go to Senate, and all he could legislate for the whole of Enugu state was just the obedient movement. He went there to abuse the movement and say all sorts of things. Even here on Twitter, he took it upon himself to take over from whoever that is handling his Twitter so that he can be sending personal attacks to the obedient movement. And simply because of what was played out during the PDP primaries, I took it upon myself that even though your zone is seen as a dot, I said it here on this space in time past, that the zone where you come from, it is popular that because of the godfatherism that exists there and the structure, just like our principal will say, P2B will say, the structure of criminality that exists there, you are not favored. But because of that, I took it upon myself to come on space here to shout, please, that this man is not who they are saying he is. Even though I don't have a personal relationship with you, and I've always said it on this space, P2B is the only person that told me to go and verify. So I find it very reluctant to campaign for any other person because Peter told me personally, online and everywhere, even on this space, that we should go and verify. And indeed, we verified and we saw. So the moment Peter said LP all the way, I decided to bring myself out. I'm from Enugu State. I spoke to Etel Obai. I spoke to Chinedu Eze. The former, he worked under Chimaroke too. I spoke to Anichi. I spoke to a lot of people. I said, see, they want to bury you online, no? And most of these narratives, when it starts like a joke. And most of the people who are pushing this narrative, they are popular in this movement. And there was need to counter it immediately. And I'm happy to have you here. And I'm happy that you've come here to show the whole world that you are capable and that you are equal to the task. I am not here to ask you a question. I'm here to secure tomorrow. Any question I ask you now, you will give a very perfect answer. And I'm sure, not because you are prepared for all the, because it is, obviously you cannot be prepared for all the answers. But you are educated. Even me, if I'm put on the spot on this space and everybody comes up with a question, I'm very good in English language. Even the one I don't know how the answer to, I will find some big grammar, attach it to it, and then before you know it will scale through. So I'm not here to ask questions because I know, even when you get into government, we run a government of debt, both at the national and at the state level. Most of the things you've said here, there might be a little hindrances here and there because you will still go there. And then, I know, I'm not saying whether it is, the Frank Nweke they are projecting will not win his polling unit. That they should go and he should bring his polling unit during the presidential. I don't even discuss about Frank. Frank is just a ploy by the PDP to ensure that your votes will be reduced. Frank has no stake in this election. And I want to make it clear to everybody in this space. But one thing I want from you going forward, sir, is that going forward, please, number one, we live in a state whereby for a road construction to be done, one big man needs to be living in that area. Or one big man or one political godfather must come from that zone. This is the type of road construction we have seen in most parts of Enugu State. Please, your government, just like you said, should be a government of transparency, a government for the people. And even the zone that does not like you the most, if it is possible, let your government start work from that zone. That is my own. That place that you are not loved at all, that place, you know the place. I don't want to say it openly here. You know the place where they do not like you. You know the place where most of these narratives have been driven from. Please, sir, by the time you get into office, we are not going to do the government of 95 to 5 or 98 to 2%. Those people that gave you 2%, if it is possible, let your government and the work start from there. Secondly, sir, I want it that when you take over government, let your office be open. You know, one thing about P2B have done to us in this movement is that P2B has handed the power over to the people. We are not afraid of getting people into power now, because we know that when you do not perform, it is these same people that campaign for you. It is this on this same space that we will come
You
and
have
shout.
30 more seconds, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. It is on this same space that will come and shout that please, it is not what we agreed that is happening. So please, as I yield my mic, the last thing I want to beg of you, sir, is that when you eventually become the governor, we want to have you on this space when you're during your free schedule in 1 year time, 2 years time. Let it be that you will still be accessible. Like now, you're not in the governor yet, you're very accessible. By the time you get into government, we will still want it that you still be accessible the same way that you are accessible to us now. And that is my submission. Thank you so much. And I yield.
Thank you so much. Your advices and are taken, accepted fully. And I want to assure you that I'm going to run, and as much as it's possible, I'm going to run an open door policy. I'm
Sir,
going to do.
please. No, sorry, sir, please. I also have to come in. Please, that I want to assure you, it comes with a whole lot of PTSD. That word assure you. Please, can you say I want to promise you, or if you can find a different word, that assure you. It has been abused. Our politicians. I want to assure you. Once I hear I want to assure you, I just the fear. So
Okay.
if you can coin a different word, it will be better
Okay.
for us. Thank you, sir.
Let me tell you something about how I arrived at a decision to run an open door policy. When I was the chairman of my local government issues of local government, I was running with the impression that you can tackle the entire work in maybe a year or 2 years, and I made access to myself difficult because I was focused on work, 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 work. Then 14 months after, Abacha died, and and I was not running. I was not running another election to go back, and it's an elder, an elder who was very fond of me, told me that your office was an asshole. He said it not in a manner, not in a condemn. No, he was not condemning me, but he was advising me in a fatherly manner. He said, "Look, your office was an asshole." I realized that you have to balance, even if you are intense, you're focused on your work. You must balance it so that people don't misunderstand you. So fortunately, I now went to the House of Reps, and that advice, that elderly man who is now late, Silas something, a chief from Umuaro, that advice has remained with me since 1998, 99, up to now. So when I went to the House of Representatives, I had an open door policy. You just come, you see me, even if I'm stressed, even if I'm angry or hungry, I had to just hold myself and attend to people. When I was a presidential aide, I had an open door policy. When I was a commissioner for 7 years here, I had an open door policy. And nobody who came to my office was not attended to. What I did was to make sure that once you come, you write your name. Once you come, you write your name. And so long as, even today, I did it in my house. So long as your name is on that document, you'll be attended to before I leave that office. So that advice has remained with me and is going to go with me to the government house. And to de-emphasize the pressure on coming to government house to see me, I will I will make sure that engagement with people continues, is a continuum. My public engagement with people in their own places, in their own LGAs, in their own wards, will become a veritable part of my service as governor. I will continuously engage on radio, on Twitter, and public engagement. It's in the course of, for instance, let me tell you, it's in the course of my word-to-word campaign. I have done more than 220 wards visit in Enugu State. No other candidate has done that. I visited more than 220 wards in Enugu State in the past four months or thereabouts in the course of my campaign. And in the course of this campaign, I've seen things that I never knew was there. I've learned. For instance, as people lined up to shake my hands, I noticed that people had illnesses that could be cured. As people lined up in different wards, different villages to shake my hand, I saw people who had eye problem. I saw people who had skin problem, one sort of thyroid or the other. And I made up my mind that by the grace of God, when I become governor, or if I become governor, I'm going to institute a health outreach. I'm going to inaugurate a health outreach on a continuing basis. Almost every other day throughout my tenure, there will be a health outreach, properly manned, properly mobilized, fully mobilized with relevant and helpful healthcare facilities that will attend to people who have illness, who carry ill health that can be attended and addressed. So I will engage. You're not a proper leader if you don't engage. If you create barriers between yourself and people, you are going to lose so much that you ought to know that will help you become better every day. And my aspiration and my prayer every day in my life is that God give me opportunity to become better every day. So even as governor, I will strive to become better every day. There's no other way you can become better every day except that you open your eyes and ears to get matters without being diluted straight from the people. That's the only way you can solve their problems, attend to them, reassure them, encourage them, and mobilize them for national service. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Excellence. Ogili Ugochukwu, please unmute your mic to speak. You have the mic.
Okay. Good evening, everybody.
Straight to the
Good
question,
evening,
please.
Mr. Chijoki. My name is Ugochukwu. I'm from Enugu State. So the Labour Party slogan that we know is moving from consumption to production and bringing people out of poverty. And I've listened to your beautiful ideas, and I know that all these things cost money. So looking at the ranking by the states, internal generated revenue, Enugu is doing currently like 26.7 billion per year. So how are you going to generate revenue for all these projects and services that you want to carry out in the states? All the activities in your manifesto, removing people from poverty, supporting small and medium scale industries, and also bringing in investment. How are you going to make Enugu State generate more money for some of these your projects? Thank you.
Thank you. What we are going to do immediately is to reduce the cost of governance. We are going to reduce the cost of governance. Let me just tell you something. I'm not saying it to offend anybody, but it's the truth. We're in the executive council, and the issue of purchase of vehicles for commissioners came up. That was in our first tenure. I was the only person in that executive council who told the governor outrightly that we should not buy the big jeeps that the government was proposing. That we cannot explain that we are going to buy jeeps in a situation where the ordinary civil servants were not happy with a normal politician. And to my dismay, I was overruled by a majority of my colleagues. And I think the governor, who even if he was minded to align with me, saw that I was in the minority, and then those jeeps were bought, and it became an object of the reason for a huge anger directed at us in that first term, and we took a lot of steps to divert public attention and to reduce the anger that was projected towards us. So I don't. There's money. I don't think that money is really an issue, even if given what our allocation is. I think it's management issue. I think it's management. If we are prudent, if we are prudent, if we are transparent, if we educate our people, enlighten our people, do a proper orientation for our people to gradually remove their mind from ostentation and the need to run a minimal government. Their money will be saved even initially to do things. We are also going to. There's a lot of capital out there at the international level, at the national level, and even amongst the diaspora. There's sufficient amount of money in the diaspora that needs to be invested that once is urgent, is longing, or applying to be invested at home. Those what they need is a welcoming environment, an environment that is conducive for investment. So we are going to create the environment for people to bring in money, either as investors or in one form or the other. We are going to minimize waste, minimize government expenditure. So we apply our money. So I was saying that we have to orientate our people, to realize that there is always a line, either in government, is either you are applying money across board to things that will touch a sufficient number of people. For instance, roads or markets or lights. Or people who ask that these monies be diverted to them. So I think that part of the big fight, the pushback you are getting against Chijioke Edoga is from the vested interests who have concerned themselves over the years from receiving humongous amounts of money from the government house or from government. And there's a sense in which they believe that Chijioke Edoga may not play game. And people who go around, who stand up overnight to go and endorse another person, people who go around and push out rumors. These things are coming from people who are thinking that I'm not going to share money. If you don't share money to vested interests, big people in big houses, there will be reasonable amount saved for infrastructure. And infrastructure that I've talked about is not really something that will go up a lot of money. If the roads are done properly, if we are going to build roads and proper bidding is done, and there are no layers for kickbacks to various interests, and these contracts go to the people who actually do the contract, not to the politicians who might not pass them on to the people who will do them. The layers will reduce. So Edoga will be interested in removing the layers of corruption, that the pardons that make it look like as if a road will cost what it's not going to cost. We are also going to make sure that wealth is created gradually. Immediately, we cannot begin to create wealth, but over time, if we work with EDC and other relevant power stakeholders, and we tackle our power, immediately wealth will be created gradually. If we begin to do the plans we have for agriculture gradually with regards to poultry, palm trees, nurseries, agriculture in various facets, poultry, piggery, tree, cashew, palm trees. Over time, we are going to grow wealth. But immediately, what we are going to do is to reduce the cost of government, reduce the pardons that attend government contracts, and run a minimalist government where even, for instance, the government house, under P2B, for instance, in the government house, it served just water and minerals and things that are easily affordable. In other government houses elsewhere, they serve crystal, the champagne, all those things. So from the government's house, immediately, we are going to set the tone for absence of flamboyance. And yeah, we're hoping that it will trickle down. Money is saved from running a minimalist government will be applied to infrastructure. And gradually, we are going to begin to create wealth through agriculture, essentially, and through investments, encouraging investments from the Igbo diaspora, mainly, who want to come home. And we also by creating an environment that welcomes even those in Lagos, even those in Abuja, who want to bring money home. So that's in an unstructured way. That's just how my mind is working. But gradually, we're going to fine tune them to what is okay for everyone.
Okay, sir. Before we go on to the next question, people are asking me, where is your manifesto? They want to know where your manifesto is. Do you have your manifesto? Um, if it is not online, can it be published? We have a platform, we have a website. If you could send it, let us have it up on the website. People can go there and download the manifesto. Do you have a written manifesto with the people of Enugu?
Even manifesto is even here as I'm talking with you, because people have made a lot of issues around manifesto presentation. Let me tell you what happened. There was about 4 months ago or thereabout, the Chamber of Commerce invited us, and I said a few things taken from my manifesto. One was the Edoga plan for water. Immediately, that plan was copied by somebody who is running for governorship at this point in time, without ascribing your ascribing those things to me. The manifesto which I presented at the Chamber of Commerce said clearly that the team of my this thing is recharging the southeast. The theme of my manifesto is recharging the southeast with Enugu as a takeoff point. It embodied the holistic vision I have for the Igbo people using Enugu as a takeoff point. Immediately, the same person who copied my water plan printed posters all over Enugu with just slightly modifying that title. And I knew that there was a danger of people who prance about on the media space copying original ideas from somebody who has given a thought over a long time to what needs to be done with governance. So I said, at the appropriate time, this document will be officially presented. At the appropriate time, the timing is my own. But I've campaigned in 260 or 240 words or thereabout in Enugu State. I've campaigned, and everywhere I have gone, pages of my manifesto have been made available to people. With regards to power, with regards to roads, healthcare, water, security, and these things have been consistent. So a manifesto exists. The issue is that I don't want to do a public presentation in a manner that others have done, because I don't think it's necessary. And anybody who has been following my campaign, which have been uploaded on YouTube everywhere, will see that there's a consistency in what my positions on water, electricity, roads, healthcare, primary school, secondary school, they are consistent. Hubs, Southeast position. So the manifesto exists, and they are public knowledge, because my statements have become public knowledge and public property. So it exists. There's a copy of it, even as I'm here on your program. The theme of my manifesto is recharging the Southeast, making the Southeast come up again, become viable again, become home again for all Igbos, with Enugu as a takeoff point. So Enugu will become the model through which it became the arrowhead through which Southeast will rebound. It encompasses my vision for collaboration with other governors of the Southeast. If I push it now, next thing somebody will say, I'm going to collaborate with the Southeast governors. He will not even have the experience or the knowledge which I have in government of why that collaboration should work or why it has not worked. But where the time of sound bites and the social media team will begin to project it. Oh, this is what he has said. But beyond it, asking for the experience, the reason for so saying, the experience, the knowledge of so saying is not there. So the issue is, bring some of those guys who have manifesto, interrogate them, ask them one page from their manifesto, take a quotation from these things I published, and ask them. Then you can see whether it's original or not, whether it's autochthonous or not. My positions come from a lifetime of experience, a lifetime of preparation. And so his manifesto exists. They exist in each statement I've made on water, on electricity, on education, on healthcare, on rural healthcare, on collaboration between Southeasterners, and why that should be so. And there's a consistency in this narrative over the 5 or 6 months I've campaigned. So to ask about, oh, where is the manifesto? It's just that the manifesto is in the public statements I've made, and the document is here. The issue is public presentation. Do I want to do public presentation, or don't I want to do it? The timing is for me to decide.
So I think if I will chip in one or two, we have virtually a week to the elections, and I think it should be, if there's any time right for your manifesto to be on public, it should be now. If it's made public now, whoever wants to copy, I don't think and it will do much damage, but it will do you more good having your manifesto, all these things you're seeing right now, reeled out in infographics for people to be able to see, for people to be able to so when they get to listen to this space over time, they can also put a picture to all these things you've been saying. So please, I think it is very, very, very important your manifesto should be out there, especially for people in diaspora. People that are in diaspora that want to come back home, we want to hear you, we want to see, we want to listen, they want to, okay, this guy has said this stuff, can we read his manifesto? And just for the fact that yes, you have a manifesto, it should be out there in the public. That's just my own 2 cents though. But that is back for you to do what you want to do though. But let's move on to the next question. Or you want to reply me, sir?
I appreciate your advice. It's even the infographics. It's in the infographics as your advice. It's here right here. We'll push it out.
Please do,
One,
please do.
we'll
With
try.
your handle, that will be perfect, sir.
We'll try. We'll try. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Ada,
Thank you.
Ada
Thank
Uja.
you so much, Emir Saddam. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I've been looking forward to it because I have been one of those who had some misgivings about the candidacy of Barrister Chijoke Doga, especially when I heard, just like you said, that he had no manifesto and I didn't know where to find his manifesto. It came across to me as if he was one of those Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi's, Enugu State is in the hands of God nonsense mentality again, where there is no accountability, where somebody is trying to avoid being held accountable for something he said. So I'm glad that I've heard him now, reassure us or tell us that he does really have a manifesto. And like I agree with you totally, Emir Saddam, that this is the time to share it. There's no other time. We are 1 week, and if people are still asking, it's not a good thing that people are still asking where is his manifesto. It's not a good thing at all. We should know. We should have confidence in it. Then I just want to say, because Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi plunged Enugu State into the doldrums of despair. He took Enugu State like 20 years back. I mean, we have never been more traumatized by a governor like we are by Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi. So we just want somebody who will totally overhaul that, somebody who is happy to be held accountable for his actions in the next 4 years. So the question I want to ask is, Honorable Edogasa, how do you intend to get Enugu State from consumption to production? I've heard everything you've said about agriculture, water, schools, this and that, so many things, but I want to zero in, sir. Can you pick one thing you intend for Enugu State to start producing? Because that is the foundation of Labour Party. That is one of the most important aspects of the obedient movement, is converting the Nigerian economy, in your case, the Enugu State economy, in from consumption to production. So what can we start producing? Can you name one thing you intend for Enugu State to start producing? And that thing we should hold you responsible for in 4 years' time, that you can tell us, go and verify, like Peter B has been telling us, and we're able to verify, and we're able to say, yes, he said he was going to do this, he did it. This is the evidence of it.
Ada, no be fight, no be fight.
Sorry. I just have a,
I understand the
I just have a high
energy.
pitched, energetic voice. Sorry about that.
I believe you,
Yeah,
my sister.
sorry. Okay,
Continue,
because
please.
forgive me. I'm in diaspora.
Continue, my dear. Just
Yes.
continue. I just energy.
Yeah, sorry. I'm
Yeah.
just an energetic person. So I'm in diaspora, but anything that happens to Enugu, I'm from Enugu State, it bothers me, pains me, like I've been crying, shedding tears. I want to see a turnaround. So tell us one thing, sir, that we can hold you responsible for in 4 years' time, to say in the aspect of being a productive economy, this is the one thing you can say, go and verify, and we'll go and verify, and it would have been done in the next 4 years. Thank you so much.
Production, are you there? Production, in the sense that you are asking, it has become really a private sector activity. Enugu State, under me, is going to emphasize agriculture. Agriculture is the pathway to the creation of a new wealth base. We are going to encourage agriculture. We're not going to basically go into production. What are we producing? Is it light bulbs, or is it what? We are going to create an environment for production to thrive. I've said that before. But we are going to basically get involved with agriculture. The entire agricultural sector will have our attention. Poultry farmers, Enugu is one of the biggest area where poultry farming happens in Nigeria. But they complain of lack of government attention or support. I'm going to support them to find out what it is that ails them, and what ought to be done for them to expand and move into have the necessary support, and do the things they cannot do. For instance, hatcheries, and help them with feed mills and all that. But it's going to be basically private sector driven. There are piggeries in Enugu State. I've interfaced with them all over Enugu State. There are bodies of persons who are involved in piggery. What happens, as far as I know, is that they will go and carve out a place, and gradually over time, people begin to inch towards them, and then sooner than later, they begin to complain that those farmers are polluting the environment. So, with regards to piggery, we are going to take time to find out areas, large swaths of land, where they can properly settle, and with relevant certificates given to them, so that encroachment over the years, or in the years to come, will become almost impossible. So there are several sectors. There is poultry, there is piggery, there are even so with regards to things like palm trees, we are going to make sure that we invest in from nursery to growth by acquiring land. Part of the problem in Enugu State is land. There are even government lands that have issues of ownership. So we're going to streamline ownership issues, and make sure that we're going to streamline ownership issues and make sure that land is available, and that materials that will help from nurture, seedlings from nurture to growth, fertilizers, ownership issues, mechanizations are available. So we are going to make sure that palm tree seedlings are acquired from NIFO initially, from Edo State initially, until we are in a position to nurture them ourselves in Enugu State. We're also going to emphasize wholesale and soccer. Each area, each part of Enugu State has something that, with government support, government backup, it can grow exponentially. Wholesale and soccer is a major issue around Nsukka. The interest to grow it is there, but they also need government support in terms of maybe access to their farms, and then one or two other things that the government needs to do to support them. So government will support the agricultural sector to grow by removing inhibitions to growth, by creating enabling environments. We are going to get the communities or individuals to partner with government in expanding the number of seedlings that are grown in Enugu State, maybe over time, from maybe 10,000 or 5,000 to 10,000, incrementally over the years, as we acquire land, as we acquire materials to help us clear the land. Part of the problem with agriculture in Enugu State is the nature of our land. The lands there's a substantial number of big trees that need to be removed for things to happen. So we are going to maybe bring in bulldozers and bring in tractors, either on a PPP level, or encourage individuals to bring them in. So government support will be available for. No, you're asking of things that we need to. So production is not, as I've said, production is for the private sector. We are going to encourage them, those who produce, like Innocent. Government will give them support. The support we'll give to people who produce is that we are going to create enabling environments. We are going to reduce taxation to the minimum. We are going to fight multiple taxes. We are going to work on our legal framework so that legal issues are resolved. Any way that government can support entrepreneurs, innocent, Gabros, all those who are minded to produce in Enugu, will support them. But I'm not promising you that government will get directly involved with production, but we are going to create the enabling environment for producers to thrive. But the other aspect where government is going to get involved, which I'm assuring you, is agriculture. For instance, we are going to be involved with multiplication of palm seedlings in their hundreds of thousands in Enugu State. So what you can take away from here is, for instance, that in 4 years, I have promised you that hundreds of thousands of palm seedlings would have been brought in from NIFO in the Delta and Edo State, where the government has collaborated with CBN to multiply seedlings. We are going to make sure that citizens are encouraged to nurture these things to growth. We're also going to get involved with Osen Soka. We're also going to get involved with multiplication of rice farms in Adani, in Hamufu, in Aniri, in Amagunze. So we're going to focus on agriculture in the ways that I've itemized. We are going to support production in the ways I've itemized. All the hurdles that stop people from optimizing, reaching the optimum in Enugu are going to be addressed by looking at legal framework, by making by reducing taxation, by looking at the hurdles that affect producers in Enugu State and reducing them as much as possible, by welcoming those who are outside Nigeria and those who are in Lagos or other big cities who want to come home in order to expand our economic well base. Thank you, Oliako, or the J's daughter. I agree.
All right, thank you, sir.
Hello.
Yes, so I have one question here. It's from Real Jerry N. He says, please help me ask, what plans do you have to make Akanu Ibiam Airport a functional international airport? I don't know if that's a question you'd like to answer, sir.
Definitely. The position of the Akano International Airport falls clearly into my plan to make Enugu State a hub, the takeoff point for southeastern Nigeria and Renaissance. Even in government, I was the person who was constantly reminding the governor about the need to upgrade international airport to the point that on the day that the federal government clamped down on the airport for no removal of a market, for no relocation of masts, for other issue of land, I was the person that governor summoned to craft our response and to organize our response to that. So I'm fully conscious of the need to develop the international airport to its maximum potential. As a person, ordinarily, I've gone to FAN to interface with the airport manager, and he has told me the things that needs to be done. For instance, there's the issue of the land tussle around the runway. The community issue has not been resolved that affects the runway. If that issue is resolved, the runway issue will be resolved. There's the lack of completion of a major office, the major office that has been contracts has been awarded, is ongoing but is sluggish. If a push is given for a big office that is already located there, the necessary facility, part of what is needed would have been done. There's also night landing facility. That is also part of the problem they told me. Night landing facility, issue of tussle with the Air Force over land, issue of tussle with the community that impedes on the proper expansion of the runway, and then location of cargo. There's something they told me about cargo. So these things are things that a governor who is focused on giving on giving the international that Canadian its proper space, its proper what we do. So I'm going to collaborate with the federal government to make sure that the challenges of land. For instance, the governor can act decisively on resolving the land issue with the airport. That's the fact that has not been resolved is a major issue. I promise here, I promise here, I affirm here that when I become governor, I'll move quickly to resolve the land tussle that airport people, the fan, has with Nike people that has affected the proper expansion of the runway. There are issues with the Air Force. Air Force. That one was we were also trying to resolve it when I was in government, but it was not moving at the pace it ought to move, because I think that maybe the governor does not really or did not really understand the place of that airport within the Igbo effort to help ourselves. So the problems of itemized are what I have found that on a personal note, going to the airport, interacting with the fan officials, even even before Ethiopian airline began to come to Enugu. I was part of the people who were pressurizing for the international airline to come to Enugu, and I know that what we ought to do for other airlines to come in. I've made inquiries. So when I become governor, my interest in that airport has been sufficiently explained by the details I've given. When before the state government gave orders for the market to close, for the mass to be relocated, I was already pressurizing the governor that we should focus on that airport. And on the day that the federal government clamped on that airport, it was me the governor called to address our response, to craft our response, and immediately we began to move to demolish the market and reallocate the mast that was in the way. Beyond that, I regularly go to the airport to interface with the managers, the woman who was there before, and the man who replaced her, on what do we do so that Akanibiam will have a pride of place. They have told me that the cargo section will need to come. That cargo section will not come until the building that is going up now, being done by CCC or something, is completed. The issue of runway is an obstacle because there's a land tussle with Nike people and the military, which the governor was also trying to resolve, but maybe it was not moving fast enough. Even as a commissioner, I kept on pushing the commissioner for land, Dr. Victor Nam, to make sure that he moved quickly in the resolving the problem with the Air Force so that the airport will come fully to being. There's also the issue of night landing. The runway is okay virtually, but the night landing facilities have not been installed. So I think these explanations I've given gives you an indication that I've been focused on that airport over time, as even as just a commissioner or just an ordinary citizen. So when I become governor, I'll move quickly to make sure that this airport becomes a hub. If it means that Enugu state government will pay for night landing facilities, we'll pay for it. If it means that we are going to complete that building so that it will be designated cargo area, we will do it. So whatever obstacles that remain, whatever challenges that remain, I affirm here categorically that it's a major part of my plan for Enugu people to bring in businesses, other airlines, Emirates, Delta, whatever, that will augment what Ethiopian Airline is doing now. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you so very much for that wonderful explanation and answer. Nne, you have the mic now.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Your Excellency. Well, my name is Nena and I'm from Akon. I joined just when you were asking questions with respect to teachers and education generally in Enugu State. And being a daughter of a retired primary school teacher, trained by the longest serving secondary school principal in Enugu State, I must say disappointed in your response. Your response was more of a punitive measure than providing solution. My mom retired in 2019, and as I speak to you, she's yet to get her benefit. My older brother is actually a co-host in this space. She's yet to get her benefit. She's got salary for 20 months. So I almost logged out when you were saying if they don't go to work, that's not why they didn't go to work. These people are already demotivated. They are. Another last weekend, I was speaking with a very close friend of yours who has been campaigning for your position. And I told him that you don't have any problem with India. In fact, any will not generally. You have nothing because you're going to get almost 100% vote. But then I have an issue. Then I told him about my mother being old, and nothing has been done about that. But that's by the way. By the nature of my job, I run trainings worldwide. And I noticed that most times when we're in Enugu at the airport, I see women wearing uniforms. I get like, what is happening? What are they doing there? They have come to receive what I called the high profile politicians. Please could you tell us how you intend to stop our women from being used as objects of decoration for politicians when they land at Enugu airport? That's the area I want to focus on now. Hopefully you're going to win. I like when you say when I become governor. Of course you will. It's your prayer that you become governor. Enugu North is solidly behind your candidature. When you win, then we can come up with other measures you can use. Because when you mentioned having health mission every now and then, no, it's not sustainable. Sustainability is in tackling the environment. Where does infectious disease come up from? But that's by the way. So could you please tell us, I need you to be specific, how you intend to stop the average man from being decorative objects of receiving politicians or high profile visitors in that Academy International Airport. Thank you.
Thank you, my dear. In the context of an interview, you cannot exhaust everything. Of course, payment of pensions and gratuity of those who have served as teachers can be, should be a reason, one of the reasons. But it's not something that comes to mind immediately when you are asked what to do about education. Well, your mind will go to those who go to school, the classroom, the teachers, and all that. So, but it's true that the issue of pensions is a demoralizer. It's a demoralizer. So we are going to attend to. My mother is also a teacher. My father was also a teacher. So I understand all that. But we are going to try to tackle the pension issues. But it has become a huge issue now because for several years nothing has been done. So we must look at the creative ways to address them. But there are things that stare us in the face with regards to the primary school education and secondary education, which are barriers to students attaining the optimum. So I'm sorry that I didn't mention pension and gratuity. My mother has also the challenge of her pension and gratuity not being paid at all. Then what you need to do about women going to the airport. Sometimes it's by choice. So sometimes they go there by choice. Sometimes they are asked. They are asked to go there. Maybe a political person is coming, and then the women who are politicians are asked to go there. So if it's something that people feel strongly about, maybe you live abroad and you have a sense of human rights and all that. There are some people who see it as opportunity to come to the town and look around. So if those people think that they don't like it, the governor will be minded to gradually de-escalate. But if a sense of human rights for people vary depending on their exposure and where they're coming from. But if it's something you feel strongly about, I will have to bring it up for discussion. I will know whether we'll gradually stop it. But what I've said before and everywhere is that teachers, those who ought to be in their schools, those who ought to be in their offices, will never again be part of those jamborees. If you are supposed to be in your classroom, I will not invite you. You will not be invited to Upper Square for any of those things we are talking about. or even going to the airport. If you are a civil servant, of course, you have no reason not to be in your office, even if something bigger than the president of Nigeria is coming. So we are going to gradually, change comes gradually sometimes. So we begin to do it, attend to it gradually. We're going to remove teachers, we're going to remove nurses, we're going to remove public servants. Maybe those who have nothing else to do can go as a way of averting boredom and something like that. So I understand what you're saying. We'll look at it, but teachers will not be part of it. Public servants, no. Civil servants, no. But those who are not fully engaged, if they want, can do that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. In the building we have your colleague from Abia State, Alex Oti. Alex Oti is going to be, I think he might probably just come up to say hi, but we're going to have a space with him on Tuesday. For you guys on the platform on Tuesday, we'll have a space with Alex Oti. So please tune in for that one also. But probably he's going to come up and say hi any moment from now. But let's go back to Mr. Chijoke. Mbadi, I don't know who's going next.
Okay.
Okay. Do I have it
Josh
first?
LP.
Please, if you're up
Okay,
here, we're talking
Mbadike,
from this phone. Please
Mbadike,
don't unmute your mic, please. Thank
Josh
you.
LP. Yeah.
okay, Mbadike, thank you so much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Go on.
Okay, Barrister Chijoke, you are someone that I so much have love for, even when you were commissioner for local government, then I was a deputy chairman. But my fear now is there is issue that I've been having in Enugu, issue of cabal in government house. And you have a good heart, but that cabal issue that we've been trying to expunge out of this Enugu government house, a consistent is always surface in every administration. So I had experience when I what we were doing then was I was not okay with it, so I have to travel out. I had a plan of I'm from Aniri. We farm rice, so I had a plan of investing in rice milling machine with my wife's friend. So we planned going down to Enugu. So I have friends in government house, but the cabal, the guy felt so because for you for a white man a white to invest in a state, they will try to at least say hi to government house or discuss with the governor because they're trying to spend huge amount of money. But the cabal in government house frustrated the efforts and everything just ended. I don't know if you have any plan of dislodging those cabal so that people can get access to you directly because you are someone that have you don't have all these bodyguard, you don't that don't follow you. I know you very well. But a post of governor is always they try to hijack it from up. So that is my fear, and if you can assure us because whoever that is outside will try to invest in his state. But if you have a plan of investing and someone is to frustrate you, you will not have investing again. So that is my question. Thank you.
Yeah, I understand what you are trying to say. What you call cabal in government house must really be the governor not interested in something. Because if the governor is really interested in the matter, he will attend to it. And if over time a governor notices that there is somebody or someone or some people whose actions and conducts are not in consonance with his vision or his plans, he will act to remove those persons. He will act to create access to persons he wants to create access to. So a governor who is who dissembles, who plays tricks, for instance, can hide behind cabal as a reason for his actions or inactions. Even when I look at government house now, I don't imagine where the cabal could be. or where it will be located, or who will constitute the cabal. All of them are appointees of the governor. They serve at his instance. So most likely the governor is the cabal. I don't realize it. So of course, yes, there's a definite anti-development mindset in government. Because when I was commissioner, somebody who has high standing in Enugu State wanted to bring a medical center to Enugu State, and he was frustrated. I noticed that the government, or let us say the government, was not interested in supporting that man's initiative or plan to bring in a medical center, a hospital, a major hospital. I noticed that there was effort. He was frustrated. That hospital is not there now, which means that the man was frustrated. And I was wondering, and I thought I tried my best. I did all I could to make sure that that project was allowed to come into Enugu. And it failed. So it's a question of leadership and values and a sense of what needs to be done. I also know, let me also tell you that I had an encounter not when I was in government with the man who owns GIG Motors. He met me somewhere in Enugu in a sports club and told me that somebody asked him to go and meet me as the person who will help him to realize a dream he has nurtured for more than 10 years of building a hub in Enugu, a transport hub. He has acquired the land, but successive governments, even under Sullivan Chime, they didn't allow him to build a hub. But the land that he has acquired, a hub that will create employment for the people of Enugu State. The man came to me that somebody told him that this is a man of integrity and he will push it for you. And I truly, I pushed that project for him. I got the people at Enugu State Capital Territory to give him the approval. I fought off people from environment, people from Ministry of Land, people from the local government, people from transport, who came with all manners of excuses, trying to frustrate that man from building that home. And by the grace of God, through my instrumentality, through my support, that hub was built as a beautiful place now, and is a place where all transport belonging to GIG takes off from Enugu. So if I was not focused and determined at this point in time, that project would have failed. So I think it's about leadership. I think it's about the vision that one brings to service and your determination to do good. And that determination will influence the kind of persons that you bring to bear to serve with you. Your commissioners, your aides will reflect your mindset. So if it's a mindset that is pro-production, pro-integrity, pro-transparency, it will radiate down the line. And if there's anyone who is not in consonance with that mindset, the person will be kicked out. So the cabal in Enugu exists if the governor indulges them, or indulges it. I'm not going to indulge any cabal. I think part of the effort that has been, part of the energy that has been generated, that has been mobilized against me, is because a lot of persons know or suspect that I'm not going to be amenable to any kind of cabalism. I'm not going to be a surrogate. I'm not going to be a pocket radio of any manipulator, no matter how highly placed. The people of Enugu State are the people I'm going to serve with utmost intensity and with fear of God.
All right, thank you very much. Let's move on real quick. We'll try and mix it. We'll be having guys. Let's take a lady. Only if you're a lady, you can speak. If you're not a lady, I will drop you for using a lady's picture. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, Emir Sirdam.
God bless
Good
you.
evening. Good evening, Barrister Chijoke Edoga. Yeah, I have one simple and straightforward question. What are you going to do about the mess that is Enugu Ministry of Lands, so that there will be transparency when people buy their land or whatever, they will have their documentation as quickly as possible? Thank you.
We are going to impose the benefits of modern technology. The filing system, for instance, the filing system in Enugu is still like 19th century. If you go there, they will have to start looking for your files, and most times they are misplaced. Persons who have interest in your files, they take them home, they destroy them, they misplace them, they build new files. So I think what we'll have to do is, first of all, to create a filing system that is not amenable to the removal and the destruction or retrieval of documents. Even documents that will help people establish ownership sometimes are removed. So we are going to use benefit of technology to make sure that we upgrade our landing, registration, documentation, payment, storage of material, basically everything. Even the mapping, the GIGS or something they call it, is going to basically come in, but it's expensive. We try to do it, bring it in. When I was in government, but the charges were very high. So, but we are going to do it incrementally. We are going to look for people who have knowledge and experience in land matters and put them in charge, and then gradually bring in technology, the filing system, the storage system, the documentation system. All of them will go online gradually, so that the movement of files, physical files, will go. Then, if there are backlog of issues, very bad issues, some of them which I know, we'll set up bodies to address them. We'll have to make sure that people who have complaints have a place to lodge their complaints, and that body will be there for quite some time to make sure that all illegalities, as much as possible, will be addressed. If there are redresses, we'll redress. If there are retrievers, we'll retrieve. But going side by side will be a process to bring in technology with regards to documentation, filing, retrieval, storage, archiving. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir. We're trying to rush the questions now. Emeka, Emia Kene, you have the space, please. Fast to your question.
Actually. All right, thank you very much. Good evening, Barrister Doga. From Thursday, I was so impressed with all you said on Thursday, and a follow up to that, because I didn't get to ask a question that day. I'm a big fan of P2B, so that's what P2B's factor is why I'm interested, because he said a lot of things about anyway. Let me just go back to my question. The whole thing about land, because some persons have talked about land here, and there's one thing that P2B is known for about acquisition as a state governor. Some of the things that are tempting, and I don't know, because we all know I'm from Enugu, so I know that the three governors that we've had since 1999, they've really done some things in terms of acquisition of certain properties. The one in my mind is the one along the express. So for this, I don't know, is allegedly owned by the current governor. So I don't want you to go into that because that's a sensitive question. But in terms of communities that are having dispute for one land issue or the other, I say when you are elected, because I believe that you're going to win, when you are elected, how are you going to control yourself not to be how are you going to control yourself not to try to maneuver or use state powers to own such properties? And I think let me stop here for now.
It just boils down to values. It just boils down to values. If you have values, if you have a sense of why we are here in this world, if you have a sense of for instance, legacy, you will not use the governor's office to acquire land for yourself, because how many plots of land are you going to live on? How many? So if I'm somebody who is going to acquire land when I become governor, Enugu State people would have known now. There have been a track record of acquisition trailing me. I've been commissioner for 7 years, member House of Reps, chairman of local government, presidential advisor. If there's evidence of greed greed or lust or love of land or the acquisition or the love of money for money's sake, those things would have come up. So if I have been even if I've been parsimonious all my life, why would I continue to be parsimonious now that even more so now that I'm aware that a large part of the ill feeling that is being generated towards Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi is because of because his name is attached to acquisition. I don't believe in acquisition. I'm actually indifferent to material things. Actually indifferent to material things. So I reassure you, I affirm categorically that I will even those areas that are in the focus on land or the land that is really because we're not a planning people. Land is almost Enugu State is infinite, almost so to say. So if we expand towards Abo from Transekulu, we have land for people to live in, do their build on. If we expand towards Ugogo and Opi, by once we put a dualizer road, there'll be enough land. If we expand towards Emene, after Emene towards Ihamufu on both sides, there'll be enough land. The problem is the fixation on what the white men created. The white men created the Independence now, GRA, and maybe Jim Wood who did it. So we can expand, we can move beyond what we have now, and all this tussle, all this aggrandizement will reduce. So so basically, it's not my nature to aggrandize. Some of them, after being governor, without any shame, without any sense of self, will move into a government property. For instance, Sullivan Chime, after being governor, moved into a house that is reserved attorney generals, one of the choicest property in Enugu State. He doesn't no there's no sense of out, there's no feeling that is not right. There's no sense that what if people who pass these buildings, what will they be saying about me? What will they be thinking? Would they be generating love towards you or infamy? You move from a modest apartment your father left for you in Owane, you move into the biggest property in Enugu State. If the white men, if the former attorney generals have taken over that land, will he take it? Will he move into it? The same thing for people who have taken over the house meant for speakers, the house meant for all manner of people in Enugu State. So it's background. His background is in the DNA. So Peter Obi is an example that you can finish being governor and not move into government property. So even Chimaroke did it all over, took virtually everything and says monetization. So it's not my character. It's not my character to acquire the things I don't need. From when I was young, my upbringing, my background, I've been content. Contentment is a key word. I've been brought up to be content and to organize my life around what is available and what I can defend. So if I become governor, I'm going to be a model. I'm going to be exemplary in and out of office of how it ought to be done. Peter Obi has become the icon now because even in office and out of office, he has organized his mindset to be a model. Tinubu is not a model. He moved from a modest apartment somewhere into Bodilon, the biggest place in Lagos. It's not right. You don't push yourself to become a servant of people so you can lord it over them. Sullivan is not a model, no matter how much he postures. He's not a model. He shouldn't have moved into that government property. He doesn't own it, and you cannot ascribe a property to yourself. It's not right for you to ascribe a government property to yourself. So Edoga will be a model of life in service and life after governorship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I hope this is a recorded space, and we will hold you to all your words on this platform today. But thank you, sir. Let's move on real quick. Bat Exterminator, you have the space, please, real quick.
Yeah, good evening. Thanks for having me on. It has been an engaging discussion so far. So my question is on urban expansion, all right? So Enugu State has witnessed population explosion for the past years. And this population, these new entrants into Enugu are absorbed in middle class residential areas, for example, like Transekulu. You know, this has caused so much traffic because the roads are actually fashioned for or built for about 5,000 to 20,000 population. That was like the initial and original plan. Now we're having a population of about 100,000, you know. So my question is this: how do you plan to, expand the urban areas and the road networks beyond the conventional breaking of, structures, done by Ugwanyi's administration, spearheaded by Joseph Ono? How do you plan to expand existing urban areas? Thank you.
I'm looking immediately at between Abo and Transekulu, there is a vast expanse of beautiful land. All you need to do is to connect Transekulu to Abo. Once you open up that road, what we need to do is to open up that road. If we open up that road, all that vast land between Transekulu and Abo is available for expansion. It's a beautiful. It has several lakes, about 7 lakes, and beautiful environment and beautiful flora and fauna. So I'm thinking, even the people of Abo are intense in their lobby that road should be created. So in my mind, is one of the things we need to do, so that Transekulu can move towards Abo and towards what we call Eguke. I'm also thinking that if we dualize, when I was in government, I kept on insisting that the government, Governor Ugwuanyi, should dualize the Nike OP road, Ugogo road. I kept on insisting that road should be dualized. Even when we came in, it was available to be dualized because all the things on both sides have been cleared. But he hesitated, and people began to build in. So I think that if there is money, I'm going to dualize that road. I'm going to dualize that road and nudge development. Find a way of not pushing development towards the Ugogo, the OP, Ego axis to merge with where Peace is doing university, and make sure, and it helps with ease of transport to Nsukka. Moving with a mind to merge in Nsukka and Ugogo area. I also have a mind to dualize the MNA Kalagu Road to meet the point where the governor of Ebonyi stopped. Governor Ebonyi has dualized his own almost up to our border. We are going to dualize our own. If we dualize it, traffic congestion will ease, and the vast areas on the both sides, left and right, towards Ebonyi State, will be available for relocation of markets and residential buildings. So I'm thinking in that direction. I'm not going to emphasize the Amech area again, the Obago area again, the Ugwaji area again, because it's a substantial part of the baggage that Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi has is the involvement with Obago land and Ugwaji land and all that. And I promise them that I'm going to de-emphasize, de-escalate government interference with their land. So what is left for now on interim is immediately is the Abo area behind Transekulu towards Abo, OP, Ugogo towards Nsukka, if we dualize the road, Emene towards Ebonyi, if we dualize the road. But in the long term, we are going to create a settlement, a big place around Oji River, at the point where Oji River meets Anambra State. The intersection between Oji River and Anambra State, there might be a big hub, a big development that attracts those from Anambra State or those who work in Anambra and prefer to live in Enugu, and those in Enugu who want to go to work in Anambra and come back. So I'm envisaging that sometime in the future, the merger between Anambra State and Enugu will happen if we consciously nudge the development towards Oji River, create the necessary environment, markets, businesses, roads, and land acquired and given at no cost to people from Anambra, Enugu, and anybody who wants to live in that kind of Obiako. The Obiako idea that they try to do it between Port Harcourt and Abia. We can replicate around Oji River axis so that attracting people from Anambra people from Enugu, a kind of Panana-Bra Panibo settlement. Quite huge, massive. That's how my mind is working in that area.
Is that how your manifesto is working too, sir?
Yes.
All right, because it's important. Please, that manifesto should be made public for us as quick as possible. Thank you. All right, let's move on real quick. Ezechi Emeka, Peter is better. You have the space, please. Real quick.
Okay, my governor, good evening, sir. I am supposed to come to Enugu this week to be one of the super agents in Ako, because I'm from Ako, because I want you to win. But I have a challenge. Your response so far in this interview have been very, very wonderful, and I want to go to the challenge. The challenge I have is that from 9th Mile to OP Junction, the road is very terrible. And that's the major challenge of Ako. And that is the major reason why I personally has been against Martin Oke, who was our who is still our House of Rep candidate, House of Rep member up to this moment. He lost last election. So, sir, I know the road is not a federal, it's not a state road, but we have not seen attempts. If somebody is making an attempt, it's also very important. If we are seeing 100% attempt, but not seeing results, we understand this person is actually working towards this thing. So, sir, please, I want to beg you. You can do a lot for us in making sure that you fix that road by pushing the federal government to do the right thing in fixing that road. And if possible, some other roads within our coalition. Because this government that is living, this Mrs. Ugwany, has not been able to do anything for us at Igbetiti. And it's very painful to all of us here. I'm begging you. And finally, please, sir, I want to beg you, those of us who are like doing our PhD program, you can have a program for us so that something like a bursary or something like a incentive for our academic program. It is not easy. But finally, please, I beg you, please, your safety is very paramount to us. Please, take care of your safety. We love you. Together, we must achieve that greater Enugu that we desire. God bless you. I yield the mic.
Thank you so much. Yeah, the issue of my security is something that agitates the minds of so many people. And I'm praying and hoping that God will touch the hearts of people who want to injure an innocent man. Ultimately, our security is in the hand of God. I will not say that that train is a federal road. We're not going. No. That excuse will not come up. But I just want to inform you that there are two roads that lead in that direction you are talking about. One goes through Abo and Umurumbe and all that, and okay, that road has been awarded. That road has been awarded. Part of why I was mindful, I was quite insistent that Ogorinwa, who was in the House of Reps, should continue in National Assembly, is that he has played a key role in securing that contract, and his continued presence in National Assembly will help in making sure that funds are allocated, because he had to look for a special vehicle in the Ministry of Finance that accommodate that road. And so his continuation in National Assembly will help. The other road that goes through Ebe and the older federal road is in a terrible state, really bad state. The one that comes out in front of Obede is in a very bad state. Not too long ago, I was trapped there in the night. The roads have developed very big gullies, but I think that even at that, a thinking government, a government with empathy, should not just fold its hands. What we are going to do is really push, and to ask the federal government to come and take up its responsibility. This push will be through lobby, and through other avenues of engagement. For instance, the media. We are going to use the media maximally to embarrass if need be, or to encourage if need be, or to coerce if need be, for the federal government to carry out its obligations to our people in Enugu or the southeast. You cannot aggrandize roads and say it's federal road, and then begin to pick and choose the ones you are going to do. And if you put it on the balance, you will see that southeast has the smallest number of federal roads, and it has the biggest roads that is not done. It's not right. So we are going to make sure that we put the federal government on the spotlight to do the things it ought to do for our people, or to disengage from the roads. But if before then we ameliorate, just bring in bring in bulldozers, bring in some money to touch up the really bad places. Because not all the places are bad on that road. There are places that are okay. There are places that are fair. There are places that are absolutely impassable. The places that are absolutely impassable, the Edoga government will address them. Bring in bulldozers, bring in all stuff, and then and make sure that they are motorable. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir. On the sir, I don't know, Mr. Chijoke, your people in the background are disturbing me, but honestly, we have close to 70 people that still want to ask you questions, and we have hundreds of questions. So that is why it's very important for your manifesto to be out there. So you can always refer people to your manifesto to go and see, and most of the questions here that have been answered, they can easily go there for reference. So please, sir, you're still going to indulge us for long. I don't know how long you want to go, but we scheduled today for you. I think you should be able to spend more time with your people from Enugu. They want to discuss with you, but you're going to spare me just 2 minutes or 5 minutes. In our midst here is the incoming governor of Abia State, Mr. Alex Oti. I think you guys were together 2 days ago or so. I don't know, but Mr. Alex, welcome, sir. Good evening. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing very well. Thank you. Good
Better.
evening. Your Excellency, how are you doing?
It's good to have you here. It's good to have you here, sir.
Thank
Good
you.
to have you here.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm not going to take so much of time because I know that today is for my brother Chijoke. Just to say hello and uh, yield the space for him. It's very good to be here. I have my manifesto out there, and I believe if it is tomorrow or Tuesday that I'll be interacting with you, I would like to point your attention to my manifesto. All you need to do is go to www.alexotdi.com, and then you will see where it leads you to download manifesto. It's a 42-page document, and it will show up on your device free of charge, and you can take your time to read and then prepare for your questions anytime I'm coming on board again. I understand it was supposed to be Tuesday, but I've requested for it to be tomorrow. So if tomorrow works, then so again,
All
I'm
right, sir.
happy to be here.
So let's see. Let's see. Let's see. I'm going to talk with your people at the back channel. Probably tomorrow. If it's going to be tomorrow, it's going to be from 8 p.m. I don't know if that's fine with you.
Um, I would not be available for 8 p.m. If it can be earlier, that would be fine.
So I think we should leave it for Tuesday, please.
So it's either 8 p.m. tomorrow or Tuesday.
Yes.
Okay. Let me see if I can move things around, and I would come back to you through my people.
Okay. Okay. Great, sir. Good to hear from you, sir. Thank you very much for the time.
All right. Yeah. Have a lovely
All right.
evening.
Let's go back. Let's go back to Mr. Chijoke. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right, Mr. Chijoke, let's come back to you to our discussion. Um Let me take the next speaker from Enugu. Let's go with Chidi. Chidi Omeje, how are you doing today? Good evening.
Good evening. I'm fine, and thank you, Mayor Sirdam, for the good work you've done. To my brother, my big brother, Chijoke. Good evening, sir. My name is Chidi Omeje, and I'm from Ibagwaka. I'm sure you know the town well. You have a friend there too. Um, First of all, I'm very happy that you have publicly repudiated the character traits of some of your predecessors. You told us how you have nothing to do with the Ebano gang war. You have nothing to do with the the one who is appropriating government property. You have nothing to do in terms of emulating the current governor and his lethargy, ways. Now I'm happy about that. Now, but what my business right now with you, sir, is to share some intels with you. I'm a journalist, by the way, and I had some information, and of course, this is a kind of developing. It have been happening. It's something I've laid as grand plan, because I'm trying to tell you some of the landmines already put in place by these guys who are trying to dislodge, to make sure that you do not your money do not materialize. Sir, are you aware that this government in Enugu State had pushed all manner of thugs to become local government chairman, all manner of stuff, holding different uh, positions, just preparatory to this election, just putting them there to activate them, and by way of violence, to ensure that people do not come out to vote free and fair. So now, please, I'm asking, how are you going to assure our people that you will be there, that you are going to have something in place to ensure that people are safe to come out and vote that day and get home safely, and of course that their votes count? That is more important to me, because look, I came into the optimism that you are our next governor, but I'm also looking at the landmines put in place by these guys, because I know they are formidable, but the will of the people are even more formidable. So are you this? That's just my question, sir.
Okay, Chidi, my dear
Yes, sir.
friend. Chidi, thank you so much for the consent.
Yes, sir.
Of course, I know you. I know lots of your family. We're like family. I
Yes,
understand
sir.
your concern, and there is the concern of quite the gradual or incipient or apparent or evident or the suspicion that the electoral process is going to be affected negatively by infusion of thugs is a matter that concerns lots of people in Enugu State now. It's an issue that people have spoken to me about, called me out on, and it's quite a matter that people are apprehensive about. I've taken up this matter. I've taken up this matter with the director of the DSSS. I've taken up this matter with the GOC. I've taken up this matter with the director of military intelligence. I've taken up the matter with the commissioner of police in Enugu State. I've taken up this matter with the director of civil defense. And they all assure me that they have received marching orders from the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to ensure free and fair election in Enugu State. I have nothing else to do except to believe and to hope that these gentlemen, who are men of high standing and honor and integrity, and are professionals of high standing, that they will do what they have promised that they will do. Additionally, I've sensitized our people. I've sensitized our youth. I've sensitized our voters. I've sensitized our Enugu State people to be alert and to be fully conscious and make sure their communities are protected, because, as they say, vigilance is the price of liberty. So I've encouraged our youth to mobilize and make sure that persons who are not of their communities don't enter, don't are not allowed to slip in or invade or are busting into their communities in order to affect negatively the elections. So we have raised the consciousness among the people. We have primed them. We have prepared them to protect their territories and to make sure that persons who ought not to be there, because the federal government, knowing that this is a very serious matter, has even gone ahead to affect the people's right to move freely by imposing restrictions on movement on the day before the voting and on the voting days. So the government, so those who have stopped people from entering their communities are really working in concert with the federal government to make sure that elections go free and fair. So I have educated, I have primed, I have warned, I have sensitized, and we have also taken it a notch further by informing the military, the DSS, the police of what we have heard. We have shared information with them, and they assure us, and we have cause to believe that they are equal to task. Most possibly tomorrow, I'm also going to issue statements, broadcast a statement on what we have gathered, that are the plans of these enemies of democracy to truncate what should be the free and unfettered expression of our people's will. Thank you, Mr. Omeje.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Let's just go on real quick, sir. Your people. I want to ask one more time, sir. Please, can we go on?
No, I have a. Can I? Do we reschedule? Do we do it some other time? Because
When you say
2 hours now, 3 hours. We've been on for 3 hours, and
yeah,
the election time.
that is how much. That's how time flies on space.
Yeah, several pressures on me, several calls on me. Persons are waiting. They want me. I have to attend to them. I enjoy this. I enjoy what we are doing. I'm happy how we're doing it. But can we maybe segment it so another day we'll come back? If you don't mind, I enjoy what you're doing. I appreciate you. I appreciate the way you're handling it. Your conduct is professional, is superb. I would like to go on and on and on. But there are other things that I must have to attend to. If you
All
don't
right,
mind.
what we'll do right now? Let's rush all the speakers up here. Let's rush everybody 1 minute. So have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and if you could just make your answer as brief as possible, sir.
Saddam, are you here at all?
Chigozie, you have to go down. So you can make your answers as brief as possible. Also, said it helps the cause. So we'll rush all the questions. Probably 2 people take questions immediately. Then we say let's rush the people up here. Then we can reschedule for tomorrow. I don't know. We can have you from 8 p.m. From 8 p.m. tomorrow, we can have a space for you from 8 p.m. just for you and your people tomorrow, if that is okay for you. But if not, probably next week we have a space with Dr. Oti on Tuesday. I think just Tuesday and Thursdays we have free before the election. So it is up to you. If you're free tomorrow, we can continue by 8 p.m. Your people can always come out, and we'll allow, because you have plenty of people that want to ask you questions. I want to interact with you. But let's just take people real quick. All right. A big one, please. You have in 30 seconds. Ask your question, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sirdam. Thank you, our incoming governor. Please, I have this should be a plea. I'm begging. I'm a nightlife person, and since insecurity started in Enugu, especially Opi Nsoka, the new road to Opi Nsoka, because I stay in Nsoka, but I always come to Enugu. But since this insecurity, I'm begging you, please help us tackle the insecurity on that road, because when we are clamoring for that challenge, nothing happened till Shere was kidnapped. That was when Uguanyi shift all the police forces along that road, and now you can meet along almost 10 police checkpoints from Nsoka to Enugu. And please, and those police, they are not doing their work. They are
Thank you,
just.
my brother. Thank you. Your question your submission is gotten on insecurity. Okay, let's take the next person. So we'll take 2 questions. Thank you very much. Please, guys, I'm big on time right now. Please, 30 seconds. If you can't do it in 30 seconds, just let's go on to the next person, please. Thank you. All right, Woke, please, you have the space in 30 seconds. Your questions, straight to your questions, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Sirdam. Honorable, my question is on. Sorry, please, can you hear me?
You're audible. Go on, bro.
Okay. Honorable, my question is on transparency. What controls, especially financial transparency, you've mentioned a lot. How are you going to make the Enugu State finances transparent in terms of the budget, spending, so that we'll be able to see it? Because are you going to make it digitally available to everyone, where we can actually see how the money is being spent? If Bado is being bought for House of Representatives, how are you going to inculcate digital financial transparency digitally and make it accessible for everyone? Thank you.
All right, sir, you can answer these 2: insecurity and transparency.
Okay, transparency. I think even now, even now, there's quite some transparency in the budgeting process. I think there's a federal government guideline which we complied with when I was in government with regards to transparency, uploading the budget. I think there was some sort of appreciation or support, financial support from the federal government for state governments that upload their budgets on time. But no, the transparency that I'm talking about is being answerable to the people. Transparency means answerable to people. The Freedom of Information Bill. I actually was the first person who did the work on the Freedom of Information Bill. But it was eventually passed when I was no longer in the House of Representatives. But like every other thing in Nigeria, the appreciation and kudos has gone on to other people, and I've kept quiet. But the first work in Nigeria on the FOI bill was done by Chijoke Edoga as the chairman of the Committee on Information. The first public hearing, the first mention of FOI bill in Nigeria was under my watch. So later, when I had led the House of Rep, it was passed. But when official Nigeria writes his stories, my name does not come in. So FOI is something that we are going to adhere to. So if there are questions about government spending on any particular thing, we are going to make sure that those things are responded to. So all the laws Nigeria has with regards to transparency and accountability, we are going to adhere to them. So routinely, government expenditures where it does not injure the need for confidentiality and official secrecy will be published. But I can guarantee that where there are requests for information, honest answers will be provided. Thank you. Then the other one is insecurity. I've said it here before that we are going to reorganize the state, the vigilante. We are going to reorganize the vigilante. We are going to reinvigorate the vigilante. We are going to professionalize the vigilante so that they have tenure and they have training and they have job security. We are also going to partner with Nigerian police so that logistics for work are given them to augment what they are doing. Of course, I don't like the idea of policemen lining up all the roads at every point. That's exactly part of what led to the NSAS. The idea of policemen lining up one every 10 meters, pretending to be providing security. Meanwhile, they're just embarrassing people or humiliating people or collecting money from them. All the offices of policemen, the police stations are denuded of people. They empty out into the roads. It's not right at all. It offends my sensibilities. And by the grace of God, at the appropriate time, I will tell the commissioners of my police my mind on that matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, let's just go real quick. Uncle Charles, please, in a minute, you can ask your question.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about on the transparency issue because transparency is a big deal. Like in terms of people who are in government, they always feel in that respect. Not just publishing the budget itself, the expenditure as well. People want to know how the money is being spent. Basically, people are not really. If you're budgeting 10 million for, I'm just giving an example. We want to know how the 10 million is being spent, not just like, oh, we spent 10 million. How is it being spent? We want to know. That transparency is what the people seek for. Secondly, is I want to know how do you intend to bring Enugu youth, the one in terms of not just IT, with agriculture as well. How do you intend to help them to actually form something like SMEs for themselves? I mean, when it comes to funds education or training, exercise, how do you intend to bring them along? I mean, the youth itself, from 18 to 35, basically. Thank you.
All right, let's take a second question. Follow up. Chigos here, please. In a minute, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sirdam. Good evening, everyone. Obedience, I greet you all. Barrister Chijoke, you're welcome to the Vawulence space again. I just have one question to ask. Yes, the last time you were on radio, in Enugu State. I think I saw some tweets on Twitter where some people were accusing you of undermining the obedient movement. The truth is this: we all know, in fact, even the opposition party are all acknowledging the obedient wave and how some of them being escaped the obedient wave, like getting elected again. For those of them that were able to survive the obedient wave, but then it was surprising to me that someone is saying that you undermine the obedient wave, saying you are popular, your popularity now, and the massive love you're getting from the youths and the people of Enugu State is as a result of your own personal popularity before you joined the Labour Party. So I really want to hear from you. I don't know. I didn't listen to you. I didn't listen to the program, so I can't the power of the obedience or the Peter Obi effect. So I really want to hear from you. What do you think about this Peter Obi effect? The love you're getting now, is it as a result of your own personal popularity, or you really believe that it's because of the Peter Obi effect and the obedient movement in general? Thank you very much.
Okay. Let me just tell you that the popularity I'm getting is I ascribe everything to Peter Obi. Everything I ascribe everything to him. Is that okay?
All right, that's very very good. In fact, I feel I'm satisfied right now because we know there's a lot of fracas right now in Enugu in particular, and a lot of people have decided to, keep mute or not peddle into the Enugu affairs. But then, if we are going all out for you, the Labour Party candidate, then we should be sure that yes, you are not undermining our effort or the effort of the obedient movement. So thank you very much for that clarification. I think that does it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Then youth. I'm going to work with the youth in every facet: entertainment, sports, tech hubs, everything that will make the youth feel that they've been carried along. We're going to do that. Sports stadia, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 stadia, depending on whether we have the money to make sure that youths have places to go and engage themselves. And part of form the competitions we are going to introduce across secondary schools and primary schools must have good places to there will they be done. So we are going to the energy of the youth is undeniable, and we must tap into it and encourage them to begin to give more meaning to their lives through sports, through entertainment, through IT, and other things that youth want or need or aspire to have within what is acceptable by the law.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Okay, let's take the last 4 questions real quick. Engineer Wokoye, please, in a minute, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Sirdam, thank you very much. Your Excellency, thank you so much. This evening has been a wonderful one. Your answers to the questions asked to you have been very brilliant. Now, actually, I would have go on and to speak on so many things you've actually said here to elaborate on it, but based on you, I know, and the so many engagements involved. I am also why I'm speaking now is that I want to beg the people on the space to allow this time you've requested. Maybe we'll reschedule for tomorrow so that we will come back, we will continue our talk. So because you've actually spent a whole lot of time and there are so many other things ongoing on the ground, on the background for you, I know very, very well. So, but before you move, you said something about in our educational sector of Enugu. Me being an indigenous of Enugu and residing currently in Enugu, working in Enugu, sir, I want to beg you, this is not a question, it's just like a contribution. I want to beg you, when you assume office by the special grace of God, because you're going to win, you've already won, sir. Please look into IMT and ASUT. There is this kind of cabal inside those two schools. The report I get on from those schools every day makes me mad. starting from high cost of high school fees, tuition fees, starting from extortion, starting from abuse, and what have you. So, sir, I want you to please really look into those two schools and other tertiary institutions owned by Enugu State government. Please look at them, and then let's see a way we can do what make education affordable for the poor. Because these two schools serves a very important purpose in Enugu, and I really want you, if I wouldn't mind bringing out my time, because these two schools, like I'm an Esutite, I'm a proud graduate of Esut. So
engineer, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me just thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Marianne, please in a minute, please. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Honorable. So I'll go straight to my question. I'm actually from, sorry, let me give a background. I'm actually from Enugu State, so I was not born and brought up there. So I just went through to check if there's any scholarship board for Enugu students, like who that want to, like, if there's any room for scholarship. And then I just saw that the scholarship started in 2012, even though the board had been there for long, but the government of Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi initiated the whole scholarship in 2012, 2022, sorry, not 12, 2022. So and then I saw, okay, the number of scholarships that have been given, and then to those people that have been given, and on the criteria, I think. But so my question is, are you going to consolidate on, the scholarship scheme? Because I feel it's one of the ways to motivate people to want to study, especially for the tertiary institutions, even for the secondary and primary schools too. And then, but I'm now talking about the tertiary institutions. And also, I saw that, okay, there's no room for, or there was no provision for postgraduates, especially for, and also including the indigenes that are outside the state and are schooled outside the state. Thank you so much. That's my question. I yield.
Thank you, my dear. I know that when I was in the government, that occasionally issues of scholarship came up, and sometimes they were given to those who were indigent. Sometimes they were given to those who have performed extraordinary feats, and sometimes the basis on which they were given were not very clear to me. But I know that scholarship has been part of our existence in Igbo land for a long time. Before it was communities that organized it. Later it was state government that organized it, that gave it, awarded it. So we are going to, Enugu State, I'm sure, is one of the richest. It's not one of the richest states, one of the rich states either. But when people deserve scholarships, when somebody has done wonderfully well, that's who the whole Nigeria wants to go for that. Of course, the state should encourage that person. When somebody has done so well as indigent, obviously indigent, verifiably indigent, the state will support the person. So the answer is that scholarships, support for people, for one reason or the other, will continue. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Frank Kachi, please a minute. Frank Kachi, are you there? All right, Oja.
Can you hear me now?
Please, you have a minute, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, for once of time, all protocol duly observed, please. I'll go straight to my question. I have a lot of questions to ask, but I'll just go straight to the question, please. It has to do with the area of sports in Enugu State. His Excellency, please, I actually want you to tell us your plan, though I've not seen your manifesto, so I don't know what it covers in terms of sports. But I want you to tell us exactly what your plans are in terms of sport development in Enugu State, and also the plan you have for Rangers, especially because this is a club that's very close to my heart. But as it stands now, Rangers Football Club is as good as dead. Even their facilities, if you go to the stadium, most of them are all dilapidated. So, what are your plans for sport development in Enugu State and the Rangers National Football Club? Thank you very much.
All right, Oja. Oja, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Okay, I just unmuted myself. So
I'm actually one of the people who want, LP to thrive because it's like a movement that is trying to change things. So, but sir, to me, you appear unserious and somebody that, doesn't plan. Um, but I'm happy that
Hello?
over the course of the last 2 days,
Hello?
I
Hello?
understand that you've been listening to what people are saying, I've been taking action. So that's very wonderful. So my question is, if you appear to people that you're not planning, how would you be executing all these wonderful things you have when you seem not to plan very well? Like Alex Oti just came on board now, and within 2 minutes or 1 minute he spoke, he gave us a website where we can go and find his things. He's planned out things he's going to do. For the 1 minute he spoke, he sounded very planned, like somebody who really is ready to lead. You appear to me just like a typical, politician who will just move with the stream.
My
And
brother Oja, please ask question, please.
so my question is that if he doesn't plan, how is he going to execute all these wonderful ideas he has? And does he have any life outside politics? Is politics his only career? Because so let me just stop this. I don't take time.
Okay, Mr. Chile, did you hear that?
Yeah, there was a disconnect. I didn't hear him or her.
All right. He asked that you don't. He said you do not plan. That you do not plan. That if you do not plan, that you come across to him as someone that do not plan, and as you come across as someone that does not plan, how do you plan to execute all these your wonderful plans that you have been dishing out here? That's the second question. The first person asked about Rangers, about sports. What are your plans for sports in the state?
Okay, first.
So I asked also about what career do you have outside politics? Is politics your only source of livelihood? Is it your career? Like, what else do you have outside politics?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, let me start with my career. I have been a journalist most of my life, most of my adult life. I practiced journalism from the scratch to the apex of journalism, from a writer to editor to publisher to member. Right now, I am on the editorial board of Daily Trust. Even as I'm here in Enugu, when I go back to Abuja, I resume my seat on the editorial board of Daily Trust. Daily Trust is one of the most influential papers in Nigeria. I'm on that board. I'm also a lawyer. I practice law. Is that okay? So politics is just something that happens. It's not even politics, it's public service. Because at this point in time, most time I've been called to serve. I've been called to serve as a presidential aide. I've been called to serve as commissioner. And when I serve, I move on. I return to journalism basically. Then sports in Enugu State needs to be we have to start from the scratch. We have to start from secondary school sports competition, primary school competition, secondary school competition, then gradually begin to rebuild love and the interest in sports. Then simultaneously, we will try to see whether we can develop even the facilities where these games can happen. Now, there are no facilities. Even this, like I said initially, the primary school fields have been taken over. The primary school fields have been destroyed everywhere. If you look around now, you see that primary school fields have been compromised. So in order to make sports meaningful again, we really have to start from the scratch. We have to build schools, create new schools where football fields will be beautiful again and well maintained, and make football interesting, or lawn tennis interesting, or table tennis interesting. We are going to then gradually begin to build more stadiums. There's one in Nsukka, one stadium in Nsukka is not enough. We're going to have maybe 1, 2, or 3 more, so that zonal competitions or interzonal competitions can go on. Then we're also going to encourage private sector participation. Even the hotels that we have in Enugu, before, they used to have places for lawn tennis and all that. Other games can go on. Tennis is not encouraged again. Badminton not encouraged again. Lawn tennis not there. So it's not only football. Sports in all its facets used to be the norm in Enugu or in our primary schools or secondary schools. So gradually, we are going to encourage the competition. But in the course of my investigation, even as a commissioner for local government, I try to inquire why those things don't happen. You see that this idea of complete zero payment of fees, no fees at all are allowed in primary schools. It has affected sports development, because even if you ask students to put in money to maybe for football or anything, they say it's not allowed, and the money that is budgeted cannot cover everything. So it's something that we all have to work out. We want the best, but we're not ready to make sacrifices of the best. But within the limits of what is available, we are going to begin to encourage competition from amongst primary schools, competitions among secondary schools on football, badminton, table tennis, to begin to rekindle interest again. Then incrementally it will grow. Rangers, of course, is the love of all of us. We also have to work out what we'll do with Rangers, because I know that for most victories in Nigeria, you have to make a lot of plans to win. Victory is not actually gotten on the football field, though. You negotiate those things, you pay money, you do this and that before victory is achieved. If you don't pay money, you go on relegation. So many things that need to be worked out with regards to Rangers. Do you have money to sustain it as a government enterprise, or do we privatize it? So we're going to be hard-headed about those things. I will not make a categorical statement on some of these things, because most information are not available to my disposal. I love Rangers. I was a Rangers fan when I was growing up. When I was growing up, I knew all the names of all their footballers. Ogiri Babuchi, Beko Onyedika, Dominic Nwobodo, Dominic, all of them. I knew all of them. I knew who scored, who did not score. Bulldozer. But now the love is going down. All this television and all these things are causing all this Premier League is causing diversion. Love is going down. So the romance of Rangers may be waning, but we can revive it if there is money and other. If I'm open to ideas anyway on what to do with Rangers. I don't know exactly what to do with Rangers now, because I know it took a lot of money to fund it, and if you don't pass money around to the hierarchy in the sports world, you lose. Your team will lose. So there's no transparency in the sports world in Nigeria enough to encourage people to invest heavily in all these things. So it's something that will have to work out with time.
All right, thank you very much, sir. I think with that we have limited the questions for today. We have spent the last 3.5 hours you being asked questions across different fields. I have a whole lot of people that want to ask you questions. Close to 60 requests. My DMs are filled with close to 100 questions already. People are asking me I should ask you, and I cannot ask every question. We cannot bring everybody up, but I will say something. You have been forthcoming with your answers. You have expressed yourself. This is the second day. People that were with us on Thursday can say the same thing. But one thing I will say that I will say you should work on is your generation is not your generation and our generation are two totally different generations. You should be able to synergize your strategy with our generation, and that is why I clamored for you having your manifesto in up on the internet. It should be a click away. You can send it to us, or we on our platform here. We can post it we have our website. We can post it up for you on the website for everybody in Enugu in diaspora. I want to see your manifesto. They can go there to see it. That is just my only. That if I'm giving any takeaway from this whole conversation is what I think you should do, and if it's possible tonight, it should be done tonight. Apart from that, if you're free for tomorrow 8 p.m., we can go on again for you. Come and engage, and you are. I will say you're playing. If it's in a football match, on the internet, you are 3-0 down. Yeah, but right now probably you have scored 2 goals. You're still down. You're still back because your opposition have done a whole lot of damage, and they have occupied the social media sphere. It is not too late. Your people are coming out. That's why you can see the whole request. People that want to ask you questions, and I believe many questions also from your opponents are also here. They also want to ask you. Some have come up here to ask you questions too, and you're grateful enough to answer everybody. So I think if you want to come back here tomorrow 8 p.m., we can do that again, probably for 2 hours. Me and my team, we can sacrifice our time, and we don't have spaces on Sundays, because one of our brothers hosts his own space tomorrow. But we can sacrifice from 8 p.m. for you to have your space and have that time. But if that is too much for you, there is no problem. We are satisfied with all we have had with you for the past 2 days. It has been one entertaining space for me. I know you now as a person that truly you're not just a person without substance as they painted you online before. So guys, I encourage all of you on the platform, please follow his handle, tweet his handle, share his handle. Let us help grow his followership. We on this platform, we are pro LP, but it is important that while we are pro LP, we are pro sensible LP candidates, and you have come out here to prove that you're a sensible candidate. When it comes to the issues, you understand the issues of the state. You understand. You have. I schooled in Enugu. I schooled in UNN, and that is me now just breaking it out. Right? I did not say it all through this period. So I was just listening to you for the past 2 days. You're calling names of places that I know you must know Enugu well to know these places. I am very, 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 very happy with what I've heard from you. That is me, my 2 cents. I don't know, Tumba, if you want to come in
My
right now.
brothers, Mr. Governor. I mean, sir, you've been so forthcoming, open, and you've really enlightened my eyes. And I think one of the things I noticed, I discovered is this. You usually referred back to your track record as chairman of a local government and House of Rep, which is something that is refreshing. Which is something Peter B does also, where you say, I've done this, I did this," and there's some answers that you gave that I know some people were not utterly satisfied, but I can tell you're someone that you're also open to ideas. Like, okay, yes, I have a manifesto, I have plans, but this is what I feel. But at the same time, I want to hear, you know, I'm ready for inputs, and I love the fact that you kept clamoring on agriculture, 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 and that's key to me. So thank you so much, sir, for your time. I've never been to Enugu. I've not stepped foot in Enugu, but sir, I know so many places in Enugu now just from the way you've been talking about them. Because I write names of towns and I like to do that. So, thank you so much, sir. Godspeed. I know you're gonna win. We can't wait to have you. And I like what you said. You said you're gonna be a model, and that's the goal of the Obedient Movement and Labour parties, where we change the way Nigerians see governance and how Nigerians see people in government, where it's no longer we're going away from the way things were done. And I know it's not easy to come on the space and spend 3 hours and take questions from people that you don't even see at all. And so I want to appreciate your time. I want to appreciate you for doing this. It means a lot to us. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So really much. I've enjoyed my time here with you. I've learned so much, and I'm looking forward to more time with you, and looking forward to being a really good governor of our people. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. If you are free, as I said, our offer is still open. If you're free tomorrow 8 p.m., we can do it again. If you're not free, there's no problem. We have had enough time with you on the violence
Yeah,
space.
the team will be there tomorrow. They will be here tomorrow for you. 8
Oh,
p.m. 8 p.m.
you're going to come 8 p.m.
Yes, sir.
No problem. Then we'll have you here. You guys have heard too. For you that I did not pick you up today, please come back tomorrow 8 p.m. I'll align your questions. He will come back here. Otumba, you'll be here 8 p.m. You've heard the governor
Have
say
no
he'll come
choice.
8 p.m. So
We are
guys,
trying to take a break, but I need to give us one extra week. So we'll be
yeah, let's rush
we'll
it
be
up.
here.
Let's rush it up. All right, sir.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much,
You
sir.
can exit the platform right now. Thank you, sir.
That,
Thank you. Let's have
that
reactions,
was
guys.
that was. Halfway I was in the gym, halfway I was in my daughter's swimming lesson, just listening. And I think some people and they think it's just grammar and having very nice accent is what makes governance. No. And some of his answers, do I wish they were more substantive? Yes. But just the way he answers questions, you can tell he has experience. There's a genuineness to how he's answering his question. Because believe me, he can give political answer. The easiest thing I keep saying is to give you a politically correct answer.
I swear, Otumba, let me give you an
Very
instance. When
bold word.
that lady came up here with energy
Yes.
and she was saying, you have to give us an instance of what you do with consumption production. On a very normal day, any politician will use that opportunity to lie
I
and
will give you
shine.
lamba. We'll become the number one exporter
Thank
in
you.
cocoa. Lamba. So, but he didn't do that. He was like, yo, okay, here's the thing. But I know he did come into the 100,000 seedlings and things like that. But you can tell, and then mentioning how you get them from Edo and Delta states. So you can tell it's not something that is just coming off his head. It's something that has been around his mind. Like, okay, wait, I know the states where I'm going to go get seedlings from. Poultry. I was gonna come and say, okay, you want to make Enugu the food basket of the nation in the sense of like, okay, agriculture is my driver. Same, So yes, he's not, he can give us lamba if he wants to. He can, like, but he can promise us.
It's a very normal thing. I remember when Peter went to London and the family met him and said, "Sir, my family, I think he said my family did something in Nigeria
Yeah, about the
Airways. Please
airline,
tell us,
yeah.
Nigeria Airline, can you convince us that we're going to get back out?" And he said, "No, Nigerians need to understand this. Government has no business doing business because
Exactly,
government have proven over
exactly.
time that they are bad at
And this
doing
is every
business.
country of the world. Every country in the
Every
world,
country in the
government is
world.
bad at doing business. Mhm.
They are very bad. The moment the government put hands in business, it collapses. Or when there's a change of administration, people change hands, and the hands that started the business cannot continue it. You bring in new people that don't understand the basics, and they destroy that business. So the best thing you can do as a government is create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive, private companies to come in and invest. That is how you do it. So don't expect any government that comes out and say, "I'm going to build so and so factory." Is fake, fake,
Saddam, and if you
fake.
can listen,
All you can,
I heard PPP multiple times from him. He kept
yeah.
hammering on the PPP, public-private partnership. He used to, like, he would talk, he would do this, and then he would go back to, we're gonna, PPP involvement. Then agriculture, it was like, yes, the government, our job, it's not the government that produces. See, and that was key. It's not the government that produces, it's private companies that produce, but the job is to create enabling environment. So yes, and it just tells you that he understands governance the way we want to see it now. And Peter Obi said something. He said, let's elect them first, we'll correct them. He said he would have a retreat for the candidates. See, I know some people are still apprehensive on this, or these non-LP candidates, but this is work. See, our work did not end on February 25. Our work is continuum. It's constant work. We are trying to build a political home. It's here. When people say obedience don't belong to any party. I get that, but you cannot operate that way and get meaningful change. At some point, to change governance or to push policies for a government, the only tool we have right now is political parties. The only way you elect leaders is through political parties. If you can clean up and build a good political party that has a funnel to get right leaders in, where someone that drives an Okada or someone that doesn't have money but has ideas can emerge. That is the way we can build a real movement that lasts for generations, not something that lasts in one cycle. This thing is not we have passed the stage of vibes and cruises. This is where rescue Nigeria is not an overnight task. It's a continuous 10, 20-year effort. And this is the steps. This is how we start. Like, sometimes I think we're just on how he talked about cutting cost of governance when they had asked him about money. When he said, "Oh, Enugu doesn't have money," and he was like, "No, there's money there." You know what that reminded me of? What Peter used to say too. Like, no, there's money. The problem of Nigeria is not lack of revenue. It's what to do with even the revenue they have. They don't know how to manage the simple revenue they have. Which is why I can't take it serious if you can't ask them about IGR. I'm like, bro, well, IGR is not a measurement of how if as a governor coming in, if your first job is to go and raise taxes and try to generate revenue, then you are not serious. It's the Bola Tinubu model. The way you generate IGR is first by investing in economic drivers. Then long term, they will pay you back in taxes and HDI development indexes and things like that. So it's usually, the Bola Tinubu model, APC, is the reverse model where the first thing they thought about is my first 2 years I raised IGR. My brother, what did you do economically to raise the IGR? Is the question you should be asking. Not, oh, we took IGR from 5 billion to 10 billion. Brother, bullshit. First, tell us we've invested XYZ in economic drivers, and we hope to see in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years see our revenue growth based on our investments we're making in infrastructure, education, health, and things like that. So, It really impressed me. I'm really impressed, So, and I want to thank everybody, every Violence Space member, everyone listening to Violence Space, like this platform and what we've done in the last 8 months, the Obedient Family. We are pushing Nigeria to a level of governance that we've not experienced for decades, where you can start to have constant engagement with our leaders. And I hope we don't run away from this even after they emerge. We have to constantly stay on them because people do what you inspect, not what you expect. And that's Peter Obi. So even he might have the best of intentions. But the moment he emerges and people leave him and there's no accountability and it becomes your excellency. I hate that word, your excellency. I hate that word so much. It becomes your excellency. No, Mr. Governor, you promised this. This is 1 year into it. Where is the dividend, sir? We'll drag you.
I know what we have been saying is this. Me, at the end of 4 years, what we want to be hearing is go and verify. Go and verify. That is the slogan. If after 4 years, you now come and be saying,
No,
you
we're
know
not even wait
that,
for
you
4 years.
this.
After
No,
90 days in office or year one.
no, I'm trying to be realistic. As a governor can go in there, you shut up his doors and every other thing. In 4 years' time, can't you see Sanwo-Olu? Sanwo-Olu now is not going to ShopRite to lick ice cream like a child that just like say at Christmas. You see, there is nothing that beats these people as that the reality and the power truly belongs to the people. The moment Sanwo-Olu found out that truly Tinubu can lose Lagos in an election that they rigged, no matter how they rigged, they still lost Lagos. He had to dust up his feet and say, Omo, it is real, oh. Nigerians are now serious. So if any of these governors come out here, catch crews, use the people, we vote them. They see, I'm telling you that Peter has changed the sphere of politics in Nigeria forever. No politician will ever take people for granted going forward. No one, except you want to be a one-term politician. Except that. They now know. They now know. All right, Otima, I think let's take reactions. I know people are itching to speak. Let's allow people speak what you think. Please, those that could
I
not
just want to take
ask
parting shots
questions.
to those PDP boys that can come up and ask questions, but your candidates are nowhere to be found. Or
My brother, they enter
core
this
people that
PDP people are too
those core
shameless.
people that you can, and this is the thing that bothers me. I just want to say it, man. First of all, if you're campaigning for another candidate and there's nowhere on public record where you yourself or people are questioning the candidate, fuck you. You're full of bullshit. You're bullshitting us. If you're going to push one candidate and you can't point to where fellow obedience or even you can hold them on record and publicly say, right now, Saddam, in the next 4 years, this recording is what we'll go back to. Mr. Edogan, what you said. But you're campaigning against LP, but yet you can't point to where your candidate has spoken to the Nigerians or the obedient movement and let them drill him with questions. None of them have it, but yet you want to sell us another party. Go continue.
Thank you, my brother. All right, let's open up the space. Let's open the space for people to react. Please, guys. If I didn't call you up, why it is not intentional. We had close to over 100 requests. People were asking, and I can't keep myself. I think he answered over 50 questions today from 50 different people. He didn't try. All right, Dr. Olu, your hands are up. Guys, if you're up on the platform, please, you want to have reactions. Your hands will be up. Let's just make it orderly, please. Dr. Olu, you came up first. How are you doing? I don't know how you felt about the interview and everything, but what do you have to say, my brother? Welcome.
Boss, my people, it was a very refreshing. In fact, at a stage, I was even feeling for him that this man has answered a lot of questions. Is it not likely? Can you hear me, please?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go on, bro.
Okay. Yeah, I was already feeling for him that the almost 50 questions. Is he not like to be tired? And I was painstakingly following him, ensuring that it's not like he's giving us lamba. You can see that he's somebody that is prepared to actually engage us. And those are the things they were using, probably against him, thinking it's not social media, it's social media shy, it's not this, it's not the white. So the point here is the kind of system obedient movement is creating. And I always say it's more or less like a DNA that Peter Obi has generated for us. Once you are a Labour Party candidate or Labour Party representative, even talking about the guy that won in Kaduna that was just probably, I think, Okada man, or the guy in Enugu State that was a vigilante, there is a mentality that Obi has actually instilled in us that you have to perform. That singular word of go and verify consumption to production has now gradually become like a
Cost
slogan
of
for
governance,
anybody.
cut cost of governance too.
Cut cost of governance. So it has become like a slogan. So to me, engaging this man on this space today has further proven to us that we have made a significant progress in our electoral reform in Nigeria. And this is what the electoral reform is all about. It's not about signing this law, it's about people becoming reformed, knowing their importance and how we can influence decision. I keep on wondering when people are saying that obedience does not have a party, obedience does not, that is bullshit. That is completely, in fact, that is what makes us where we are today. You cannot be in United Kingdom, for example. Either way, you will tend towards conservative or labor. If you are in America, I expected the same, which means that there is participation. So this obedient movement cannot make any changes to Nigerian government without being appendage to a political party. I can't be saying that I'm Obi. I have to have a party that I'm going to use to actually influence whatever decision I want to do. And that is where Labour Party comes in. And that is why many people feel like I am loyal to Peter Obi, not because I don't have a mind of my own, but at least I have a focal person that I can hold responsible. And that is how Peter Obi has, in a way, remodelize, reintegrate, and regenerate the love of Labour Party in the mind of people. So this man coming here today now as a Labour Party candidate, I'm not seeing him as Chidi Okedoga. I'm seeing a representation of Peter Obi in him. And he has done so well that he has delivered what I personally, from Osun State, will love
My
my
brother,
governor to
myself,
say.
I second you.
How imagine me have opportunity to engage Adeleke. Adeleke became governor of Osun State because number one, the family was loved, but there's no proper engagement. There's no proper scrutinization. There's no proper as in interview.
Doctor,
Not
let me
all
help
these
you.
arranged
There's
interview.
no promise you can hold him down to for. There's nothing. It's
Exactly.
just he campaigned as or with politics as usual, but the hatred for APC and his the elder brother,
The death
the
of
first
his elder brother.
governor, military governor of Osun State is where their delicate family is loved. Is where that's how we rode on to power. So go ahead.
So the point I'm trying to bring about is that we are fortunate. I keep on saying me, I don't know, but me, I believe I'm fortunate to find my love with Peter Obi. And that is the reason why if I want to join any political party today, it is likely to be Labour Party. Obedient is a movement that that believe started because of Peter Obi, and which means that we have to ensure that our principal have every means of defending his mandate. And most of the people that comes around, if they make any 1-2 statement, they refer to Peter Obi. 1-2 statement, they refer to Peter Obi. You cannot tell me categorically that other political party will make such reference to Peter Obi. Look at what is happening. That is why I'm not really being fooled, and I don't know why people are being. I am very convinced that people are not supposed to be fooled because look at Omogi Agege. He's so terrified that he's using Obi to campaign. Look at the sheriff. He's so terrified that he's using Obi to campaign. If they have Sanwo-Olu, the tendency that you are going to win if you use Obi to campaign among the non-negotiables, you are going to win. He's likely to say,
With
I'm
me, I'm still
Sanwo-Olu
waiting
obedient.
for them to run the obedience for Sonolu. I'm still waiting for it. It's not far from the
I'm
their
telling you.
propaganda.
I'm telling you.
I
Look
swear
at
it's
Wike.
possible though. Because they'll
Wike
go and
have
dig
to
up a
come
picture
out.
of Sonolu and Peter Obi now. You will be shocked. Let's wait. They will dig up a picture of Peter Obi and Sonolu somewhere.
So look at Wike. Wike have to come out today that I am not against Peter Obi. What is he trying to do? So what I'm trying to say is that we have a political party. These people they became candidates of Labour Party when many of us are not even aware of them. In fact, that time I was even praying that we should have Labour Party candidates. Anybody should just pick the form. People should just pick just to have that sensible mindset that at least we have people looking after that are likely to look after our votes. And this guy picked the form, persistently, and you're not telling me because of this, because you think you now want to change the direction, you want to pick another political party, you want to shoot loyalty. So the message here is that, please, I keep on repeating it. For the sake of we that are from the West, we need you guys to please deliver as much Labour Party governors you can deliver in the East, in the South, and probably Lagos State, and one or two in the North Central. We want to demystify and we want to cut the so-called Jagaban that have kept Southwest under captivity. And the only way we can do it is to prove that Labour Party is a party, it has come to stay, and it's a party that we can actually reckon with. I personally, we have so much confidence to go back to my state and join Labour Party and do something meaningful. But if you are telling me that because there is competence and character is everywhere. This guy is even more competent, more experienced 1,000,000 times than Frankie Weke. Frankie Weke has only been chief of staff and minister of information.
Thank you. He never won has he ever won an election?
Exactly.
No.
This guy
never had an election position.
Exactly.
So
This guy is a chairman.
Frank has always reported to someone. He has never actually served where he was responsible to people that elected him.
So I will soon round up. This guy is a chairman of a local government. And I believe during those 1999 days, chairman local government, I remember my own local government chairman. What the guy did was he just played this drainage and he has many concubines. I was a very small boy that time. For me, we be small boy. Very small boy to know say my chairman. Now, because there is one hotel way close for my house that time. Concubine, that is the only thing that man did. So the point I'm trying to say is that I know how powerful chairman of local government were in 1999 to 2003. So this guy has also been commissioner twice. And it's on record that there is no any, at least I'm 100% sure that all these people that are propagating this guy, they will have looked for one thing, maybe he embezzled money when he was a chairman local government. So the message here is that, please, we should look for at this stage, this election, this 2023 election, governorship election is top to bottom. After that, we now do screening, we do orientation, and we'll be able to explain to them that you are successful because obedience makes you successful. And obedience is you have to be a member of Labour Party. You cannot be obedient and say you are supporting APC. Thank you. In fact, once you are supporting APC self, you are an evil. That is my own belief.
You don't lie.
No. There's no lie. It's just the way he dropped it.
You know what he said also? They've not brought up any corruption allegation against him. You notice that?
No, there's not.
The only thing they've thrown against him is either he's working for this person or man, please tell me.
I'm not hearing anything about the man. All I just felt was that the man have not done a whole lot of job. He has online job. Online job is the hardest thing to do. All right, let's just move on real quick. Biruki, my brother, said thank you for bringing this man up. I don't even know Biruki said, make I read your mail. But let's go on. I think Savik, are you there? Can anybody hear me?
Hello, Sirdam.
Yeah, go ahead, Savik.
Well, anyway, I think Dr. Lu have actually summarized a lot of things I wanted to say. To me, honestly, like I always tweet every single day, politics is more than what we do on social media. Agreed. What we do on social media, transcends to the grassroots, but there are backroom, politics that go on that we are not aware of. So what I tell people is that if Peter have been in the political scene for the past 20 years plus, he knows all these politicians more than any of us. He knows all of them. So I don't get the reason why he should tell us this is the people I think, based on his own judgment, that we should vote for, and then some people are doing something that is different, right? So that's where I have a problem, because you cannot claim that you know these politicians more than Peter. You cannot. You are just a new person that just busted into the political scene because you feel that your values align with what Peter has.
And of course, so it is true. Our values align with his. But what you should equally understand is that politics is more than what we see on the periphery, right? So, and I think Dr. Lee put it succinctly, which is that look, we cannot sustain this obedient movement if we do not build the Labour Party platform. We cannot. This obedient movement, if we don't kind of concretize it on Labour Party platform, is going to fizzle out. And that's what Peter is saying. Peter is saying the reason why he said vote Labour Party top to bottom is because of that. Because if you want to change Nigeria, you want to start dismantling those structures that they have. And the only way you can dismantle the structure is like right now you go to River State, you dismantle wicked structure in River State and put in someone there that is going to. Then you go to Lagos State, you dismantle Bola Ahmed Tinubu's structure in Lagos State and put it. That is the only way you can rescue Nigeria and have the Nigeria of our dream. That's what I keep telling. And the one question I keep asking people that are campaigning for other people that Peter has not identified with is that, do you know politics more than Peter? The answer is no. You don't know politics more than him. Someone that fought the Oba brothers in Anambra State with all their political shenanigans, he fought them and won. And now you're trying to claim, oh, because Frank Weke is competent, Frank Weke is this, Frank Weke. Who told you he's competent? Has he handled any executive power before? No, he has not. So what is the criteria that you are using to judge that someone is competent? You don't have any criteria that should put forward now to say because he was former Minister of Information and Chief of Staff, does that give him any executive power? No, this guy that we just interviewed now had executive power as a local government chairman. He has been a House of Rep. He has contested election and won an election. Frank Weke has never contested an election and won. So what is the basis of your comparison when you're talking about competence?
So I think I even laugh when they say, "Oh, compare Frank Wiki's track record." I'm seriously waiting for that debate. I actually want to have that debate.
Exactly. That's actually.
Someone outline exactly Frank Uweke's track record and accomplishments. Don't come and tell me what Minister for Information. That's not accomplishment. That's a title. Come and lay down and say, based on what Frank Uweke has done, Project X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D, or the companies, whatever he did, and tell me why he's competent. Some people just use that word. We don't even understand the meaning of it. Saying someone is competent because he speaks good grammar and understands information. But Baba, come and what has he done? What's the difference between my Femi Fani right now is because one spews bigotry, the other one doesn't. They both speak good English. What's their track record?
You see, that's actually one of the problems we have. You know, once someone can speak very good English, is classy, and we take it as competence. That is not competence. Everyone must not speak Queen's English. Everyone must not speak. But what matters is that your track record, we can verify what you've done. And I put it to people that are actually advocating for Frank Weke. I don't have any problem with you guys. But you guys should not be rubbing it on people's faces that you are advocating for Frank Weke because of competence. Because I've not seen anything that you guys have put forward that should tell us that Frank Weke is competent. I've not seen it. Unless you guys want to prove me otherwise, show me the competence that you're talking about. I want to know where that competence is coming from. So, but anyway, let's not even move away from the competency thing. Let's move away from the structure that we want to build going forward. That's where my own concern is. And I think that's what Peter will be trying to do. That's what PO is trying to do. He's trying to build a structure that is going to give bad government to the Nigerian people. It's like, and see, if we elect anybody on the platform of LP and obedient, if Peter is doing something that Nigerians like, and any of these governors do something different, I can bet you that governor is going to be a one-term governor. That person is going to be a one-term governor because once Peter says this guy is not doing what we need to do to give back the country to Nigerians, I can tell you that person is going out of seat. So what are we talking about here? We're looking at a structure that is going to move us to the next level of leadership. And we're talking about competence in another party. Spare me that. I don't want to hear it. Until you come out and show me the competency you're talking about, then we can have a debate. But right now, you're just writing it on grammar, screaming competence everywhere, but you're not showing anything to actually back that up. That is grammar. Do not be blinded by people that speak Queen's English. Queen's English is not the issue. The issue is, what is the future that we are looking at? Our principals have told us, go ahead and vote these people. I know the reason I say, you don't know politics more than Peter. That is the simple. You don't know politics more than him. This guy has been in politics for 20-something years, and he's telling you, go ahead and vote this person, and you are still coming to say competence. Competence for who? What do you know about competence? Thank you so much. Before I get annoyed this evening, I use my mic.
Even the minister of information he got was because he was a good boy to Chimaroke and Amani. Enugu, please come and tell me if I'm lying, no, because I've heard enough this. The reason why
You know lie, my brother. You know lie.
The reason why he became minister was because he was nominated by Chimaroke because he did well as the chief of staff. On record,
he was the chief of staff. He was the chief of staff of Chimaroke.
People talk. See, I really want to have this fight because I think I'm boiling for this fight. Enugu people talk about how Southeastern talk about how Chimaroke is the most murderous governor, and someone was chief of staff to him and got rewarded with a federal portfolio. And you guys are trying to tell us this person is competent because he speaks good English and he has a good smile. Come and tell us, what has he done based on his track, even the Ministry of Information.
All the shenanigans happening in Enugu State revolves around Chimaroke Naman, and Frank Weke is part of it.
Because you know what? It's because he was sent to siphon party from the Labour movement. It's because we know we have gullible obedience that we fall for that charm. I did too, but I had to reorientate myself. It's Frank is a ploy to get PDP elected. Take this to the bank, 1,000%. There's no other permutation.
Absolutely. That's what is going on. Absolutely, that's what is going on. And so, for the obedience that are actually clamoring for Frank Weke, you want to split that vote and give this guy Mba of PDP, which is actually the person that Chimaroke is rooting for. Have some sense and think about it. When your principal tells you something, do this. He has the political implication of what he's telling you. He has the political implication. You guys should listen. It's not about emotion.
Let me ask you a question. What do you think Frank would answer to? A call from Soludo or a call from Peter Obi? If both phone numbers ring at the same time and Frank becomes governor, what do you think he will pick first? Soludo that's in his party or Peter Obi outside? I mean, it's just common sense. Like I don't get. That's where I'm like. I mean, and you know the crazy part. I think under the Electoral Act, once you get elected, I don't think you can switch parties unless you give up your post, right? Sirdam? Is that the way? I think that's the way it works now. So there's no more cross carpeting that's straightforward like before. So my brother,
I heard that. Yeah.
So the thing is, look, for folks that are advocating for Frank Weke, I know you guys have your passion about it, right? I know you guys have your passion about it. But think about it. Sit down, take a deep breath, think about it. What is actually the future of what you're talking about right now? Because you see, one thing that we've noticed about Peter Obi is that he's someone that plays the long game. He doesn't just jump into anything. He plays the long game. And he's already seen 5-10 years from now how things are going to shape out. So all we need to do is to trust his judgment, because all the way we've trusted his judgment and he has done something that is exemplary. So why don't you just trust his judgment this time around? Because he has seen all these politicians. They are all politicians, but he knows every single one of them. I yield my mic, Kutumba. Thanks.
Thank you, my brother. Before I go to Biroki, let me hear a lady. Miss Bolanle, how you doing?
I'm okay, thanks. I'm okay. It was great just listening as an outsider, not being from Enugu State. So I kind of was able to take an objective position. So I don't know anything about the history. I don't know, all I know is what I've heard today and the other day. And I have to say that I'm kind of trying to work out from people who were supporting Frank Wiki what exactly is wrong with what this man has said. He has come across as being very competent, very knowledgeable. Is not polished, which we've learned from Peter Obi. That's not what we want. We want somebody who understands what the issues are, right? And also has an idea, So look, all his questions, he's not allowing us to push him. The other day they were asking about having women on his in his cabinet and all the rest of it. He could have easily told us that, oh, I will do 10% above what the federal guidance is, but he didn't say that. And that's that sincerity. I like that in a person, because I would rather you under promise and overperform, right? Because he's not doing the politics thing, where he will make promises that really, when you look at things on the ground, that there is no way on earth that he could do that. And when he was talking about cutting the cost of governance, he's been there. He knows how much money seemingly falls through the cracks, right? He knows, so he has that basic idea, which is good. And that was what he was using to espouse his ideas about what he was going to do. As I was very impressed, because I mean, some of the people who were questioning him were came across as very passive aggressive people, who were trying to really I don't know, have a gotcha moment with him. But he took his time, to explain his position, which was great. And I can see why Peter Obi called him to come and get the ticket and not Frank Wiki. He could have called him now. Maybe he knows all of them, but he called this man. He called this person because he can see something that is workable, and if we are really truly wanting to change Nigeria, and we have seen how much change has happened without Peter Obi even moving into office, then I don't know why people are like, oh, we're not zombies, we're not this. No, if I trust somebody to do something, if the person comes to me with an idea or a person and say, look, from my interaction with this person, I trust them to do this, give your trust them, I would, because that person, the person that I truly believe in, has seen something. And from what the man is, he is, he's very much obedient in how he talks, in his ideas and everything else, and I'm just going to implore the people of Enugu State, right? From what I've heard, he's a grassroots man. He has gone throughout the state to set up structures for Labour Party. We need a party. We can't be activists. Activists, we can lobby, but we cannot make changes. As politicians, we can. And that is what people need to start focusing on. Peter Obi, there were so many other political parties. He chose Labour Party. Yeah, and Peter Obi never makes a move without having considered everything, right? And so if that's the case, then we should be helping him to build that structure that is not, anchored on corruption and criminality, which is what all the other political parties seem to have. Right. And so I'm very frustrated with Obedience said, everyone has a right to choose whoever, right? But do not drag all Obedience into no. If you as a person want to support him, fine. I can't say you shouldn't, right? But when we have a candidate, that is who we need to promote. When you go and vote for Frank Wike. We can't. I mean, at the end of the day, you vote your conscience, don't you? But don't tell me that this man is not competent. We were just the people were bombarding him with questions, and he had an answer. Some he was able to talk at length, some not so much. But do you know what? None of his answers seem rehearsed, because I know some people are very polished to that point where when they roll things off, right, they will come out across as being very brilliant. Oh my God. This man is, you could tell that he was thinking from a practical point of view, from, he was looking at the way, the structure of government in Enugu. He was already moving. You could tell that he was, from, like, the other day he was talking about when they said the Enugu was dirty, blah blah blah, and what have you. Anyway, explaining that, this is how, this is where the particular what was it he called it? I've forgotten what he called it, but yeah, he was saying it wasn't vested in the office that he occupied and stuff. But you could also sense that he was thinking that, oh, maybe it is better to be in with the environment, as in whoever has that office, whoever he brings into his cabinet for or matters of the environment. And I could see, because you could tell that when he started initially, and then it began to shift, because he then in his mind was saying to himself, actually, it might actually be better there. And that was what I got from it. So, like I said, as an outsider, being objective, I find him credible. I find that he has a track record, and I find that the sort of character that we want to have in our leaders, he has it. And for me, that's enough. That's all I needed to say. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, mommy. Thank you, because someone just posted and said that you're very, very observant. You really pay attention to the man and everything he said today. It is important to know that English will make Soludo the governor of Anambra State now, and we can see the result. English, he came here and saw thread of 600 and tweet thread for us, English, but he has done nothing in that state. So please, guys, you should be wary of people that come and speak English. If you don't have experience for governance, you don't have it. It is very, very important. Thank you. All right, let's keep the conversation rolling. My brother, Biruki, how are you doing? Good evening.
Good evening. I've been following this conversation for a very long time. Like my grandfather will always say, when man they speak plenty English, you know, say that man won't talk like. Man, when they talk truth, you need to speak plenty English. It's that simple. This issue is very, like I keep saying, this issue of Enugu State. Anyone will never follow the area of Unamani, make him shut up his mouth. You don't really know what's going on in Enugu. They are saying it's not competent. Do you know what it means to put Ebiano in Enugu State? Do you know what it means? Even Shime could not even succeed. He tried, he could not even succeed. In one Saturday, they swept them out of power. Do you know what it takes? Since 1999. Do you know how many people that have died in this battle? There's some man of called the idiots. If now your father they roast for that car with the followers, you go come up say go to Abgabi. If now your father be that, your father is coming back from campaign. They called you, they roast your father. You will say go and campaign for Abga. Something is wrong with your skull. I say something is wrong with your skull. Let me tell you, when you don't kill evil completely, let me tell you. It will come back to bite you. It will surely look at it. Look at Edo State now. When people died to make Oshomole governor of Edo State. Go and ask. When they were battling with an enemy, you know how many people die? After he enter, he switched. The same thing Obi did. The same thing Oshomole did in Edo State. There was no federal presence, but he wanted to align with the center. He dragged Edo State into opposition. Instead of sitting down with some people in Edo State to quietly rule his state quietly. Because this is the mistake many people are going to make, and they will keep on making, especially the ones in Nigeria Delta and Southeast. Nothing concern you with Abuja. Nothing concern you. Your people vote for you to take off your own people. You want to align with the center. You go carry your full money, go spend the election of Abuja. How many ministers you get? Now only one you get. When you try to share project, they'll tell you federal character. When you try to vote National Assembly, they'll tell you 19 northern states against the South. You will keep on losing. But when there's an election, now we go fund them. You are fucking mad. Think about your state. And I've said it, I'll keep saying it. Vote for people who are scared of you. Vote for those who have nothing to lose. Vote for them. Look at Sanwo-Olu in Lagos. It's now running like madman. You hear that man there for the last 5 years. Where was he? Always pointing left, right, center. You hear a man that is not even scared of you. He could not even debate now. Now they run everywhere. Very soon, he go far. He go take part to traditional ceremony very soon. Live on TV. He releasing cars in pounded. He goes to declare free HIV test in Lagos State very soon. You know they check condom. Where was he? Where was he? Vote for those who are scared of you. You can hold them responsible. You can record them. Your senator, you go knock his door any day, anytime. As for assembly member, call and say we need you for area. We not get light. You go run, come back, give una light. Vote for that person. That's why I said, if you think you want to make another mistake, especially in Enugu, you will regret it. Go and verify. That's why Edo State. Look at the House of Assembly in Edo State. You want to mix it up, eh? Look at Obaseki. They say Obaseki they fought for. Who brought the Obaseki? It wasn't Osimo Shomoli. Look at the House of Assembly. He cannot. Some of you are saying we bring in Abga. Look at Soludo. You think you think that man is joking, eh? Make that mistake. Allow one Abga man to enter in Anambra. You go see Soludo with 90 with House of Assembly. You go see him with a 2 eye. Obaseki have crippled House of Assembly in Edo State. Could anybody do anything? That's why I said, if you vote for any wrong man to be your governor, you go. What will come out? You are like, for me, I said it. If you are talking about Mbe in Benue State, I know that guy. I know his senior brother. I know them for Nance, not be today. Way back to OBJ. I know what OBJ used to do at Benue and in federal politics. I know the two of them. If not them, they talk. I understand what you are saying. I understand. If not that guy. But this man, nobody can put this man stone 1 penny. He don't old post. How much did he steal? Nothing. What are we talking about? You are scared of voting for a man who is scared of you. I wish you a good luck. Oh. Make that mistake. I said we go come back here because it's you another day. It is in English. You'll never see anything. When normally they run mad in Enugu, where was Enweke? Where was he? Where was he? He was sitting at the table, eating, dining, whining at the king's table. Are you the mind, bro? Mula continue.
Well, God bless you, my brother Biruki. God bless you. I swear, I don't just say I would have said this better than you just said it right now. Honestly, there is nothing bigger than voting people that are scared of you. People that really that want to engage you. As in, if you've been in Enugu people, please come and forget sentiment and come and say it up here. Chimaroke is a terror. Chimaroke is a Tinubu of the Southeast. The man for someone to come out to challenge himself, all of us supposed to line up behind this man. And I can understand why many of us did not line up behind him, because first of all, he was not. I said it, I've always said it, nobody saw the man on social media, understandable. But now when the man don't come out, we go check head inside for him, because we have to take back that state. We lost a senator. That is the person that died was going to fight against Chimaroke at the same seat. Two of them they go for the same seat that was burnt in his car with his supporters. The same person Peter went to see yesterday, went to the house yesterday, burnt in his car alive. We all heard the story. You know, like saying, I'm saying we all heard that story in the same Enugu. If for that man alone, help is supposed to clear everything for Enugu State. Thank you very much, my brother Biruki. God bless you. Let's take a lady. OIK, you have the space, please.
Hey, Sirdam and everybody. Sirdam, can you give me a few minutes? I need to attend to some maintenance people. I'm sorry.
All right, when you're back, man, request the mic. Thank you. All right, now let's take.
I have to request again. Okay.
Yeah. That we'll always bring you up here, Mr. Nick. Are you there? Please, if you're up and you want to speak, please, your hand should be up, please. So we can know you want to speak, please. Yeah. Thank you. All right, let's take on that lady. Lady Ure.
Hello, so that I thought you called me now.
So your hands are not up, sir. That's why. Please just wait. Let's take a lady. You come next.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Oh, my take is going to be very, very short. Um, I'm impressed with Chijuke Edoga, even though I mean I've not had, like I said initially, my support would have been for Frank Wanke if I was in Enugu and I was going to vote. I was born in Enugu. I grew up in Enugu. I went to Nsukka. I heard he went to Nsukka too as well, and I heard from Nsukka he went to either LG chairman or House of Rep. I think I like the fact that his answers were thought through. I mean, the idea of expanding, I know Enugu very well. I mean, all my life, it was Enugu before I left. He thought his answers, is somebody who has been thinking of how to improve Enugu. His ideas on expanding Enugu, the cities has blown up in population compared to when I was growing up. So shows that he's been thinking it through. But my only issue, I think somebody asked that question, what has, his life outside of politics? I think he's somebody that went to straight from university into politics right away in 1999. He went into politics immediately. And I don't think he has really had, so to say, I think his barrister degree is the second one, a life outside of politics much. And the idea that he did not embezzle money, I don't think we should give him that benefit of doubt. He was in government in an era where there were no checks and balances compared to today where Obi has taught everybody go and verify, and where we're now choking eye and trying to make sure that people are clean. But notwithstanding that, I cannot say that he did not embezzle any money, and we should not say that. But notwithstanding that, I think we should support him for the fact
Ma,
that
please. Let me ask you a question, please. Let me ask you a question, please. And so we have engagement here. Let's have this engagement. His era was the same era of Peter Obi's era. Peter just came in. He came in probably 4 years before Peter. So there's not any check and balance. I can categorically tell that Chimaroke was a thief.
We know that.
Can
I'm
we
not
agree?
doubt.
Can
I'm
we
not
agree?
saying it's a lie. Of
Yeah, can
course.
we agree on Chimaroke is a thief?
That's
Can we?
right. Chimaroke is a clear
That's right, yeah.
criminal. No. That's not it. Well,
Okay, so if we
nobody's
can agree
doubting.
that
Nobody's
Chimaroke, okay,
denying that.
let's have this discussion. Let's have this discussion so that we can land somewhere together. Eh? If you agree with me that Chimaroke is a thief, Abi?
I agree.
Okay, I agree Chimaroke is a thief. Okay. So if you agree that Chimaroke is a thief, when did Chimaroke rule, please?
Of 1999. He came in 1999 to 2007.
When was this man in government?
Edoga, either he was LGA chairman to 1999, wasn't he? He went into government immediately.
Yes. So it's the same season. So if he was a thief in the same time of Chimaroke, we can all agree there must be footprints stealing. Just like saying Abacha's time, there was no documentation on Abacha's time. But now Abacha is a thief. You cannot like saying
Yes,
there's
Adam,
so many.
look.
We can
Let him show us.
Please.
Let him
I'll allow
also
you to
say.
continue. I'll allow you to land there. But I want us
Okay.
to please, when you want to accuse somebody, and I'm calling Chimaroke a TPS because I can trace back to his rainbow net, to his.
We can list Chimaroke's activity. If you're
You
going
don't understand. So when you come out and say
if
there's
we're
no
going to blanket
footprint
false
of this thing,
thing,
that
do
is
you
you
have
being
any evidence
disingenuous.
that this guy has been attached to public corruption?
If you have any
Yes,
public
none.
corruption, bring it out. We are
Until
not in this
then, it's
platform to do
proven
propaganda.
he's innocent until proven otherwise. Is our point.
Even just bring out allegations. What allegation? Peter had allegations that they say Pandora, and we came out and we cleared it. Nobody's beyond, as a politician, there's nobody beyond being, there's no, if you have any allegation, that's why we're in the Google generation. Enter quick right now, Google, allegations of theft of Edoga or somebody, his name, and trace it back. If you have the articles that you will see it. But I can bring for you articles right now, fraud with Frank Wake right now. I don't want to say that. I'll bring it out that you see that. Way back. Dino Melaye sat on his case when he was Minister of Information. I can bring all those things for you to see. These are real allegations. But you don't have any allegation about this man. If you have it, present it.
Let me
do not say that his time there was no this thing. No. That is being false.
Let me tell you why I said so. When Edoga was local government chairman, what were the projects he did for his local government? He was in the House of Rep. Yes, there's no evidence to
Oh,
say
yes,
he
listen
stole
to
money.
them. Let me, let,
He,
me, let,
he
me, let me post them for you. Hold on.
No, madam, I think you didn't listen to him. He
Yeah, you didn't
mentioned a
listen at
couple
all.
of
I don't
things
know. You
that he
didn't.
did while
It
he
was
was
even
local government
Thursday.
chairman.
He listed them.
He
He listed
listed
them
them.
again today. He's even on his Twitter profile. So please do some research on him before. Seriously, it's getting to a point where you like Frank, I get it. But saying someone what as his project, ma'am, he's been on the space for 3 hours and he's talked about a lot of them. He talked about them on Thursday also for 3 hours.
okay. Thank you so much. I'll go back on his Twitter account and take
Let me
it.
let me now read it for you, man. No, don't worry, just wait, let me read it for you.
Okay.
As chairman institute of local government in 14 months, I started and completed the rural electrification of the largest community in Aham, Ihe, Amafu, Umbuji. Under the 14 months of administration, I graded the rural roads from Ikem to Umbu through. I beg Enugu people, please come and these people story. In 14 months, I established a daily market at Amafu. I cleared the
Yeah,
backlog salaries and if you go there, you can see things that he didn't. So I'm not coming back and do briefs on the man, but his achievements are there on his
no,
page. Just go to his page, you see there.
Saddam, don't get me wrong. Don't
Can you
think I'm
list
not
Frank?
saying we
Can you
shouldn't
list
support him.
Frank's?
Don't
Can you
get me
list
wrong.
Frank's achievements? I'm still waiting for someone to list Frank's achievements.
Oh
Hold
yeah,
on. Don't you
madam,
guys
oh yeah,
shouldn't get me wrong. Let me
okay. Give
finish.
me
You
Frank
guys shouldn't
achievement.
get me wrong. I'm not saying we shouldn't support
Madam,
him.
Lady Ure, oh yeah,
Yes.
tell us three Frank achievements. Three Frank. Apart from speaking,
No,
give
no,
us
no.
three.
I'm not here to campaign for Frank Biko. I'm not campaigning for Frank. But what I'm saying, don't get me wrong, please. I'm not saying we shouldn't support him. I am all for supporting him, if not for anything, for Peter to be sick when he gets there. I'm all for giving LP a space. And the reality is that if obedient movement should have a party we should belong to, I think Labour is the best definition of where we should be, because we want the fruit of our labor to be rewarded. We want our work to be paid for. So I'm not against him. I think he does have ideas on what he wants to do. He seems well grounded on ideas too, and also issues. The much I listened to today and a little bit of yesterday too as well. So, but my point on we can't guarantee 100% if he has one-time embezzled money. I'll go and research that further. I'll go and read through about him just to solidify my notion on that. But whatever it is, I think going forward, given P2B's impact, personally, I think every politician who associates with him wants to tomorrow to say, go and verify. So my point is that, yes, I believe Edoga will do well. I pray the people of Enugu, I don't live in Enugu anymore, but if I did, I would vote for him. I'll speak to my friends and parents who are still in Enugu to vote for him. I said that before. Even though I was
Now
from
you're
UK.
talking.
But even though I was initially on Workers' Point, but yes, I'll dig
Let me say
more.
another thing. Please, Digma, come. You'll be here again by 8 p.m. And you made mention of his life being all about politics. I want to clear that again. He said it on this platform. You did not hear him. Probably you did not hear when he said that he has been a journalist. He's in the editorial board of Daily Trust.
Yes, I heard
Did
that.
you hear that?
Yes, I
I don't
did.
think he's literally called a barrister, right?
Now you heard
He's
that. Now
literally
you're
called
not
a
come and say
barrister.
that he does not have any work after politics. Why are we like this now? Is it because of family?
No, compared to Obi has a
Everybody is not Obi. Do you know
Obi
what
is
somebody
the
told me
new
in my
desk.
DM? Let me tell you what somebody told me in my DM. Let me tell you. Somebody told me, say, he should be saying how many widows do we have in Enugu, the number. He should be saying how big is the land in Enugu, the number. Can't you
But
see
I
what
was to
Obi is
ask
calling?
him
Obi
that
will
though.
call
I raised my
statistics.
hand to ask
I
him
want
what is his
us
idea, how he plans to tackle data in Enugu, because really data is king. If you have the
See,
numbers, you know where to channel the
I'm sorry,
resources.
Lady Ure, wait, calm down now. Let your blood is hot like this. That's your champion list, man. The person that you wanted to champion. You never heard the person speak, only on television. You never hear come give you interview like this. I'm giving you Lamba, people are giving my DM. That he has to. Let me read. I want to read the we see. Don't be like say the format. But let me open this. The guy is put this up here up to now. He said, let me read it. He said, he should tell us the number, the number of out of school children, the number of functional. The number of functional tractors that are in Enugu, the number of how many women die from childbirth, how many women are under infant mortality. Please, hey, I say, oh my God, Peter has spoiled us.
I
Peter has
know.
spoiled us.
I
You know,
agree. I agree.
hey, God have mercy. Please, there's
But
only one
anyway,
Peter as a politician in Nigeria. Please, only
that's
one
Brother,
true.
Peter
in Africa, in Africa,
in Africa.
there's one bit in the world, sir.
I wish him well. I wish Edoga well, honestly, and I pray let's all support him as much as we can. He has a good head on his shoulders, and I think he will do well as a governor. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Please, God bless
Yeah.
you. Thank you very much, man. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's go real quick. I don't know. Otuma, are you gonna do Q? I don't know who they come next. Mr. Nick here.
Uh,
Nick was meant to
Mr.
go, but Nick,
Nick
your
was
house
supposed
will not
to
be up now. Let's
go.
obey the
Yeah.
house rules.
Uh, Salam, good evening, Otumba. I want to greet everybody, every obedience in this house. Honestly, having Edoga speak for the past 2 days now, being somebody from Enugu, I can tell you that I am really satisfied because a lot of wrong narrative have been shared everywhere around against that man. A lot, a lot, a lot. But I thank God that maybe the extension of this governorship election have actually helped him. Because if not, I don't even know if I would have even encouraged people to go and vote for him. But him coming around this time to clear all those things, I think it will make an impact in next Saturday's election. The man have actually is somebody that to me seems to be ready for the work. The question that have been thrown to him, every question he have took time to answer most of the question excellently. I don't think that I will have a doubt as somebody from Enugu that if Edoga is elected as governor of Enugu State, that we have issue with governance. But I think that it's obedience movement that is making these things to happen. I was just contemplating today and say, look, assuming that this past 9 months that we have been in this journey, that is a school that I enroll myself into, how much do I think that I will be paying as tuition fee for this? And I just realized that, oh boy, I would have been spending a lot of money for getting the knowledge and what I have learned at this point. I was just saying, look, if all these governors that are coming out to contest in this next Saturday election in Nigeria are facing the kind of question that this man faced this evening, many of them will fall at the roadside. There is no doubt about it. Many of them will just find out that we have so many Orodo coming to rule Nigeria, coming to squander the economy of the states. But they will not come. They will just try to hide in the presence that is a godfather covering them. I mean, after all, they are bought it with their money. They will be shielding from facing the public. They will be shielding them from facing the electorate. Look at how somebody came onto the space and he was faced with people that he is not seeing. They were throwing him questions from left, right, and center, and he's answering all of them. And somebody will come tomorrow and tell me, you know, on Tuesday when Sirdam was trying to hold the space and was asking questions, is it labor or competence? I remember I remember the way Shizu was fighting that day. I told him, look, we should not be talking about competence as now, no. Let's face all the labor candidates. Let them come to and speak with us. Even if we are going to invite those people that are in House of Assembly, they should come and speak to us. To us. Labor is all the way from top to bottom. But we have to know those people that are coming on board. I think for me, I'm giving Edoga pass mark. Honestly, in fact, when he was on, I was sending all my cousins, all my uncles, I was sharing the space with them. Oh boy, you people should come and listen. Oh. Come and listen. And I'm glad that some of them came in and even listened to the man speaks. So there is no doubt if Edoga is going to deliver. And I hope that we will also try and make effort and invite more of these other governors, all the LP governors. We cannot elect somebody under labor. And at the end of the day, the person will become Saworu. That will disappear. on the day of the and I will now show up. So we can't have such candidates. We must stand out. If we believe in a different ideology, we must show it. We must show it in our behavior, in our accountability, in our scrutinizing, everything that make us the obedient we are. We must bring it out. It's not to elect people and we go back and sleep. It's not to avoid people and we go back. And I believe that when Obi called this, when the man came on stage was it on Thursday, I said, look, if I must be sincere to you, actually, Obi was the one that put call across to me and said, I should come to this platform and contest. If Obi could have made such a call, why should we now feel that that man is not competent? Did Obi look like somebody that we go and bring Olodo to come and be leading this movement? It's unfair when people say that we that came from Enugu, I said, look, what is happening in Anambra State have taught us a lot of lessons. So when somebody climb up and start blowing grammar from left, right, and center, and you feel that the person is saying Anambra is going to be if you don't spoil it, you cannot fix it. I'm turning this state to Dubai. And today, what is happening? With all the grammar, with all the gra, with everything. And today, what is happening? I say, what is happening in Anambra have taught us, we from Enugu, a lot of lessons, because it will not end in grammar. We must know what you can do. We must know who you are. We must know that what you say you will do, you have done it somewhere. Let's see what you have done somewhere. That is the capacity, that is the competence, that is the character that Peter B have been preaching for. So that is what I have learned on this movement. Thank God that we have been able to do a lot of work still need to be done. If there is any way we can invite most of other governors, even from the North Central, we need as much as all of them to win this election coming Saturday. And let's hear from them. Let's make sure that they trend. Let's make that their presence is fair in social media. That people know them, that people hear from them direct, that they should reach out to people. That is what we should be doing. I want to commend this platform. Honestly, Sirdam, you have really done a lot of work. I want to commend every obedience in this movement. None of you have disappointed. I'm really proud of you guys. I'm really proud of you guys. And I hope that our labor will never be in vain. Thank you very much. I yield my mic.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. I just I don't know, that's my network, but I just hit Google and just quickly search Frank Weke Jr. fraud. First, this thing I just saw. Date may not be said that now for politicians. Now it's not because of now. March 2009. 12th March 2009. Frank Weke Jr. and Dapo Saromi summoned over alleged siphoning of over 500 million meant for the purchase of equipment and government printing press as Minister of Information. So you see, when we want to now go into that dirty game of this thing, and we'll just expose and show you that this man is just all English. So please, don't come and say for
Send me
us.
that article, I beg.
Just
Send me that. I want to push
type Frank
propaganda.
Weke Jr. and fraud. Just check, type it on Google now. You will see it will come out. Just type and see. Maybe like say I talk. Check and see. You see for yourself. It's crazy. But let's move on real quick. I know who's gonna go next, but is it okay? Yeah, is it Namdi? Let's take a lady for Namdi, please. Let's take a lady. Let's soften the room. Mary Ann.
Hello, Vawulence. I'm so sorry that I was so very, very rattled when I was making my
Mary
submission.
Ann, are you using your earpiece or something?
Yes. Okay, I should put it off back.
Babe, talk to your phone. Talk directly to your phone. Are you ready now? Or do we take someone before you? All right, we'll come back to you. We'll circle back to you. Let's go to isn't that my brother? You have the space.
Sirdam, good evening, my Oga. Utumba, good evening, sir. I'm really happy that, just like I said, that what we should be doing now is not just like when you go to other spaces, I don't really, it was before the campaign, during the campaign season that we usually go to PDP spaces. I've never been to any APC space in my life, just to plant propaganda and scatter whatever I can be able to scatter. But now I've not even been to their space. But when you go to there, you see how empty and stupid and aimless and headless they are. You know, they have turned to a headless mob. You go to APC spaces and PDP spaces. Why? Because they don't have any agenda. But when you come to our spaces, you see us engaging, just like we engaged Peter Obi before we gave him the job. Because Nigerians ran for election through Peter Obi. We engaged him. We found out, tried to ask him, what do you want to do for us? The same thing for Dati. And that is what we are doing now. That's why I want to thank my brother Emir Sirdam so much. Cecil and Dotumba, all of you who have been coordinating these interviews for these candidates. Because what we can do now is to hold them accountable. Now, I want to talk to my fellow obedients who are moving with the competence mantra, you know, and I want you to see the confusion. One question I want to ask obedience is, please, how do you hold a competent person accountable? Or are you just after his competence? Let us even assume the person is competent. How do you hold a competent person accountable? That is the main question. That should be our main priority. And which vehicle are we using to change Nigerian government? If we all agree that the vehicle is LP, because obedient movement is not a party, we all decided to follow Peter Obi into this vehicle to change this nation, and that is why we are using LP. Now, it baffles me when I will mention his name, Chude came and said, thank God, LP now has 40 House of Rep members, that the structure is now structuring. I say, my brother, you forgot something. That you forgot to add APGA, competent candidates. And then you forgot to add booth, competent rep members. And then the repented and republished APC obedient whatever candidates in your submission, because you've been talking about competence. Why is it that it is only when it comes to votes that you now talk of competence, but the time when you want to congratulate, you don't also want to congratulate your competent people in other parties? And now our mother in this movement, Aisha, came also and tweeted and said, please, that competent people should all go and collect LP card and their register under Labour Party. Then the thing confused me again. I also came under the tweet. And then I said, it's like you forgot something, no? That these competent people too should register in APGA. And most of these competent people too should endeavor to register in APC and PDP so that we can have this competence everywhere. We must not confuse ourselves. We must agree on the vehicle on which we are using to transform Nigeria. And the only way we can hold these individuals, these competent individuals, accountable is through Labour Party. This party that Peter Obi brought all of us into. We already have a base. I know during the elections how we were raising funds in this place to print stickers, even phone stickers, to show old people in the village, to disseminate just the party logo down to the grassroots. Then it baffles me when people come again and now, on the basis of competence, they now want to leave that vehicle entirely and move into another vehicle. Now, my question also is, please, as we are talking about competence, Sirdam, I beg, which of us, just like we interviewed Peter Obi and Obi, that who interviewed the Okada man that won House of Rep? Because I want to know the competence that Okada man, I want to know his manifesto. The manifesto, that Okada man that we made, some of the Okada people, some of the commoners we took to House of Rep in this movement. I want to see that their manifesto. I want to know whether the Okada man we made House of Rep whether his competence, maybe he told us his competence was in making sure that the change of any all the passengers or candidate, anybody he carried, he gave him his change complete. Because I need to know most of these competence. We already have a platform that have been developed. We have worked so hard to put this platform to get together. Are you now trying to tell me that someone who had that humble beginning, for example, that Okada man will go to the federal level and then fail? Let him go there now. We know they beg. See, in the obedient movement, we know they beg go. Even House of Rep and Senate, their own is easy. We can recall them. We don't need to wait for 4 years before you come back. Once we check and the thing is not working, we bring you back. Do you understand? For governors, we can allow you to do your rigmaroling for the 4 years. But if at the end of 4 years, you are not able as a governor of LP to tell us, just like our principal, go and verify. My brother, if you like, let heaven fall. You will not go back. Because in Enugu State, we removed a two-time governor, a 8 years governor, and a man who spent over 12 years in the House of Rep. In my polling unit, he did not get one vote. Zero. Let me tell you, PDP did not have polling unit agents in Enugu State. They did not bother to send agents because they knew that their scorecard was zero. And they knew the people came out in mass to vote against them. So please, let us continue to expand this vehicle, which is taking us to recover this nation, to rescue this nation, which is the vehicle is Labour Party, LP 89, LP 1001, LP. This is the only way we can hold them accountable. This is the only way we can make requests and demands. We are now the official godfathers of Nigeria. We can officially make demands now, and the people we will put into power will have no option than to respond to those demands. Because if they don't, we are the vehicle that took them there. We will bring them back. We will, in Enugu State now, you cannot be the governor and do anyhow. Let me tell you, we are not begging a dog to work. Oh. You know, when I came, I did not come to ask questions. We're not begging him to work. Because he knows even, he comes from a zone that is almost the smallest zone in the entire state. So he has no option than to work. He must work. He must deliver. If you don't deliver, you go back to where you are coming from. And then from the way he responded to questions and everything, all the interrogations here, you see that he's more or less a subtle kind of P2B kind of person. He just opened his Twitter just because we protested. Okay, go. They want to bury you online. Before, he's not really this kind of person that is into advertising himself, talking about but politics will make you to come out to the limelight and then defend yourself and then speak. Even when you're not supposed to speak, it is required that you should be talking all the time. Just like P2B, you meet him on the road, you give him mic, he will speak to you. You meet him in the dream, he will talk to you. So please, as far as Enugu State politics is concerned, I have said it and I'll continue to say it. You people should not be bothered. Check the numbers, what we did during the presidential. It will be replicated. Let me tell you, you people don't know the work P2B did. LP alone, without candidates, would defeat both Frank Nwekeo and the PDP candidates joined together without candidates. In fact, I say if you have a dead person that have died before, that is interested in any position, dead, somebody who is dead, let him just come and collect the LP form from the dead. Say dead person will win. Because P2B has done all the campaign that needs to be done. And all we need to do is to continue to drive this thing down to the grassroots, drive it down, further down into the minds of people. So that when people are sleeping, when people are awake, when people are walking, the only thing in their head is LP, Labour Party. Thank you very much, and I yield.
Thank you very much, brother. Thank you. Marianne, are you ready now?
I am ready, Emir Saddam, Professor Saddam. What did I do to you today? You have just been pulling me off at all since. I was ready now. I now put me on mute, but it's okay. Good evening, everybody. So yes, I quickly want to touch on some things. So I want to talk about this Edoga, Honorable Edoga. For me, hearing the man speak, I feel he talks from a place of research. Like, he talks from his heart. When you ask him question, like the question that was asked about the airport, the way he said, the way he explained it within that short period of time, it makes you understand that this man is somebody that have gone out there to ask questions, to try and understand what people need, where the lapses are. Yes, he might have been in governance, but he doesn't hold that executive power to give directive. You can hear him say, okay, he made suggestion for this, but he had a minority votes, and then the people with the majority votes that made their own suggestions, and their suggestions was implemented, stuff like that. So we shouldn't, for those guys that are like campaigning for Frank Wake, because I hear a lot of people. There's this particular guy, I've forgotten his name. I don't like the way you attack the man, telling him that he has no plan. Like, bro, even if you want to, like, I don't know the guy's name, but for me, I felt offended. I felt offended because I was like, this is rude. Because I don't know how many gubernatorial candidates will come up here to, come up on spaces to talk. And this person is making himself available and accessible. And even if, for me, I felt, okay, this guy doesn't like Edoga. Maybe you are a frank person, but, you don't make it that very obvious. So you know yourself. And please take corrections. If you want to, like, criticize somebody and you don't like them, you don't have to sound rude. Okay, so going back to what I was saying, if I remember, that the man is talking from his spirit, somebody that is willing to deliver. And why I'm also going for LP top to bottom is because we honestly need to build a platform where, when we allow people go in to represent us, they know, okay, we have the power to recall them. Imagine voting for Frank Wiki. I don't know him. Like, I just recently started hearing about the man. You understand? So, and imagine, I've not seen him campaign for people. We have not, you understand? And I saw one tweet. Somebody was giving a breakdown. Imagine if we had governors in all those states that were rigged, or like in Rivers State. Now imagine if Rivers State governor was an LP person. I'm not saying that he's going to rig, but I'm very sure that he would, like, try to ensure that things were done squarely, fair and just, so that the right person will get their vote. So please, for me, I'm advocating for LP top to bottom, please. Then if time comes and some of them start misbehaving, we'll weed them out. Thank you very much. I yield for now.
Thank you very much, my sister.
So when that guy was asking that question, I was pissed off. The one she talked about, I wanted, I think I was your DM, like, who be this one? Me, y'all can't come out. That was rude, man. Like, dude, like, seriously, like, I'm pretty sure it's probably a PDP dumbass because he just came. You don't sound like you're prepared. Baba, someone has visited 220 polling units in his state. You say he's not prepared. Are you okay? Like, is politics not local? Yes. Do I wish he had a website he could easily refer us to? Yes. But Baba, so now you remember when people were shouting my Peter B manifesto, and as soon as the manifesto came out, they started talking about manifesto. This man is talking, he's telling you what he wants to do on public record. He's explaining about it. Just because he didn't have a website, you can point you to a landing page that I can build in 5 minutes. Oh, sir, you're not prepared. We're gonna kill you there. Continue.
Thank you, Jerry, my brother. Archie, go on, please. Archie, are you there?
Sirdam. Am I audible enough?
Yeah, go on, my brother.
Okay. Good evening, Otumba.
I'm bringing up a Frank stand. A
My
Frank
leader,
stand
my
coming up.
leader.
Actually, how you did?
I did fine. Why you not bring the France stand before me? I
Oh, I
talk
brought him,
now.
but Prince is here. It's a Frank stand.
Oh, he's here. Okay. I don't even need, to wait for the person to talk before I speak. I'll just speak straight up to the issues. Sirdam Otumba and every member of the violence space that have done amazing work over the past months to make sure we've been able to build a voting blog. Thank you. People do not understand the effect or the essence of what's happening. And it's funny because you may not see it till the next couple of months when we'll be able to, call out most of these receipts. So most of these receipts you're seeing here, we'll pull them off either through the YouTube channel or even the violence space recordings, and then use it to hold these guys accountable. Not be smart, say frontline running candidates have come to space to explain himself to Nigerians. And then it's not just one. We've had from Bayelsa, we've had from Lagos, we've had everywhere. We're doing amazing work. And that should be really, really noted. Peter Obi has stumbled on this space before. Yusuf Baba has been on this space before. We have raised a very potent army that is doing activism now to get them in power, but we'll also do that same activism to keep them in check, oversight function when they're in power. So I want to thank you guys. Now, having said that, I want to quickly move to, the elephant in the room, which is the obedience resident in Enugu. It has to be demented witchcraft. And I'm saying that without any amount of apology. It has to be demented witchcraft. Tomorrow is Sunday, go to church. Go and kneel there in front of your pulpit. Ask God to deliver you. Because something is following you from your village. We have been on a movement for 8 months. Inside this movement, over 70% of you have either put in your hands or your money to make sure we build structures when we were ridiculed of having no structure. All of us. SNMD just referenced printing of phone stickers. I remember how it go hard. That time MFLA was moving mad. We'll be moving money, 5,000 here. You'll be moving from this account, 5,000. Diaspora people will move. Nigerians will move their 500, 1,000, 2,000 to make sure they build these structures across the country. Enugu State has been one of those, if you want to say alpha, Enugu follow for alpha obedient states. You have labored to build a structure for Labour Party. You have found polling unit agents in Labour Party and they've defaulted, and you stood in to be a Labour Party agent for this election. But somehow, the village people in your village have brought out calabash, poured warm water inside it, put palm oil. They are shaking it. So when they shake it, you say competence. They shake it, you say, oh, he speaks BB grammar. They shake it, you say, oh my God, he was a minister. They shake it, oh, we are standing for competence. They shake it, oh, me and the follow person like Olodo. Suddenly, the Peter Obi you dragged from PDP to leave PDP and go to another party that was on ground zero, unknown party, and we built it from scratch. You have suddenly forgotten the competence that led you to that pushing, and you are now not following anybody. You have independence of thought now. Haba, you have independence of thought. Is that same independence that got you Peter Obi? Is that same independence? So you want to wake up in the morning now and go and crash every single thing you used your hands to build. So the question, very important question is, so how exactly do you want these guys to take it seriously? Because, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I'm thinking about it. Frank Nweke, you not get phone sticker. Frank Nweke, you not get banner. You not do 1 million march for Apuga. Apuga, nothing. Then suddenly, because you they jump around, your follows, they stand when you hear English. Every part of your body will just begin to stand. You think it is grounds enough to jettison a movement we've invested our blood and sweat into. See, God will punish you. It's not even a matter of whether we go back and forth. Other people can be pandering to you because maybe they are your friends, maybe they are close to you. Me, I'll say it exactly because, see, this Twitter what we did, now election bring me come. If at the end of the election, you don't go hear Sirdam talk the other day, you go shut down, everybody go rest. God will punish you. It's either God punish you or you repent because you are truncating every single work we've done. You are breaking. What are you saying? In other now they open this one dirty mouth, they say Senna climbs. In other Senna climbs, people literally see structures built. The young activists hijack those structures and make sure those structures work for them. But your brain, you have problem in your brain. So you built your own and decided to carry it and hand over to another person. And then at the end of the day, once God forbid he wins, we'll now gather again and start having that conversation of, hey, Frank, say you the camp, you say you were friends with Peter, the camp now. And then when you start discussing the camp, Soludo, his Apuga, and all the madness that surrounds him will now drag Frank. Already they will begin to try. And this is by the long stretch of the fact that we are considering Frank even has the capability or competence where he will have these conversations. Because someone who has been an establishment politician for that long, Omo, you have no grounds aside bringing him to power to hold him. Who are you? Obedience, of course. All this energy will they dispense or dissipate. I know for fact that the obedience who have been sponsoring radio jingles. Sirdam, if you remember that radio jingle thing and that financing that came that time, I have found out that these are obedience. Obedience are doing the work. So while your madness is moving from pillar to post, shall make the election finish, make you realize, say, you have lost the local standing to detect any piece of anything in this movement anymore. Because I have a personal problem with people who have poor judgments. My problem with Sowore is not his credibility or his ability to lead. It is the fact that you cannot carry poor judgment and come and be leading me. You put me into the abyss now. Then what is my problem with Buhari? Your poor judgment is what we used to judge you. So all of you now, I heard someone woke up today and said he's traditional, how did they talk, a foundational obedience starter, Jack.
No, actually, it's Christopher Columbus. Go ahead.
Obviously, he found the pathway to obedience movement. All of you, you don't know what you're playing with. Obviously, God has been gracious to you guys, and you don't even realize what you've done. You don't. You see a presidential candidate, you think Peter was capable of doing this 6 months ago, just enter into a city and the city will shut down for him. You don't know it's your work. Continue discrediting the work you've done. Obedience in Enugu. Whether you like the baby grammar Edoga spoke today, or maybe you think you should be doing you PowerPoint presentation and be pointing and be doing this and that because you people like spraying perfume up and down. Know one thing, that man has sincerity of purpose. If not for anything, for gathering you people and coming around to address you people, he had no reason to. He had absolutely no reason to. We've seen other politicians. Have they come? They've not come now because they don't rate you. He rates you, Enugu. He really rates you. One. And that's all you need from a politician who is your leader. One. Number two, he actually has worked.
Actually, I swear, one of the few states I know we didn't have problem with agents and issues was Enugu State. Where compared to other states, and that work was when you remember when he started posting this picture of how and Ezenon talked about how this man was responsible for a lot of LP structures around the country.
Obviously.
That is enough in my head.
It's insane. It's insane that we were running around asking, they were mocking us for structure. And a human being single-handedly ran a Kwankwaso, because that's what Kwankwaso was doing the whole nation. Ran a Kwankwaso in Enugu. He has sponsored, he has paid for, he has done a lot of things. You think any politician has money to throw away? See, obedience. And I say this because I'm particular about this in every single state of the federation. Obedience. Do not allow your generation to be that generation that held power accountable, but now ceded that power to the people you held accountable. Because that's what you're doing. These guys are permeated over every single space. They sponsor themselves, sponsor their cronies into spaces to be placeholders. And so, I cannot be stupid enough to think that the chief of staff of the greatest executioner in Enugu is suddenly going to be a nice man. You do not know there's a template. Oh, he has suddenly become Paul the Apostle. He repented, he got blind. See, his dementia. Something is wrong with demented witchcraft. Get yourself deliverance. Enugu people, no play along. If PDP resurrects from this thing, your captivity is another 25 years. Let me tell you the truth. Nobody will tell you this truth. If PDP resurrect from this, and it applies to most states, if APC resurrect from Lagos, captivity lasts 25 years. You can never resurrect. That's exactly what politics is like. Most of you are new to politics, so you don't understand. Akwa Ibom, for instance, go to Akpabio, overhaul the political structure of Victor Atta. Now, with the years of Victor Atta, it's now relevant. They followed it, but nothing come am still. You are playing with the structure you've built. Continue. Wait till consign me. Akuku used to say it, and I'll close with this. If you play with your mandate, we'll contribute money and be paying for ransom of kidnap. We will contribute money and be doing GoFundMe for burial. Because that's exactly, the people are not bold enough to tell you that truth. But that is, you've seen Boko Haram have resumed duty. They have resumed. Very soon you start hearing ESN has resumed duty. You don't know these are state actors sponsored by politicians. Be playing. Just they play. Thank you very much, my people.
God bless you, Archie. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you, my
I
brother.
swear that whole sticker part really touched me because I'm just thinking, man, I know people that gave out of their last so that we can have
Sorry,
mama,
Otumba.
papa in everywhere in the country. And then we should suddenly tell them to abandon and go and vote for speaker.
Sorry, Otumba. Saddam, I beg you, I crave your indulgence. Let me just drop this because I looked at this space on the speaker session and I saw EGK. EGK, if you like, come here and tell these people the truth. If you like, be doing anyhow. It is since August people collected money. I will say it. We're closing this our mouth because of Peter Obi. Since long August, we heard that your farms, your favorites, your Columbus, that have been discovering the pathway to obedience, have been collecting money. It's long, it's not today we heard it. We were closing our mouth because we had the option of blowing that lead open and truncating the candidacy of Peter Obi. Have sense, so these criminals, you see, it not be everybody's normal for this movement. People have been cashing out too. People have been cashing out. Go and ask them. This is the same thing Peter Obi keeps saying. A politician woke up. He was a pauper. He finishes government. He now has skyscraper. You follow him for Thanksgiving. And then you say the God that did it for him will do it for you. Go and ask Jack what his state of life was over 6 months ago. Ask all these people what their state of life was over 6 months ago. And then you realize that while you are toiling and carrying stick and roaming around, sweat will kill you. You don't get body odor because of sweat for market. People are cashing out. Be wise. I don't talk my own with my full chest. AGK, you remember I told you one day, I'll say it in my full.
No, this is not AGK, man. This is not AGK, man. It's a
Okay.
different
So,
one.
so Saddam, I don't know if I can add something here.
Please go on, Fabi, go on.
The issue here is not even after cashing out. Actually, to me, I don't see anything about cashing out on all these things, right? The issue here is actually, like what you mentioned, handing over the structure you've toyed for the past 1 year to someone else. That's the major issue. It's not about they can cash out all they want. I don't really care about it. It's them and their God that will judge that. But for you to carry the structure you built through your sweat, to hand it over to somebody else is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. This Edoga guy we're talking about now, because of what he put together in Enugu State won, I think 7 or 6
I think it was 7 hours of reps. I think
exactly 7 out of 8.
7 out of 8, yeah.
The highest contribution to Labour Party. And people are
Exactly.
smoking Igbo and talking nonsense in competence.
Exactly. Yeah, and even this Frank Walker we're talking about here, that guy is a spoiler. I have a lot of people that we went to school together that are on ground in Enugu State. They said Frank Walker doesn't even have any traction in Enugu State. He doesn't. He doesn't have any traction. He's not on ground. They're just using him to play a spoiler. And I can bet you that Chimaro Kenamane planted him there. I can bet anyone. I don't need anybody to tell me that Frank Walker is just playing a spoiler because they want the Mba guy of PDP to continue because that's the stooge of Timaro Kondamani. Enugu people have to clear their eyes, and all these guys pushing for this Frank Walker, you are dividing the vote, and you have to stop it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in my brother, Grandmaster here. Grandmaster, good evening. How are you doing today, my bro? You have the space.
Good evening, Sirdam. Otumba, I greet you. I greet all of you now, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. Yes, I will come from a different angle, and I hope that you will just let me, say this. But please indulge me. I'm speaking as an Enugu indigene, bona fide son of the soil, and I'll say this. First of all, the reason why I requested the mic is that I've been seeing some type of things going on the timeline. Some types of rhetorics and statements, obedience against obedience, Igbos against Igbos, to the point I'm hearing fellow Igbos telling other Igbos to return and face their own states. And I'm asking myself, since when did we start this nonsense? Since when did this one start? Okay. Now I'm beginning to wonder if some of us who are actually doing this are actually in it for good reasons, or we are just there to push some of our own agenda. Because I'm not understanding anymore. I thought we are all here for a reason. Are we actually good guys in this? Because I'm not understanding anymore. Since when did we get to the point where we start telling our fellow Igbos, please go and face your own states, mind your own? I will not tolerate that. I will not take it. We were all in this together. We started this fight together. And we have gotten to a point where we have started condescending on each other to the point that we have to start insulting our fellow obedience and telling us if we start facing each of our states, what is going to be the fate of this country? It is not good. And any obedient who is doing that should please stop it. Because I'm beginning to wonder if I'm actually in the right team, if this is what we are doing. Are some people here just for agenda? Is there something in it for them? Because I'm not understanding. And for this reason, I'll be completely taking my time off Twitter because I don't want to engage in such things. But that said, let me get to the topic. You see, I want to say something. I want all of you to understand this. Please, beyond, see, I'm LP to the core. And wherever my principal goes, I will go. That is just the simple truth. But beyond we voting LP, I am an Enugu guy. And my state is hurting. My state has suffered tremendously for the past 8 years. My heart is bleeding for my state. I need my state to return back to its former glory. It is in tatters. Now, why do I say this? I say this because while we are pushing, yes, LP, because we need to build a structure, let's not say that the issue of competence is not important. Please, let's stop it. Because my state is going to suffer it at the end. The truth of the matter is this. Both Edoga, Frank Nweke, and Mba, to me, we are playing Russian roulette. They have no track records. That is just the simple truth. Whether you believe it or not, I'm telling you this straight pump and plain as a son of the soil. The only advantage I believe Edoga has over them is that Edoga is in the party of our principal, and I will always support that party. But beyond this, let nobody come and tell us that this man did this man did that, this man. Both Frank, both Mba, and both Edoga have no track record in Enugu State. We are playing Russian roulette. And the bullet that could kill us could be in any of those chambers. Enugu is hurting. So let's not discard the topic of competence. I know that the man has done his best, and I'm solidly behind him. Okay, I'm solidly behind him. He has come to explain his manifesto and what he intends to do for the state. But at the end of the day, we should understand that we are in an election period. This is campaign period. People will say or do anything to get votes. What they will do after that, no one knows. And I'm hoping that all he has said, he's going to do, if at the end of the day, we vote for him. That is just the simple truth. But please, when we Enugu people speak and say we need a competent leader in Enugu, we have a reason for saying that. It is my state, our state. And we need that state to return back to its glory. That state is in complete shambles as I'm speaking. Enugu state is in complete mess as we are speaking right now. So let's not say that competence does not matter. It matters to me, Enugu. In fact, it matters to me more than any structure that they are building in Abuja. I'm sorry to say that. It matters to me. My state needs to return back to its glory. That state has suffered. People have suffered in that state for the past 8 years. The worst type of government is what we have had. The most ridiculous, useless sort of government is what we have had for the past eight years. And I'm solidly behind LP. That is just the simple truth. But at the end of the day, I repeat, we are playing Russian roulette. with what is going on in Enugu State. Any of them could end up being a bad governor, and any of them could end up being the best governor. We don't know what they are going to do. We are just going based off what they have told us. So please, when people from Enugu State want to speak, please lend them an ear. Do not shout them down. They are obedient to. They deserve to be listened to. When they want to tell you this is where it pinches us, please pay mind and listen to them, to their cry. They deserve to be listened to. I understand the idea of that we should build a structure, and I'm solidly behind it, and that is why I'm behind the man running for LP. Okay, but am I convinced? I am not. But I'm only doing this because we need to build a structure. Because I've been on the
Grandmaster, let me ask you a question, my brother. Let me ask you one question.
Go ahead, Sirdam.
Were you on this space when it started?
Yes, I listened to him speak.
You listened to him speak?
Yes, I was listening from my other accounts.
You know, Otumba was not even a co-host.
Yes, no problem.
So an Enugu person was up here as a co-host.
No. It's not about being co-host. Sirdam,
I'm trying to also have a conversation. You know that all the people that asked him questions today were from Enugu.
Yes, sure. No, I'm not speaking about this space, Sirdam. You don't get me.
Okay.
I'm speaking about based on what is going on the timeline.
I want to know what you're saying.
No, Sirdam, I actually have a question because we've thrown this word for Grandmaster. We've thrown this word around so much. Competence. How do you define competence for what you're looking from a governor? Because that word has been thrown around so much that it has no meaning anymore, where people attach competence to being eloquent. I don't understand what measure. How do you then measure competence? What is the benchmark for competence?
Otumba, thank you, my brother, for that question. Probably you're even mistaking me, thinking that I can be convinced by grammar. I cannot be convinced by grammar. I've never paid mind to any of those candidates. I simply just watch them from afar, and then I just told you something.
But then, Grandmaster, wait, then that's okay. This is where you're contradicting yourself. You can't tell me you're not convinced by any of them, but yet you say at the same sentence you've not paid attention to them, you're watching afar. Because what that paints to me is then, or saying three of them don't have track record, it's kind of like, no, they do have track record. You know why? They've been in governance at one point. Now, whether it's a good or bad track record, there's something you can attach to each of them. Whether this person was the chairman of local government, this person was minister for information, this person was chief of staff, this person was XYZ. That's the track record. Now, whether it's negative or positive, is there. But everyone that's been in public service has a track record. There's something you can point back to. Now, they've never been governors or where they have full executive power. But there's something you can point back to and say, hey, Mr. AB, you were chairman of local government for 14 months. What did you do? Now, it's impossible for you to say a guy that was a chairman of a local government and then measure his track record against a public-wide office. He was responsible for one local government.
And he was a commissioner too. He was a commissioner too. He was a commissioner too under Ugwuanyi.
So his portfolio, you can attack his portfolio. You can say, okay, so according to his portfolio, and
Otumba, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. There's a reason why I'm not saying certain things on this space.
No, bro, you can't know. This is violence.
Because if I say the things I want to say on this space,
bro, go ahead and say it.
Some of you will go home disappointed, and I will not say it because I am an Enugu guy, and I know when Edoga was the commissioner. But I'll leave it at there. Let me leave it there.
No, see, I don't like that.
I will leave it there.
I don't like that.
I will leave it there. Let me leave it
there.
No.
It's a situation now because
I will leave it there. I have a reason for saying this.
Someone came yesterday and asked him about why, when he was commissioner for environment, Enugu State was dirty, and he gave an explanation for it.
Otumba,
so this is me.
It's fine. It's fine.
Someone's record,
my brother. It's fine. It's fine. I will leave it there. I have a reason why I say I will leave it there. I have nothing against the dogger. There's something I just said here, and you're not paying mind to it. Me, my own is my state. Who is that person who's going to say my? See, I said it and I repeat again. We are playing Russian roulette. I know these people and I know them very well. In fact, I'll go ahead to say I know them more than a lot of people who are on these spaces. Okay, but that is just the simple truth. Is that the only reason why I'm standing behind him is because he is in the party of our principal. That is just the simple truth, and we need to build this structure. Beyond that, I'll wash my hands off this. That is it. But the only reason why I came up here to speak is not because of this space. No, I have been seeing things on timeline. It didn't start today. It has been happening for the past 1 week. When I have a lot of people from Enugu states who I am in a group with, and when they speak, people will jump in and say, LP top to bottom, you don't have a say in this. LP top to bottom, you don't have a say in this. This is basically hushing people. that the governance is going to affect the most. It is not okay.
Okay,
If they are
Grandmaster,
critical,
it's not about this place, right? But it's not
no,
about
no,
this
it's not
place.
about the
Okay,
space. I'm
but
not even talking about the
so
space.
let me
Okay.
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. If you're passing a message that is not for this space on this space, then how does that translate? You get what I'm going to? If you keep saying it that it's not about this space, but then you're passing the message on this space.
The reason why I'm passing it, Otumba, is because the people who say those things are also on this space. And I'm just saying this so that everybody knows. Listen, if you should not get me wrong, please. I am LP top to bottom any day. But I'm simply just saying that we having different opinions should not lead to a point whereby we see each other as enemies. Because I've seen people going on timeline telling people from Anambra to face their own politics, to do this and do that. Since when did we get to that point whereby if we have differing opinion, instead of you to talk to someone and convince them in a rational way, you tell them, take your mind off this, don't talk to me, go and face your... It's not okay. Because if we do this, what are we going to say about people in Lagos doing the same thing to us, telling us to leave and not have anything to do with Lagos politics, when we are trying to ensure that LP has a stand in Lagos? That is exactly what I'm talking about, because I
Yeah,
know a lot
but
of those people are on this space.
I know, but it's apple to oranges. The Lagos issue is different. It's not to me. I don't see it the same way. I
No, no, it's
understand.
not okay. It's not okay
No,
because
let
this
me
is
explain. So
even
this
worse.
is one of the reasons why I didn't co-host when he was here was intentional because it's about Enugu politics. Okay, and at the end of the day, politics is local. Yes, have I spent money in Enugu personally? Yes, during this campaign. But at the same time, it's not about me. It's about those in Enugu. So I do understand if someone from Enugu tells me, hey, bro, leave his Enugu matter to us. It's Enugu governorship. Because guess what? Once he becomes governor, he's not governing over me. Now, it's different from someone that is of Southeastern extraction, but grew up and is living actively in Lagos. And then you are telling that he's going to vote in Lagos, that pay taxes in Lagos. And then you're telling that person that was born, bred, business, pay taxes in Lagos, not to pay attention to Lagos state politics. It's not the same as someone that is saying, yo, bro, I understand you're from Osun State, you live in Osun State. Yes, but leave my Enugu State to me. Say I will leave Enugu. Now, if the person that was from Anambra was living in Enugu and paying taxes in Enugu, then yes, then it makes no sense. So you get what I'm saying? Like I think
I get
there's
your
a,
point. I
there's
get
a
your point. Yeah.
separation. There's a separation between that two where we can't just say, oh, because yeah, at the end of the day, we can shout all we want to. Yes,
Plus
if that goes then
another thing is that all the influencers that are shouting Enugu Frank for Enugu, all of them are from Anambra, and all of them are there campaign for Soludo. So their track record
thank
is there.
you, Saddam. You
So
just hit the nail on the head.
people,
It's the
people, man, I
same.
know they hide out. Man, I'm from Anambra too, but I have families in Enugu that will vote. I know this thing, so we know all this local politics. It is different. It is totally different. You know me when you go collect money. I'm not saying, I'm not accusing anybody of collecting money now, but that's exactly how they've seen it. Like you go collect money from this thing from Anambra, you know, shout for Soludo. You can't come the shout. It is local. Politics is local, as Otumba said. So they are totally different. But I am not of the opinion that anybody should tell that person do not talk about our state. Everybody, we can all contribute to the affairs of the state. But right now, for governance, it is important that the locals decide and shape the narrative. You don't come out and tell because you're an influencer, you have 100,000 followers, have 1 million followers, you now come and start telling people from their state that know how it is with them. As you said earlier on, the three candidates are Russian roulette. That's what you call them. And because of that alone, we are standing with our own Russian roulette that we know we can call here and he will answer us. He will answer us. Frank Weke will not come here. He has no open platform for anybody. Or Mba. They're not answerable to we the people. So it's better we start with the ones that has been told us tomorrow night I will come again. Let it be that he's desperate. Let it be
Saddam,
that anything.
I used to say it. I keep saying this, and I'll ask you this question: if Soludo and Peter Obi both call Frank, if Frank Wike becomes governor and Soludo and Peter Obi call him on the phone, I bet you he's going to pick up Soludo's phone first. His allegiance is to Soludo. If they get into a meeting because they're both in the same party, that's the difference people don't get. There's an allegiance. There's a difference when you belong to a party. Number two, any Labour candidate that is winning, know they are winning because of two people, Peter Obi and the obedience movement. That is guaranteed. And they know they did not depend on it. See, Peter Obi is technically becoming the godfather. He's technically getting there, where he can call someone and say, join my party. This is a party that had no counselor, that we built.
Baba, you know they call anybody, that then they call a mouth.
I can give it to cock
And
and
then they
chicken.
call a man and say, I beg, create space for me, I beg. Create space for me for my state, I beg. Create space. He doesn't need to call anybody now. He has shown working. He has proven it. All they shout, Kwankwaso get more votes. You never see him. He don't clear like daylight. He won an election. First trial, first shot at the presidency, he won it. There is no politician that has done it before. Buhari, with all his fame and everything, Buhari had to shoot from 2003 till now for years upon years. He no work. He didn't do. Peter did it in one shot and won the election. So Peter is that godfather of Nigerian politics, the real one. But all his allegiance is to the people. So please, bro, I understand all the sentiments and everything here, but I beg. Going forward, we are building a structure for LP, and all LP candidates are all competent. If they come for competence, if you bring out all of them and line them up, line Frank Wike, Frank Mba, line this thing, a man that comes out to challenge Chimaroke in Enugu is a very competent man. A man that stands up to challenge Chimaroke. If there's anything we can do in Enugu State, we have to kill Chimaroke's career. That career has to die forever in Enugu. And for us to have a candidate that stand up to do it, my brother, that man is competent. I carry the man for head. And for the record, his people will come out here and they can say, Shishi, they no give us for this platform. Shishi we no even ask. Shishi we no want. We want to build that structure for the man. Let us change that narrative from Twitter here. Yes, we don't get the 100 million followers, but we have the voice to speak. And our voice will be very, 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 very loud that we are supporting Chijioke Edoga to be the next governor. And he has come out here 3 times now on this platform. If he goes here and fucks up in 4 years' time, that we go really lead that assault to Lion House. And tell us, Baba, your time don't reach. Pack your load, they go. Next candidate from LP also.
Saddam, to add to what you're saying, all these people that are even campaigning for Frank Nweke, what effort did Frank Nweke make to give P2B vote in Enugu State?
One video.
Thank you.
Of where you say, I am frankly obedient. Video.
What effort did they make to give the vote that P2B got from Enugu State? What effort? You see, this is not a debate. We shouldn't even entertain this as a debate. Honestly, we should not entertain it as a debate. Thank you.
All right, Saddam, let me round up. Very
go on, my brother. Go on,
yeah. Thank you so much. I understand what you're saying. And listen, Saddam, if you know me, you know when I get into something, I stick to it to the end. And for me, the man I'm following is P2B. P2B is the only reason why I'm in this movement. And whatever he says is what I'm doing. Okay? And since our principal has come out to say, hey, listen, this is my preferred candidate. This is what I expect you guys to do. Do it. I'm going to do it. And I'm doing it in my own capacity, talking to my own people, But at the end of the day, my end goal is to see the Enugu State work again. And I don't think we need unnecessary division within the obedient movement. Yes, we are not a headless mob like they called us. If you hear someone having a dissenting opinion, sit down and listen to that person, try to convince that person. Because the truth is that not everyone will be 100% adherent to whatever you say. And that is just the simple truth. Okay, so let's please listen to each other. Stop all this nonsense, maligning each other, telling each other, go back to here, go back to there, do this, do that, don't get yourself involved. No, this is not a gatekeeping movement. Let's keep it as open as it used to be before. Let people come, air their opinion. We convince them and we band together. And when the time comes, we deliver as one. That is just all I wanted to say, because I think that we don't need all this unnecessary back and forth. At the end of the day, I know that LP is going to take Enugu because the people in Enugu actually are clamoring for LP. Okay, and that is just the simple truth. But at the end of the day, I hope that beyond this, that competence also plays a role, because my state needs to heal. Thank you so much. I appreciate.
Thank you, my brother, Grandmaster. Wait first, before no run. Wait first. Do it, Grandmaster. I want Edo Gawe don't talk all these 2 days now. You don't sound like a competent person for a year. Grandmaster, answer me,
my brother.
He don't sound like a competent person.
Beyond P2B. I'm sorry to say this. I don't trust any politician. I'm sorry to tell you that.
Me, I don't trust any politician. Me say only P2B in my trust. We are talking about now. But when you're saying competence, for this competence, what they do now? This competence. The man we talk now like this and what we don't hear now. He's not as competent as the Frank Wike. I've searched Edoga. I don't see any corruption.
No, I don't even mention Frank Wike at all, because Frank Wike has no track record.
Peter Mba, who be that? Mba will be. Mba owner say that one said they even stone him.
Frank Wike has no track record in Enugu State. I'll tell you that. Beside him being a former minister of information, his impact has never been felt in the state.
Do you understand? The
point I'm making is that politicians are politicians.
We can hold responsible. The one that you can hold responsible. When say if you come here now, if you come tomorrow, now you go come here and tell us, say, sir, I know you will see my face. So That one that you can hold is enough for you. You don't need any other
Sadam,
track
if we
record. That is
start
the only
when we
competence.
start dragging them and we're playing clips of what you said on the space, you think if we turn against him and he becomes governor, the obedient movement starts to feel the rot. You think so? There's a difference. Yeah,
See,
man.
I beg, make una go ask. Make una go. I don't say make una go ask. You guys know what we did to Tinubu on this platform. You guys know. You know what we need to article on this platform for the past 9 months. You know. So for any person that comes up here, you think we waste our time and do this interview, waiting, we spend our time, hours and everything. Edoga go pray. He go pray to God. Say he wish say he no ever come violent space. Make him enter Enugu, no do what he's supposed to do. I swear, he will regret it. He go regret that. I'm saying it because people on this platform are hearing me. He will regret ever coming on this platform. Here na Shrine, enter Native Doctor House. You will hate coming to the violence space to come and make fake promises. And I'll tell you, Mr. Oti will be here on Tuesday. The same thing you will hate. You don't come up here. We're not here asking for anything. But the moment you come to this platform, we are here for good governance, and you take 4 years. Sanwo-Olu, you know what Sanwo-Olu they do now? They make ice cream. They plant hair. He remember Sanwo-Olu turn to traffic warden for Lagos. They tell traffic stop, come go. He go worse.
Don't give
Face day condom, sir.
He dey share condom. He dey
don't
share
give Sadam
everything.
any ideas. You go see for traffic warden uniform. Don't give ideas.
So please, my brother, no fear. The people that you can, Biruki said something, and that's my takeaway. The ones you can see and you can hold responsible are the people you should follow. People that are scared of you, that can come out and speak to you. These are the people you should follow, not any other person. You can agree that all of them are all. Let's agree that they are incompetent. Follow your own incompetent person, the one that can listen to you speak, the one that can listen to you and follow what you say. It is better than the one that not even that will not. The moment that Frank Wike win this election, make I hear one of these boys come go in their house. Go say, "We never pay your money finish." Or go to the one when go fit the one will carry army now frog job. The guy frog job, we're gonna say Apuga obedient to what you consider obedient to Apuga? What you consider obedient to Apuga? Where
So
does
now
he
the best example is Soludo. Soludo that during
this Soludo not bring his Soludo election?
debate. So there's a debate where he kept referring to what Obi did and that, and he became governor. The first person he worked against was who? Peter Obi.
Yes, sir.
So
honestly, but thank you, my brother. Let's just move on real quick. Let's take a.
All right, thanks, man.
Yeah, God bless you. Let's take a lady. Muna Shine. Really our best. We come after Muna Shine. Muna Shine, go on.
Hello, everyone. Like, I say, this is a real violent space. As a Sirdam, give it to them. I keep saying that there's nothing competent. I go they talk. I might speak for pitching. Everybody understand. This competent well now they use campaign. The only trusted and proven competent person is Peter Obi because he governed Anambra when Anambra was nothing and left that state debt free. Now let me start with all the competent people. Let's go to number 1, Rochas Okrocha. He kept campaigning for presidency. They say he's competent. He came to Imo State. We say, oh, Hakim, you must go. Oh, Hakim went. Oh, Hakim is better than Rocha. He came. He did what Seyi Makinde, if you are from Ibadan, they talk him here. He did what Seyi Makinde did. Go and see my tweet. Seyi Makinde is another Rochas Okrocha. They go pay salary, do this, do that. People can say, oh, you did good. Second tenor, they go come show you Iwa. They know they do anything. Now, what is to pay salary? It is your right. They go borrow the whole money in the world. They say they're competent. That's why when you see my tweet, people say Frank is competent. How we are now, the young man that just talked, Grandmaster, I came here because of you. How will you say Frank Edoha, you know what he did? It's the same rumor now they spread. Commissioner, even in River State, Wike they give them money. So tomorrow night, you see commissioner come for governor and begin blame him. You know the Nigeria. Sometimes more na get conscience. So you want campaign against the man because he be commissioner for environment. He no do anything. My dear, when commissioner no even get allocation, now only salary chop money they see. And now you go say may they reject them. Let us be sincere. If maybe the person no get any other work, he go there and they tolerate. All Wike commissioner don't have budget. Guru did not give it commissioner budget. They're just, yes, sir. We can't judge competence based on commissioner. He don't tell you say as a local government chairman, people like him and it's true. Go where he from, they love him. Mona no come Frank Weke waiting into even Frank Weke for him community. If it waiting into in transform them, Mona carry that competence na scam. Donald Duke the same thing, competent. You go put them there, nothing. So look, Donald so they carry English, competent. There's no competent person. Even Obasanjo, yes, people he tell us something. If you do politics, they say before you go judge person where they competent, give a governorship. Now so Soludo now for come president and I go support her. Common state, you know, if you manage. Rochas no fit manage state. Many of them cannot manage state. The only salary where they go come, they go pay. My dear, there's nothing like that. If we see anybody where won't come deceive us here, we need our own court, and our own court is Labour Party. I don't know how I want to talk am. Top to bottom, there's no competent person. Let us give everybody a chance. We are giving all of them. Yes, they are incompetent. We are giving them what? A chance. Yes, they are incompetent. We are giving them what? A chance. So not because you get 100,000 followers, you think say you won't come to see person here. I go throw you. Even through they go see my comments for that play where they all of them. Even if na Aisha Yusuf, if you're not like more than they, I go throw you because they deceive a lot of your followers. In this movement, Labour Party is now our party. That is the only party you have a voice as a youth. I've done politics for how many years in this country? There's no place we can speak. This one where you want manage, okay, how you go control person where they have guy? You get sense. You dey mumu yourself. Oh, you want go, okay, let me just say, Abga be president now. They get rerun. They go deliver P2B for your dream, even if not me. I go come deliver Obi with my police. Mona get sense. How you go say you love P2B? You dey vote another party. You hate the man. No, they deceive yourself. That competence na school where you go, but the truth is that you not even dey competent yourself. Because if you dey competent yourself, you go not say you need this Labour Party. Even if that man na your party, may you deliver. If you dey competent, you go even deliver Labour Party as a competent person. So even you when they say you are obedient, I will vote, except now your uncle. If it's not your uncle, yes, you need to vote for your uncle or your brother or your sister, then I will support you. But if you're just incompetent, my dear, you're fooling yourself. So, as in, I come here, I give on a main violence. Most of you, where they use English, now deception. I can speak, but I won't speak pidgin. Now deception. See, Peter, the same thing we can do now. They go say, oh, this. How can you judge a commissioner? Stop judging that Edoka. He had no right. There's nothing. I chop money, go there, go to. The man don't come here. He shows that this person wants to work. He shows that this person is ready to. I think I say no, they social media and don't come now. Still now they find fault. Sirdam, no greet them Otumba. I say you guys are impressing me. Finish them. There's no competent man. The only competent man in Nigeria, even Sheyi Makinde is not competent. Go and check their debt profile. If you want to judge a governor, check, like most Nigerians don't even know that. Check his debt. Even they borrow how many billions they pay salary is nonsense. And in the whole Nigeria, or the whole country, look at Tinapa. That's why people praise Donald to go and check what the money he borrow for Tinapa. It is an elephant project, unachievable. I can tell you everything about governors. The only man who ruled a state out of nothing and left it debt free is only Peter Obi. Every other person is may will try incompetent people. Well, now this is a new Nigeria. We have washed all their sins away. Yes, if Edogan sin, please forgive her. Mark on the damn beggar. Forgive her, may we wash his sins away. Please, we wash Edogan's sins with the blood of Jesus Christ. This is a new era. He needs to win his Labour Party, top to bottom. So give it to them. Thank you.
I
Madam,
swear, like anytime.
we have inducted you into the violence female section. Please, though, our members will meet you behind the scene to collect your phone number and address for further communications. Thank you very much.
I swear.
You just gave me premium. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Whew. Real best. Are you there? Real best, continue now. Unmute and speak. Good evening, good morning. You there in that Atlantic Ocean? Yeah, my best.
Yeah, that's okay, go body down.
This is my best. Which bad network. We cannot hear you, my brother. We cannot hear you. You know, even this I be like say you wear like six earphones. You wear earphone, we wear earphone, we wear earphone, we wear earphone, we wear earphone. We wear earphone. They
Okay,
can't wear
can
your
you hear me
phone.
now?
We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me?
Is uh-huh.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you're spacing from. Once more, it's good to be here. I tried entering here before, but my battery was low, and maybe that was when the incoming governor of Enugu State was on this space, so I had to go off again. Otumba, how are you doing? Since you promised me iPhone, it just blank. I don't
No,
understand
my
you again,
brother.
no. So anyway, I think the last lady that spoke actually took some words from my mouth, and the question Otumba asked, I was actually waiting for the answer to that question, because I think we really needed to get the meaning of competency. Perhaps my own definition of competency would be that, since we don't have any definition right about now, because people abandoned this word around for the past 2 weeks now, but since we don't have any definition, I think the correct definition of competency in this context is your ability to choose Labour Party when nobody thought that Labour Party was going to be the first force. I want to take that again. That since all of you that is banding this competence, that nobody has been able to define it. So let us now give you a definition of competency. Competency is the ability to choose Labour Party when no other person thought he was going to be a first force. So anybody who is able to do that, that person is a very competent person. Peter Obi, when he left PDP, there was a lot of choices. ADC came, this other party, he looked at them, and when he chose Labour Party, people are like, oh, Labour Party is so troubled. Remember what Dele Momodu said, his money is going to go. But today, Labour Party has become the first force. So that is competency. The Okada man that looked at every other party, he went and chose Labour Party. The man won election. It's competency. The man from Lagos, Honorable Atta, who also was a common person who chose Labour Party. The man won election. That's competency. Edoga from Enugu State, who chose Labour Party, when Frank Mweke Jr. and other people did not choose, is a very competent person. The truth about the matter is that this idea of competency came as a result of people who, if you don't like somebody's face, you now talk about competence. Because let me just tell you this thing now. We might not see anybody like Peter B again. We might not see anybody like Peter B. I've said this thing severally. I've said there are people that come once in a lifetime. What we really need is not for Nigeria to work. We don't need 1 million Peter Bs. We don't need, Peter B is just a special person that God has created. And most of the things that Peter B, it's not because he wanted to become God. That is how God created him, and his experiences, the exposures, the business he has done, the schools he has gone to, everything he has not. It's not everybody that passed through everything that Peter B has. His upbringing. There was a time I made the case here that if Peter B had lived in the 15th century, maybe Peter B would have been a monk. I've said this on this platform. So you cannot use Peter B to begin to judge everybody. But the truth about the matter is that there are people who will come. What Nigeria needs is strong institution. Labour Party has come. There is a manifesto of Labour Party that people who want election into that party is going to work on. And this movement has also given us power that we can now put people into office and have the ability to remove them when they don't perform. You cannot begin to judge a man that you have not given a platform, you have not given him work to do, and say, okay, this man will give you this work, you're unable to do it, and you begin to judge him. And like, for all we care, what people need these days is people who can express themselves and not the rest. And this man has come here, he's well educated, he can express himself. He even said so many things that if he had not come to this platform today, we wouldn't have known about them. So I find it so funny that at this time we are still discussing about. I told you people, like, the first time this thing was brought up in this platform, I was messaging Sirdam. I said, kill this thing, kill this thing, kill this thing, kill this thing. This thing is distraction. In America, I've not been to America before, but I pay attention to a lot of American politics and other, European countries. There is nobody, no matter how competent you are, you will find it very difficult if you run on a platform that is not popular. America is Democrats and Republican. There are other competent. There is something they call independent candidates. There are a lot of good people. They go there, they run. They don't get anything because you need to be the
Do you
platform.
understand?
What
We have one independent senator. I think Senator Angus King
No, I said there are very
from
few.
yeah,
There are very few.
very few. No, even him has to caucus with Democrats. That's
Yes,
how
yes.
powerful you have to belong to a party.
There's a man, Martin, Senator Martin from what's that place now? This man, he can hold the party hostage. Manson, what's
Oh,
operating
Joe
to state now.
Manson.
Most times he talks with Republican, most times because he came from a constituency that is dominated by Republicans. There are times he holds his party hostage. There are times Republicans will need him so much to give them a vote, he will not give. There are times Democrats will need him to give him. That is what happens when you just vote just as if your head is not correct. There is something about political party beyond the human being, beyond the individual. The political party is a very powerful tool. And it's an institution that most times they can throw you off balance, they can destroy you. You can imagine when Kejunior coming and the party say no, they don't like him, they write and say we are withdrawing our destiny on this man. You cannot begin to say people who are not in your political party that you want this move. See, this movement is not, what do they call it? It's not influencing. What we are here is not influencing. Nigeria is on their street. Nigeria is on a life support. We all came here to see how we can rescue Nigeria, and we have been finding. That's why we've been saying, let us, all of us, go to Labour Party. Because one of the discussions we had before this time was to say, is it for us to even create our own political party, or for us to go and populate Labour Party? Because, and we decided, okay, let all of us go and populate Labour Party, so that we begin to change things from within. But we need a platform, and the way we can need this platform is to be people. Let us elect people there. Are you not seeing Senate? Are you not seeing senators from some of them from the north? They go there for 4 years, they sleep. The next time people elect them again, let us elect these people. Let us, they are competent for choosing Labour Party. Let us elect them. After, if they don't perform, we remove them. That is the power we have. Let us be able to prove that we have the power to elect people. If you go and elect good party, nobody is going to agree that it was Obedient that elected him. Nobody will say, oh, I think they want presidency, but they are not popular. The party, that's because it's the journalists that will discuss it. It's not you. I've called some people here. Some of the people that is doing, I've called them on a personal ground. I talked to them, but they don't want to listen. I saw Jack this evening. I told him that, Jack, they need to use hypo to wash your head. And he was saying he wants to do anything. I said, no, if you're in this movement to do anything, you cannot do anyhow. You have a movement, you have people. You must do something according to what the movement agree. It's not what you want. If it's what you want, go and establish your own movement. P2B has written, say, oh, vote Labour Party top to bottom. That one is not enough for them. He did a tweet, he did a trade, and mentioned names and called people's name. It's not enough for them. P2B has gone to Enugu to campaign for a dog. It's not enough to them. And you say you're following P2B. Is something wrong with you? Let us, I know people here from Enugu. I know a woman here from Enugu that this woman has spent so much for Enugu. In short, during the presidential campaign, the woman gave money to cook for a whole local government. A whole local government. And if those people come and say, let us, so this idea of, please, because I don't want to offend anybody now, right about now. Please, let us just forget this thing. 4 years, if we let them into office and they don't perform, we'll vote them out. Nigeria has been this bad since how many years now? If we are trying to build people, let them come. If you are giving opportunity for that Okada man that won election in play, what would he have said? Say would have said it's not competent. But I'm defining competence to you that the competency is the ability for you to choose Labour Party when nobody thought Labour Party was a force. That is competence. Anybody that has that did that is very, very competent. Anyway, let me just talk about, I think for now, and we just have, this is just few days to election, and this discussions is not, I'm not sure we should be having, we're not supposed to be having it. Let us concentrate. Let people come here. Let them, tell them, discuss on how we are going to win. They are going to win election. Let us assist them. Let us do whatever we can do. Let us believe they will perform. And because they have a leader, because P2B is a trailblazer, so he's a leader, he's going to coach these people, go around and coach them. And if I had the opportunity to speak, one thing I would have said is to say, we are going to watch them, because some of us are on ground. So what we are going to do at the end of the day, maybe Vawulence will form a team, we'll be visiting these people, going to check them, what they are doing. From every 3 months, we'll go and visit them. What have you done? Tell us, so that we can come and talk. This is what you have done. These are development. These are your plans for your place. We can do this. We can checkmate them. It can be a new way of holding our leaders accountable. And this is what we can do since we are on this space. That's what we can do. We go to them. If you're in Kaduna, if you're in this Labour Party, we go to them. Take steps. Monitor what you do and the kind of development you're bringing to your people. We can do that. That's a way of checking them. Most of these people that you see, most Nigerian leaders are good people. You know that we don't have institutions that work. So when they come into a corrupt system, everybody wants to steal money. Nigeria is a crime scene. Everybody becomes a criminal. If we begin to clean Nigeria by making people see, some of these people you see, some of these senators you see in Europe, some of them are criminals. Some of these in America, some of them are criminals. They are as bad as Nigerian politicians, but because they have strong institution that watches them, and if they fuck up, that institution will treat their fuck up. That's why some of them come into office and they do what they're supposed to do. If you think that people are performing in Europe because it's a lie, a lot of them are bad people, but institutions are more powerful than them. Anyway, let me talk about today's rally. We did a rally today, but it's not a rally, it's a carnival. Went to Etiosa. My brother, that Ekpe is a very bad place to go. In fact, the people there, if not that we had gone there with security people today, they brought gun and they didn't want us to enter, but our security people empowered them. There's even shot gun today. And VR was there so bold, that guy, has it's a lion heart. But the rally was a blast. It's not everywhere we go to, people actually welcomed us and went to Etiosa, went to Ekpe, you understand, toured the places, did all we could, and as we are marching on the street because it was a carnival, the cars that we had today was up to 200, it was a car. So everything that we did today, we can thank God for that. That place, even though those area boys, those Abado boys came to shoot gun at us, but we never allowed the intimidation. And that is why I keep saying that this election Saturday, people should go to whether you're voting or not voting, go to a polling unit that is closer to you and make sure you form a group. Because when they even came today and thought they could stop us, they were even blocking our security men, they were removing that thing. And when they came and shotgun at us and they saw that we came with security, they dispersed. And we did what they did was to throw stop pure water. We did a video of that, I'll be posting it. They throw pure water, so some of them tried to throw a shot. Somebody lifted a whole jerrycan 25 liter and throw it inside our bus. But that did not deter us, because what these people do is intimidation. When they intimidate you, they will think that you go back, but they don't know that we have come to stay. This movement has come to stay, and that is why most of you that have dissenting voice, let us come to. This is not influencing. This is not like Sirdam is saying, I have 20 followers, I have 1,000 followers. No. This thing is real. We are fighting for the survival of this country and for the survival of our life. This is not the time to. So a woman here said, "Oh, I've campaigned with P2B for this past 9 months. This is the time for me to campaign for my husband." This is, you see, if all of us begin to say, "Let me do this and because I have this, let me do this and because of my brother, let me do this because you're not ready." The Bible says for anybody, Jesus Christ, when Jesus Christ was going, calling disciples, some of them gave excuses and say, "Oh, sir, please, I want to go and cook my food. When I'm done, Jesus Christ passed." Somebody said, "Oh, my mother is sick. Let me just go and attend to him." Jesus Christ passed. "Oh, my father is sick. Oh, let me go and bury my uncle. When I'm done, I'll come." Jesus Christ, the Bible said that for all those who left mother, land, consideration of anything to follow me, that those are the people that is going to be blessed. If all the people who left whatever personal commitment to follow this movement, that is the people that will reap the fruit of the land. Most of us left like most times since I came into this, there's something when I meet people, even to say give me a number, because it doesn't come to my head to okay, let me collect his number so that tomorrow I can call this person. Even when I met this attack today, I think somebody was asking me, "Oh, did you call?" I say it didn't even occur to me, because what am I collecting his number for? I don't have anything I want to say, or I want to, except when the need arises. Madam Aisha, I knew Madam Aisha. We met on several campaigns. I never want to say, "Oh, give me," because I don't have need for it until when that need arises that we're supposed to do something. That's because my mindset is not that, "Oh, I want to do because I want to get." No, because I know if Nigeria works, it will work for everybody. If Nigeria works, I don't need to know you. I don't need to have your number. Nigeria will work and it will work for me. So please, whatever thing we are doing, let us consider it's a sacrifice. That is what is called sacrifice. The fact that you are doing something, irrespective of the fact that you have some personal thing that you would have, for reasons you wouldn't have done, but you are doing it. If all of us in this movement have agreed, let us do this. Well, please, let us do it. It's sacrifice. You're going to hurt a lot of people because you're obedient. A lot of people are going to insult you because you're obedient. A lot of people are going to, because the choices you make. But make that choice for the good of country and for the good of this movement. P2B is our leader. But let us not make the mistake to think that, oh, every other person that is going to come under Labour Party is going to be like P2B. The standard that P2B has lived is so high. Yes, all of us might aspire for that, because we have somebody we are following. But let us build those people. Let us build people that will come and emulate. Let's give them the opportunity for them to emulate what P2B has done and what he represents. And we are going to get a lot of them. Yes, we are going to make some mistake by electing people into our platform. But the truth about the matter, we also have the opportunity to send them back to where they are coming from. How else can we explain this thing? Somebody is talking about Boot Party. Do you know the manifesto of Boot Party? Have you read it? Do you know the manifesto of Abda? Have you read it? Do you know the manifesto of all these parties? Have you read it? Even P2B, even Labour Party, Labour Party man, have you read it? So this idea of, oh, we don't, Nigeria has been bad. We are trying to see how we can rescue it. And I hope and I pray in this season, because all of us are here, what our government needs is people that will hold them accountable. And we have said we are going to hold them accountable. Whether it's Enugu, whether it's Abia, whether it's any other place, we are going to hold this accountable. So once more, thank you so much, Sirdam, for everything that you do. I've not had the opportunity to even interact with any of these candidates. Maybe I will have that opportunity. But Lagos is in our mind, Port Harcourt is in our mind, Abia State is in our mind, Enugu is in our mind, Ido is in our mind, Kaduna, all these places are in our mind. Please let us keep pushing. Let's keep doing what we can do, to make sure we bring this victory home. We are going to do it, making sacrifices for the poor. Please, for everybody here, please let us hope that we are getting it right. It's just, little by little, we are going to get it right. It's not going to, Rome is not built in one day. We are going to get it right. And Nigerians are going to begin to producing good leaders that will actually hearken and listen to the voice of the people. And I know that will happen very soon. So thank you for the opportunity. Emir Sirdam, Otumba, Magnifidu. Oh, Magnifidu is here. Women in Nigeria, Sevik, Olawski, End Bad Politics, Joel Obedient, Prince, Ejikeme. Okay, Madam Anka, the Sweet Angel, Shelly, Emmanuel. I can't call these names now. Now I can't begin to call these names now. But anyway, Dr. Lu, Madam Cindy. Anyway, I can't call the names again.
And this one is boss ahead.
No.
This one is
Madam Anatu. Madam Anatu is here. Oh, Nekus. Oh God. Okay, sorry. Let me call some names. Nekus, how are you doing now, Frank?
All your fans. Call your fans. Call your fans. Call your fans.
But what this guy? And I take it. All of you know me. Oh God. Okay, let me not call again. But Otumba, how are you doing now? Otumba, send the iPhone to me now. What's happening?
Okay, I don't hear you later. We'll go talk later. Oh my God. Big man, welcome.
Fire.
I told you that I'm in Lagos and I have violence space. I have some violence space t-shirts. So if you're in Lagos, if you meet me, if it has not finished, I'll give you one. So I'll give to you courtesy of violence space. So if you're in Lagos, if you meet me, I'm gonna be here till election day. I came here to help them, whatever thing we can do. So any state that you're close, please go there on Saturday. We have to take back Lagos and take back all these states. So thank you so much. I appreciate everyone on this platform. Thank you for the opportunity.
God bless you, my brother. Thank you for the hard work you do. Thank you. The face of violence space on ground. It's too much. Thank you, my brother. God bless you. Honestly, I just made a post with what you just said right now. Competency is your ability to choose Labour Party when others do not believe in the obedient movement. Real ever best. That should be.
I'm gonna t-shirt.
I swear, it should be crested. In fact, it's supposed you should tattoo that stuff on your body, my brother. It is gold, my brother. It is gold. I swear to God. But thank you, my bro. Big Bang, you're welcome to the platform. You know what we're discussing now. You'll be here, bro. Make you go help us more. Now, too bad. We don't worry them finish. All right, Big Man, you can come in anytime you want to come in, but let's keep the conversation rolling.
Thank you, Sirdam. No problem.
All right, big bro. Thank you. OIK, you came. Mona, calm down. Not
Yes,
this way the way man.
thank you.
See, sorry, man. Sorry. AGK and Emmanuel Agali. I'm warning two of you on this platform. Two of you will come to this platform. You come and request Mike. From the moment you just enter this platform and request Mike, you start waving me like say I carry on a phone. You're just not gonna wave me. I don't be babe, bro. Please respect yourself. Two of you, AGK, and you are used to it. Two of you since August last year. You people have been doing this thing. The blessing I talk about because they suspend my account for this. Respect yourself. Thank you. Oh, okay, please
Yeah,
go on.
thank you. Okay, I'm going to speak to the current topic, even though I had wanted to speak prior to Mr. Edoga taking the floor. But I want to say good evening, everybody, most especially the host and the co-host. You guys are awesome. You do a great job. You know, I know, like the last time, Sirdam, I really felt you when you said you didn't want to come on, because you were not feeling great. You had a kind of headache or something. But then, against all odds, you're like, no, you have to come on. And you did. And whilst you were on, you just started to feel better. I just felt you that day. And it goes to show that you know, we're not only going to be, let me use the word competent that the last speaker threw around. We're not only going to expect competence, we're going to expect resilience, consistency. You know, that's what we're looking for. And that's what you guys have shown us. And that's what we're going to demand of our leaders. Again, we're going to demand it, just like the other real ever best mentioned, it's going to come gradually because we have all been part of this rotten system, whether you like it or not. Nobody, when I cannot exonerate anybody because when something is rotten, it means it's affected every fiber, right? So I'm even still happy that there are still people like Mr. Edoga, right? I'm not saying it's as clean as Obi, but it seems to be saying the right things. Not just saying the right things, it seems to be prepared to do the right things. And he's done his homework. I listened to him last time, and each time I'm listening, I'm doing a lot of stuff, right? Even today, Saturday, unfortunately, I'm doing a lot of stuff. But what resonated with me was that he always, is kind of humble, he always humbly was given answers to questions. Yes, they may be prepared questions. Of course, you have to do your homework. There are many Nigerians who don't do their homework. They run for governor, they run for presidency even. They don't know what they're saying. They don't know what is in their manifest. But he had all the information down pat. And then he went ahead to mention things like he was going to promote planting of palm, you know, oil. He's going to get palm from NIFO in Edo State. I am conversant with NIFO. It's been there for ages. They grow palm. It's an institution of research for palm. He thought all of that through up to palm, because agriculture, if we can grow our own palm oil and that part of the east is able to grow more palm oil and we can transport to other parts of Nigeria and even Ghana and all that, or even abroad, that's going to boost agriculture and the economy of the state a lot. So I want to say I'm impressed and I'm happy because, again, I'm sure before he came on last time and this time, he had his homework done, but he had to go back to do his homework double, triple, because it's not easy when you're going to face a group like the Vawulence group, with a lot of people from Nigeria, from diaspora, young people who have so many questions, who are not conversant with politics, and they're not going to be political. They're not going to be politically correct. They're just going to ask you the questions. Some questions pretty hard, but then he still maneuvered it, and he was still humble and respectful. Again, I also want to thank those who answered questions. I want to thank you so much. So that's it for me with regards to Mr. Edoga, and I want to also agree vehemently with the real ever best. Institutions are key, okay? And institutions is not just going to be human beings alone. I mean, the physical institutions or the paperwork, the documentation, the laws, the acts, the edicts, you name it. It's going to involve human beings. We are going to be part of that institution that when they come in, we're going to hold them to the book. We're going to make sure they're accountable, right? Nigeria is not used to that. Again, we're going to start gradually. It doesn't mean because, of course, we're all excited, but it doesn't mean because, if when Labour Party is everywhere, it's going to be okay, all in a jiffy. It's going to be a gradual process. And that's the reason why, even our elected leaders, governors, local government leaders, I think, and I hope it happens. If it doesn't happen, I'm actually looking into that. I think our leaders need to be going through an orientation period, a real orientation period. We do that in the US. You get a company, you have to go through orientation period. Your paperwork has to be signed, that you understand, what you're getting in for, so to say. But in their case, it's going to be more blatant because we know their duties. We know what they're supposed to do, how they're supposed to spend money, even campaign funds, blah, 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 blah. I want a situation where they can go through an orientation, every elected person from the north, south, east, or west, and then they know how to behave better. They know what they're really going in for. and I think that would still help us, be have strong institutions. I want to just mention this in passing. Real Ever Best did mention competency is what made people like Edoga decide they were going for the Labour Party. I agree, right? Competency is good, right? But I want to say it's more like competency. What is competency? Competency is when you use your resources, either your skilled resources, physical resources, money. That is, if as a commissioner, as a governor, you get X amount of money. How are you spending it? How are you accounting for it? That, I think, is more like competency. But I also agree in the way he wants to use it. Perhaps I'm against him because he didn't recognize me when he was recognizing his fans. I'm just joking, all right? But I want to see it as mainly like, it's more of a witchy kind of thing, clairvoyance, right? Having an extra knowledge, and that was the question I asked myself when Miss Ikere, Juliet Ikere, I'm like, why didn't she have that clairvoyance? Why didn't she have that the own factor to say, I'm going to go for Labour Party. I'm not going to go for this party, because if she had gone for Labour Party, she would have been elected right away. But in any case, it doesn't mean when you want to run for government or when you want to run for a post, it must be at the first time that you must be elected. I'm sure she's learned a lot and she's going to come back stronger under the Labour Party, hopefully. I don't know if she's on here now. I'm telling Juliet, you need to join the winning team. You don't belong to that other place that you're at now. So again, that's what I call clairvoyancy, right? Or being a witch, like my worry Delta people will say. Again, I'm just saying that just to create some laugh, right? Okay, I've talked for too much. I'm not sure I can go on with.
Thank you, thank
Okay.
you. You have
Okay,
tried.
I would
You have
like
tried.
to maybe later on talk about the other topic that we tackled before.
And it will be tomorrow.
Okay, no problem,
Then
no
tomorrow.
problem. All right, all
Thank
right.
you,
Thank
thank,
you
thank
all.
you, thank
All
you.
right.
On behalf of Releva Best, I recognize you for Releva Best. Oh, okay, hi,
Very
bye.
funny,
All right.
very funny. I'm laughing. I'm laughing here. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Please, we're trying to make sure everybody gets to speak, so please let's try and keep our submissions as short and direct as possible. I beg, make no verse. But you see, you two rebels, you know yourself. I won't call your names, but you see, you two rebels, you gotta go wait. Mr. Prince, you have the space, please. Try and keep it as short as possible, my brother. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Saddam. I hope my audio is clear.
Yeah, very
Hey,
clear, my
Mr.
brother.
Prince. Sirdam, real quick, make I take on Mr. Prince for a minute. Prince, I want to really know what you have against Edoga and why you think Frank Wike Jr. is better. Because I've been reading your tweets, but I refuse to respond because I feel there will be a day we will meet on space and then you can enlighten me more. So I'm glad you're here now. So just please, in a nutshell, give me a quick summary of why you think Frank is better than Edoga.
Gamag, I would rather not pour this water on this stone, right? And to be honest, I totally have nothing against Rocky Duga. You may, because you just said that, and I just want to make that clear, right? I have nothing against, Chijioke Duga, I mean, not Frank, against Duga. I have nothing against him. What I do have or take an issue with is people. I mean, I'm literally watching us turning into, the minions, PDP, PDA, PC minions we fought that would always want to denigrate us for choosing to support P2B or, an unknown person in an unknown party based on maybe his credibility or based on his perceived competence. Because, I mean, we know Peter is competent, but apparently a lot of other people, didn't agree with that. So as far as they were concerned, P2B was just someone that, has no track record. But, we were defending that track record based on what we know. But anyway, what I'm saying is, like, I'm in shock seeing people that I literally fought and bled with, when I say something like, "Oh, Enugu matters to me," and I feel like maybe the way Frank understands the issues and the policies he proposes or the solutions he proposes, hits home more for me than what Edoga does, and people come to attack me. I'm like, are we the same obedience? Like, can we can we can we not do that? Like, that's why the thing that Grandmaster said, like, it resonates so deeply with me, because I just cannot believe it that this is actually what it has come to, basically turning against ourselves, right? And I was born and raised in Enugu, right? I understand Enugu's problem, like, to my bone marrow, right? And so if I come out to express this, like, why can't you respect my opinion? Why do you have to, insult me or call me a hypocrite? I've seen people, you say hypocrite, oh, you're a hypocrite, or you're paid hack, or some of all those expletives. Like, why that? Like,
Prince,
that's
one
actually
second,
my
one
issue.
second, Prince, 1 second, guys, please, guys, let's do this. Let's hear him out. I beg. We can disagree to agree. All right. Look, this is an in-house thing. Please, I would say, give him that benefit of doubt so that you can hear what he has to say. All right.
But
Don't laugh,
but
please.
Big Mac,
We're
no,
not going back
Big
and
Mac,
forth here.
Big
Huh?
Mac, Big Mac. Nobody is anybody stopping him from. No, he's having it. That's why he
No,
lets
no,
his
no, no.
Right.
I'm not talking about
So,
from this. The things that come into this, they spill from Twitter in general. So when I'm addressing, you have some people on this space, outside. All the things that have been happening, like, they spill into here, and nobody's shouting on me here now. Nobody's cussing me out here that I have the mic or something. But outside of here, right? I've experienced this. I've experienced it on WhatsApp. I've experienced it on Twitter. Right? It's that violence against ourselves that it really gets me. See, I
Let me
understand.
ask you a
I
question.
understand. I understand.
Let me ask you a question. Do you get why there is resentment? Let me flip it around. When obedience turn on other obedience, do you see the justification? Do you understand where they're coming from? Also, do you know what is based in? There's a reason why.
It's based on LP top to bottom. That is
No,
like,
no, you don't. No, then no, it's not. It's not really. I think that's where a lot of people are getting it wrong. I think it's based on their heart, sweat, blood, and tears for the past 8, 9 months.
and you
That
think
is
I
where.
didn't also, put in that sweat,
No, no,
blood, and
no, no,
tears?
no, no,
Like,
no.
is my
So
sweat, blood, and
it's
tears less,
no, no, no. It's not saying you didn't put it, but I'm saying when there's a collective, because it's usually collective. When there's a collective reaction where obedience suddenly turn again, like, yo, they it's laced in something. It's not just laced in, oh, just because it's LP for
I
LP to
I
LP.
totally get it. Honestly, I think if this election had gone, straight up the way we wanted, this much pushback wouldn't have been experienced. It wasn't on the same
God
platform
bless
that
you. You just hit
Saddam
the nail on the head.
himself. Wasn't on the same platform that Saddam and other people were promoting. What's that lady's name in Abuja? Juliet, that ADC lady, and Isaiah. There was an Abuja LP candidate. But on this thing, people were promoting that Juliet of ADC, that Juliet lady from ADC, right? So my issue is just that it's just how we have basically turned on ourselves, right? See, I have never, right, me personally, I've never shouted down on anyone saying, LP top to bottom or whatever. I may have issue with it, but I've never shouted down anyone. So why what I see everywhere is, people, if you make any, opinion or whatever contrary to LP top to bottom, people shout down on you. Like, why should we do? I understand the
Let me
compromise.
answer it.
I
Let me answer
understand the
that, Prince.
compromise,
Prince,
right?
I'm coming. Let me answer that question. Prince, I don't know whether your household is a monastery or is a church or is it me in my house. We have 4 boys. We they fight. We they quarrel. This movement is a movement of people with diverse views, diverse knowledge. We are all different. I cannot think like you.
I
So when
don't
you
expect you to.
yeah, so understand that when I can, if you think the way that you're thinking out, your own thinking is going against somebody's our thinking, we will go drag you. If I think anyhow, you drag me to it is normal. No, they fear drag. You're born. We were born out of dragging. Now dragging be our first foundation. This thing. So I don't
Now,
want all
how
to come and say
are
that
the
there's
movement?
we're
How is it say
divided.
we take
My
survive this
brother, we are
movement?
not divided anywhere. After we drag you, we go drink beer with you, my
Please,
brother. We go drag you until
Saddam,
you
let me
come to
tell
become
him.
Frank. Frank will
Saddam,
never be
let me
our
tell you.
candidate.
Saddam, let me tell Prince. You see me and Saddam, eh? In July, we
God
drag
bless
each
you.
other
I
here.
joined too.
Me and even October, but today we are the one here hosting and co-hosting and
I
gisting
wish
and
I have that space recording. If you see what me and Mark do for space here, what we drag ourselves for here, for space here. Like say, see, my brother, it is normal. That's why we're having. If I cannot have an engagement with you and drill your heart to really know where you're standing, bro, we're not doing something here. I go
and
drag you, we go argue, we go fight because I want to
yeah,
understand why you're telling me, Frank. Few days to elections, what does Frank stand to gain for you now as a movement? If Frank wins the election, how does
and let me go explain
you
Frank
know how you go
issue.
benefit the movement?
Saddam, let me explain Frank issue to Prince. Eh? You're talking about Juliet and Isaiah. When we were going hard for them, eh? Right from get go, they were obedient. They did not hide it. They
And
said,
they joined their parties before Obi even joined this thing.
"Thank you." Yes,
Juliet was already a
they do.
candidate of ADC before even Obi got to LP.
Exactly. And she even made her party endorsed Obi because she told her party, she told her chairman that if she had the way to leave today, she would leave and join Labour Party. And when they had issues with Dumebi now they expelled Dumebi. She went back to the chairman and told the chairman, since we do not have a presidential candidate, Peter Obi is my presidential candidate. That's who I will vote for. Among the three people, think of who you want to go with. But me, if you expel me, I would go to Labour Party
Mark,
someday down the line.
Mark, not
And that
only
was
that, not
Isaiah, the
only
same
that,
thing.
Mark, not only that, Isaiah and Juliet, I can point to things they actively do to get us votes. It's not Twitter thread. I can talk about things they did, physical with evidence, that I can't do for Franklin Wake Jr. I
Can
can
you
talk
show me
about
Okay.
what they
one polling
did
unit Van Weke won for Peter in
physically
Enugu?
to
One
get
polling
us
unit.
votes for Peter Obi. And number two, you are right also. If this election had gone due after February 25, 26, was when I understood having governors that belong to your party. See,
Thank you.
February 25,
That,
26
thank you.
gave me a new reason. I was like, damn, you know, it's not about rigging for you. I'm pretty sure in my heart of hearts, if Labour Party we don't need to rig for us, but it will make sure we're not rigged against. That's where that's where my head is like, oh,
Let me even say this. Sorry, let me say this. Prince, as we
Okay.
are right now, do you want to tell me Frank Wike Jr. is not close to Peter Obi? He is. Why would Peter Obi now overlook him and say, obedient, Labour Party top to bottom? Don't you think there is a reason for that? The political calculation is telling you that right now, build your structure for
We won
for the
seven House
battle
of Reps.
ahead.
7 House of Reps in Enugu. I think a senator or two in Enugu. Then someone will not win governor for Enugu. Now. Who is Frank? How many polling units? What did Frank do for Peter Obi? Did he give us one polling unit? Name one polling unit he gave Peter Obi. One. This thing, forget this
So,
sentiment. We have
so
passed that
Prince,
sentiment period, but
that's
now
where
our
they are
structure.
getting at you. That is where they are getting at you, not because they hate you. No, obedient would not dislike you. They don't hate you, but they want you to understand that right now, Labour Party comes first. Any other, if it's a goat that is going for the governorship in Enugu, vote that goat first. Vote that goat first. When we vote that goat there, then we will replace the goat with Prince O.
Oh my God.
It's as
Okay, so
simple as that.
I suppose I love P2B with all my heart. Like it's not even in question, right? But I suppose I'm able to distinguish, or I'm able to make a distinction between, what will benefit P2B and what will benefit Enugu. And if in my head, I'm not saying that, the Chijioke or Edoga will not benefit Enugu, but if in my mind, right, or in my heart, and I feel like someone else would benefit Enugu more, right? So it's now a question of what would I, or who would I, rather go with in that scenario, right? Will
No. See,
Edoga
that
benefit
person, let me
P2B?
say this. Let
Perfect,
me
of
say this.
course. But I
That
mean,
person will benefit
even if
Enugu, but
P2B
he's not
wanted
at the
Frank,
right place. He's not
wait,
at the right place at the right time.
that's
Mark,
So if
Mark,
he's
allow
understandable.
him
at
to
the
no,
And,
no,
right
and
Mark,
that's
allow
place,
him
fair
to land.
enough.
Allow him to land. Allow him to land.
Honestly, that's fair enough, right? Not at the right place. Not so. Yes, Edoga LP will benefit P2B, right? But now the distinction is, who will benefit Enugu, right? I'm able to make that distinction, right? So, and I totally see, like I said, I am not against LP top to bottom because I'm a pragmatic person. Like, I made a tweet about it. I said, it's even too soon to start, promoting or pushing for a Frank. Like, it's like the timing is too close, right? So, I would, like, if I was to vote, like if I were to go to Enugu now and go and vote, I would vote for Edoga, right? But where you guys are misunderstanding where my pain is coming from. Is that venom, that is
Yeah,
being
I think
directed towards me,
we
right?
explained.
Like our opinion doesn't matter. Like people that feel
No,
like,
no, no,
oh,
no, no.
just like Grandmaster said, like that the pains of Enugu for the past 8 years, like you cannot feel that and then just use the balm of LP top to bottom to just soothe it. Like if someone really believes that you be like say this LP top to bottom no go, it's not really it's not really what Enugu needs, and like an Enugu person feels that way, and then you're coming to denigrate them because they said that. How is that fair, yo? Please,
No,
I say, if you're going
Prince,
to
Prince,
promote
Prince.
Edoga, if someone is shouting Frank, shout louder, shout Edoga louder. Don't
Prince,
come and
true,
say,
no verse, no verse. Sorry, we have to. Let's try and move on to. You understand? You've spent over 5 minutes on this, but I totally understand your points. Yes, I get where you're coming from. At least we have landed in the same place that if you're in Enugu, you vote for Edoga. Thank God you said that because for now we have put all of them together. You were saying that you're thinking that for you, Frank will probably the way you say his points, you understand his points better. But right now it's not about points because he has no track record to prove of governance. There's nothing you can point out to say. In fact, Frank is a boy of the most deadliest politician I've come out from the southeast, Chimaroke Namani. That alone is a no-no for anybody. In fact, Chimaroke is a public enemy number one of the obedient movement. Chimaroke, we should never, ever, 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 anything. If Chimaroke comes out now, we should still we suppose pack shit. We go suck away, pack shit, pour am for body. Chimaroke is the one that came out here to denigrate us, insult us, call us all sort of names on this platform on social media. Do not forget this. Frank is his boy. You know this. If you're an Enugu politics, you know it. Frank was his chief of staff. He sent Frank as a minister to represent Enugu under Obasanjo in his second tenure for doing a great job as chief of staff. You know this. So let us not come out here and come and pray because he can speak Queen's English. He speaks yo in it. I build you road in
But
it.
I won't lie though. Frank there's a charm about Frank, and I get it. It's easy to get
Nah, Minister of
that.
Information now. The person will be lie. This thing, what do you call him? Lai Mohammed. Now
Saddam,
him give
you
Lai
cannot
Mohammed
use,
trophy.
see,
In it,
Saddam,
now
you
them.
cannot use, like, I understand, Chimaroke is totally a no-no, but we cannot use because Sullivan was under Chimaroke now. Will you say that Sullivan is Chimaroke stooge, right?
Uh-uh.
And so, wait,
Sullivan was Chimaroke's stooge until he rebelled. Are you saying that? Are you trying to act like we don't
exactly.
know any good
What I'm
politics?
trying to say is that,
Bro,
like, we
see,
cannot
I'm
use
from
that to judge what someone
Prince,
will do.
Prince. I spent 10 good years in Enugu. So I'm not a novice in Enugu. I have people in Buruburu's government now. So I'm speaking now.
Saddam, that one is too far. Saddam, there's one thing I know that is now that most people have said. There was someone Chimaroke denigrated publicly over the last couple of months. That he
Is
went
this guy
against
in Idoka?
he dared to run against his candidates.
I think he slapped
I'm
himself.
here to find condemnation of Frank from Chimaroke Namani. I'll put it that way. When if
He's
you
not
can
Bola
bring
Frank
Tinubu
did
me,
now.
not run
Ebuka now.
against his candidate
no,
in
no,
PDP.
that's not the point. No, that's not the point. I'm saying this, and there's a reason why I'm saying this. I'm looking for public record in a Chimaroke going against Frank or Frank denigrating him back. I know one. I don't know anything, but I just know one thing. There was someone that had the balls to stand against Chimaroke in a primary, look him in the eye to where he was denigrated. There's a video. I think there's another video. I'm yet to find one. So when we say Frank is a stooge of Chimaroke, we are right until proven otherwise. Until where we can point and say, you know what? Here's a fallout between two of them, and this is why the fell out. There's none. So, and then the venom part, I've explained where it's from. It's why see, do I have independence of thought? Yes. Do I say everything that comes to my mind on the TL? Hell no. You know why? I understand the movement I'm in. I understand. See, it's become almost a mob black mentality, and that's what it is. And believe me, we had to get to this point to survive the last 9 months. If we were not like this,
Us against the
if
world,
we
bro.
didn't behave in
Us
this manner,
against the world.
this
That's it.
movement would not
Bro, do you
get
understand
here.
what it means that we have
Ah,
no governor, we
oh
have
my
no House
God,
of Rep, we have no senator, we
no
have no
counselor,
commissioner, we have
no
nothing?
counselor.
Us against the world. That's
What are
what
you
it is
saying?
in Nigeria. That's it. Us against the world. So we have to take it by force.
By
No
force,
hard
no, man.
feelings, Prince. Prince, no hard feelings. We disagree to agree. We're one family,
It's all
but
love.
please understand where we're coming from.
After that one, I know the
Please.
block obedience anymore because the reason I don't block because I can host spaces. Believe me, it's because I go. If I don't host, I
All right,
go
guys,
block.
please, please finish
All
your
the
submission. Let's keep it going,
Let's give
man.
Chris 30
Please.
seconds to round up,
Yes.
please.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Let's allow it finish.
I mean, like I said, I'm a pragmatic person. I understand the reason why an LP top to bottom is needed, right? But I still don't think it's justification to basically cut off, parts of us. And I say parts of us because they are obedience that give a lot to this movement and then throw shit at them and accuse them of being whether it's hypocrites or paid hacks. I mean, these are things we reserve for APC people now. Anyway, I yield, Nico.
My brother, no verse, no verse. Any person they call that thing tomorrow, we go see tell I'm sorry. Not all those ones are just ginger. Now normal ginger with the movement. You should not take it to heart. Me myself, where I post that you didn't watch a tweet on Thursday that some people posted. And the news that we break out tomorrow will be kind of blah 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 blah
drag
blah.
my brother.
Or Tumba, say me, I go copy that tweet. I go copy that tweet, go Twitter also. Mama on sarcastically on Twitter, I can't put picture of horse way open mouth and the rest. Even people who say the coin time I call themselves say you don't get sense. They were insulting. You must collect insult for obedience. If you don't collect insult, you are not in this movement. You will with the chop, you should be able to swallow insult like fufu to be an obedient member. If they curse you, collect them. Collect it, nothing happen.
I
If
beg,
insult no dey kill,
I
you know
beg,
they kill.
how do we apply this to a Hembe in Benue? This mindset or concept, please, I want to learn in
You
this
say
field.
who?
A Hembe in Benue, like how do we apply like all these points we've made for LP in Enugu? How
My
do
brother,
we implement
my
that for
brother
LP in Benue?
he's not LP. No be LP him be. And that's no be LP. I be there on that party.
Wait, but you know who I'm talking about, Abi?
Who? Hembe.
Hembe.
Please, no be
Yes.
LP him dey. I
Na
be there on that
LP
party.
in there. No, na
Now
LP
him
in
go
there.
vote now. Wetin dey talk? Wetin you dey ask?
This man will fix
Who you want vote?
election.
Now
I
him will go
just
vote. LP, he will win it. Let him win it. Let him win it. We have said that right now, all LP candidates, all their sins have been washed away.
Oh no.
All their sins have been washed away. And right now, we are giving them fresh chance. Nobody is P2B. There's only one P2B. Go there and in 4 years misbehave. We will not pursue you out. That is the one we're doing now. We're building our own structure. Every LP candidate, your sins have been washed away. When you go there and misbehave, we now come and show you new deliverance. Right now, we're not here coming to do all this. This is not church. This is not Salvation Army. This is not Salvation Ministry. It is we taking our country back. And these people found it worthy that 9 months ago they said,
almost see party, or make I join this party. They join them. That is what blessing. See, the blessings of when blessing come, if you are at the right place at the right time, they will follow you. Whether you're a criminal or you're not a criminal, you are just because you are at the right place. So please don't come and judge people by what they did 25 years ago. If not, Buhari should not be your president. Should we start opening? If they open your national inside, you go see say small shit inside. So we will not come to do all these things here. We will just try allow as we are going. Hembe is a Saint Hembe. From Hembe of Benue. We are blessed. You are the next governor. Thank you.
Saddam, but check this out. Though. MB has never lost an election. Do you know that? He has never lost an election in Benue State. Though. Go back and check. for real.
He will not win. He will not lose this one. He will win it. I will not check with him. If you do anything, you go collect. But right now, please, let's build this structure. Please, it's very, very important. We can hold them accountable because they are under us. But thank you very much. Please, let us move on.
No, wow. Thank you.
All right.
Disclaimer. Some of them will come back to bite us.
I don't know. I think
I said disclaimer. Some of them will come back to bite us. Let's do.
Otumba, anyone will come back to bite us. Otumba, it's 4 years now. 4 years. That time has passed. No more. See, that time has passed. Where we dey fear politician again now. We cannot fear him. We will challenge Buhari. Challenge Tinubu. Who is helping?
We can't get it 100%.
We can't get 100%.
All we need is 90%, and we're good. We can't get 100%, so don't worry about that.
Go inside there and do anyhow. We'll come for you. In fact, you're not going to win primaries. Next primaries, don't move to the election. You're not going to win primaries because what you are doing right now, after we get back our mandate by the grace of God, our next charge is to charge all obedient across every state to go and make sure you enter Labour Party. Fucking form that structure of that state.
I can't wait for that Labour Party re-election. Oh my God.
So when it comes for delegates, now we go be delegates. Mess up as a governor, I make it comes for that go win primaries. You go part from LP, go on that party.
Now all our support group leaders will become Labour Party leaders.
Yes, now.
Yeah, in a state. So
we take over the structure. That's what we have to do. But let's go on. Let's go on. These two criminals. These two criminals were in the
middle. That's empire politics has been waiting for.
Empire politics should go before these two criminals.
Hello, Sirdam. How far?
My brother, good evening. No, we thank God.
Yeah, good evening. I sent you a DM, so I beg check.
Oh, no vessel, but my DM choke.
All right, no problem. See, to me, anybody that is still debating all these things, what we should be talking about right now is how to push our candidates. Oyibo talk say experience is the best teacher. They were telling us about governors and all those things 9 months ago. We were saying, oh, we can pull through and all those things, right? Last week, on the 25th, we experienced what governors meant, the meaning of governors. When we started this movement, we all wanted Peter Obi. That was the end goal, to be president. The end goal of this movement was for Peter Obi to be president. And we felt that, okay, if Peter Obi is president, it's going to benefit everybody. It's going to benefit North, it's going to benefit South, it's going to benefit the whole country. So I find it really strange right now for somebody to be saying that if you voted Doga, how does fine, he's going to help Peter Obi, but how is he going to help Enugu people? I don't know. Maybe we think Nigeria is America. I've been saying this. I've been saying these things since the past 2 weeks, and I've been shouting it. I've been saying it. There is danger ahead. These politicians, you can't. APC and PDP. These are two demonic parties. Look at what is happening in INEC today. Now, you went to a court. A court gave you a judgment. And INEC, they are refusing to obey that judgment. What does that tell you? That's to tell you how deep-rooted the corruption is in this country. That's to tell you how deep-rooted it is. And I've been seeing the movements in the political landscape. These guys already know they messed up the rigging. Imagine Rivers State now, you see Wike going up and down begging. They already know that they messed up the rigging process. So now what they want to do is to prepare for a rerun. And I see obedience. We are not getting set for that. Rather, we are talking left and we are talking right. Our principal, there's a video I put on the Jumbotron. He even did a video today saying vote LP top to bottom. Why? Forget about competence and all those things right now. The first thing that brought all of us together is to deliver Peter Obi, and we have not done that. I don't know if we are drinking or some people are drunk or something. Your first point of duty is to deliver Peter Obi, and you have not done that. You've not done that. And that is why you are saying, oh, you posted the Frank Wege, people are insulting you and all those things. The reason why people are insulting you is because we've not achieved our aim and you are not deviating from that. You made a mistake on the 25th by not having any governor. People are now trying to correct that mistake as a backup plan, just in case if there's a rerun. You are telling them not to correct the mistake and you expect them not to insult you. What is our aim? The aim is to put Peter Obi as president. That is our aim. That's the number one aim. And we've not achieved that. I don't think we know what we are. Some people we know what we are up against. I keep saying we are playing with fire if we get it wrong. We literally have one chance. Looking at the way the Supreme Court is today, the highest you can hope from that Supreme Court is a rerun. That is a fact. If you are hoping for anything else from that Supreme Court, you are joking. Because the corruption in this country is deep-rooted. Look at what INEC is doing now. Appeal Court gave a judgment. They practically gave that judgment twice. The first time Peter Obi went, they gave the judgment. They did not honor the judgment. Obi went back to court again. They gave the judgment the second time. And you see what INEC is doing. Do you think you've won this election? This is a matter of putting all our personal views and everything aside and pushing for our number one goal, which is Peter Obi being president. And how are we going to get that done? Is by making sure we have governors across board. So that when we finally get to the destination these people are pushing us to, which is a rerun, you would have governors that will protect your vote. And they never born that governor that will run under a Labour Party and Peter Obi is president and the governor will not deliver good governance for his people. So why are you now? I don't understand some people. You trusted this man's judgment up to the extent you wanted to vote him and put him as the number one man in the country. Now the man has looked at the whole situation, is giving you a direction. You are saying you don't trust his judgment. I don't get it. And like what I said, anybody that is pushing any candidate right now is either doing it for personal reasons or the person is so naive he does not understand Nigerian politics, or you are just outright wicked. Because we experienced the damage these governors did 25th of February, exactly 2 weeks ago. It's not 1 month ago, it's not 2 months ago, it's 2 weeks ago. And you still see some people, they are blind on repeating the same mistake again. The message we are preaching when we are saying LP top to bottom is not about competence, it's not about track record. Because you voting for GROV or you voting for the Chidoke in Enugu State is as good as you voting for Peter Obi. That is what you're doing. Because if a someone who picks Lagos, El-Rufai's candidate picks Kaduna, Wike's candidate picks River State, and the Supreme Court now grants you a rerun, just prepare to eat corn for the next 8 years. That is what you are playing with. And that's why I've been trying my best for the past how many weeks to raise our consciousness to that. That this is the time we have to throw everything at this governorship election. Throw the kitchen sink, every single thing we have, we throw it at this governorship election. This is not the time that we're going half-handed and let's do half and leave half. We should not be leaving any stone unturned for these candidates. Support them in any way you can. Because it's as good as you supporting Peter Obi. Peter Obi has not been declared the president yet. Don't be fooled. Nigeria is a big crime scene. Don't be deceived. Thinking that, oh, you've won election. You've not won zero, nada. Do you think the guys that are making dollars, millions of dollars from oil, stolen crude every day, they are just going to hand over those stolen crude just like that? Look at the way INEC and Apicor, they are dancing up and down. That's to tell you what you should expect. And you should be getting yourself prepared for war, to go for second battle. And the only way you can ensure victory in that second battle is by putting your own governor in Lagos, in Rivers, in Kaduna, in Enugu, in all the southeastern states. Because most of all these governors in the southeastern states, what they did, they worked with the INEC chairman to suppress votes. If we had our own governor in Anambra and Enugu, I'm sure we would have recorded 1.something million votes from those places. The reason why we didn't have 1.something million from Enugu is because we didn't have our governor there. Those governors suppressed votes in those places. And you want to willingly open your eyes and make the same mistake again. Like I said, if you are campaigning for any candidate right now, apart from LP, prepare to eat corn for the next 8 years. Because if you think Tinubu is going to give up this
Ever
certificate,
politics is more than 8 years. If God forbid, if they keep that shit, they are not giving it up. They're not like
that
politics.
is what we are playing with. So when I keep talking about supporting these governors and pushing their message, it seems as if a lot of people, they are not taking it seriously. That is what we are playing with. We are literally playing with fire. Because if these guys are able to rig this thing a second time, look at the judgment a federal court gave yesterday. INEC is already laying a foundation. If there's going to be a rerun, INEC will not use beavers. Because a federal court just gave a judgment in Abuja yesterday that INEC are the ones that are going to decide how they are going to transmit results. When I saw that judgment, I said, hey, INEC is already preparing for a rerun. And this time around, they want to do it manual. Because then they will come up and say, oh, they don't have the capacity to do electronic transmission. And they already have a court judgment that backs them up to choose whatever mode they want to use. So we are playing with fire. Oh. I've been saying these things since. We are playing with fire. We are risking all our hard work we've put in for the last 9 months. We are taking a big risk. This is not the time we should be debating on LP top to bottom. What we should be talking about now is, what are we going to do within the next 1 week to make sure all the people in all these states that are being misinformed come out, file out, and vote for LP? That is what we should be talking about. That is what we should be focusing on now. Because if we don't focus on that, we are yet debating rubbish. Now, more than, like what Otumba said, is more than 8 years we come. It's more than 8 years. If you don't know it now. Supreme Court, it will take the miracle from heaven. With this corrupt Supreme Court, the way they are, it will take miracle from heaven. Jesus and 24 angels will come down from heaven for this Supreme Court to pronounce Peter Obi president. The highest you can get is a rerun. And we need to lay the foundation for a rerun by having solid governors across our strongholds. If we do not take it seriously and support these governors the best we can, we are here debating rubbish. That's more than 8 years of con. I've said my own. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. Well spoken. Thank you. Where me in Nigeria, beg, come in here, beg.
Okay, all right. At least finally, you don't call me before these people really flash their hand. All right, let me quickly run through. What I have to see. I invest for now. Una they do Enugu. See, Enugu people when I love best. Nothing concern us. I know people for me, people are always wasting time. I don't know how you people go and tell people that voted to bring in up to 7 House of Rep members. Now you want to go and tell them that, oh, what you should start voting now is foul. You are wasting your time. To be honest, you are wasting your time. I know the verse, all this time we invest for Enugu like this. The River State concern me. I see. No, I don't know why I did see. I too did desperate for River State. You see that River State? That River State. Oh, I beg. That River State, I take River State person. Anywhere where I see Beatrice tweet or anywhere where I see her tweet, now retweet win me for any. I know they use her tweet say they play nowadays. Anything where I see for Beatrice is very, very important. And the truth is, I mean, I don't even know why I haven't bothered about. So everybody has their. See, I just did timeline and I'm seeing people tweeting, oh, Frank here, this, there. And I like what Sirdam said earlier, especially about Aisha Yusufu. For me, to be honest, I'll join Sirdam to just beg us. Let's not go to if you want to go to a comment section, go there and type LP top to bottom. No need to insult or drag or, no need all those. Because truth is, some of these people, in fact, the truth is, I haven't think we haven't fanning their, someone like Madam Aisha, them Jack, people like that, they get coconut head. In fact, the more you are trying to say, no, our candidate, the more they too go, they say, hey, you say you get head, we go, they go. So, and all those things, for me, they are distraction, and there are so many things to be done. I want to just tell people, let me just tell you people these secrets. And this is for real people that are still thinking LP top to bottom is not the way or is the way. See, let me just tell you. Are they jealous people? I'm from Edo State. If they pay me, see Edo State no get governorship election this year. Are they jealous all of now? Do you know why? You see this battle we are in with Peter Obi. The battle is going to be long ago. Someone could not think say, so if you are in any state now that is doing governorship election, let me just give you free advice. Free. The closest, you have an opportunity to have a semi-Peter Obi leadership in your state now. Free opportunity. If to say we get election for Edo State now, go punish anybody who want contest against LP. Because I know that it is only if I can have LP in my state as my governor, I may be managing that one before Peter Obi finally comes. Managing, just at least, I will know that I have a governor that if he wants to have an idea, the person we call is Peter Obi. And you have the opportunity and you are here doing bubu yeke. Let me just advise you. I mean, you are very lucky. You are very, very lucky that you have an opportunity to be having a semi. Me now I have to deal with Obaseki for another 1 year. And after that 1 year, now only God go know. See, I don't advise you. If you like, do say, okay, this, because the truth is, whether or not you like it, like someone said earlier on this piece, every of these candidates will know. It is not far-fetched that the two factors that brought them to governance, they know it, is Peter Obi and the obedient movement. Not even Labour Party, they know it. So believe me, even if they are, I understand if you feel like, oh, like Grandmaster was saying earlier, yeah, the truth is everything at risk. In fact, the only in Nigeria politics as a whole now, the only guarantee, the only person you can put your money on is Peter Obi, to be honest. And do you know how long it took Peter Obi to even prove that? So everything is a risk. Let's just forget that one. So there's no need to say, oh, this is a risk. But like I usually say, I'm a risk person. I mean, I'm studying risk engineering. So risk, and they chop risk, they sleep risk, everything are risk on my head. And I'm going to tell you that even within risk, if you want to take any risk,
Bob risky.
you will take a calculated risk. So if I was in your shoes and I have, let me just take a look at Enugu, this Enugu matter. I don't see if I hear Enugu one more day, I feel your fate. I don't tell her to hear Enugu. To be honest, see,
Enugu.
See, let me just use the Enugu that we are using as example. Let me just tell you. Let's assume that, of course, not let's assume. Let's say, okay, it's all a risk. If you vote Frank, it's a risk. If you vote Edoga, it's a risk. If you vote Uba, it's a risk. It is not left for you to sit down and say, within all this risk, which one has a lower chance to crystallize? And the truth is, it's natural. Your brain will just tell you that, okay, Edoga is in LP. Whether or not he likes it, is under Peter Obi. In fact, a lot of them, they know they are under Peter Obi's shadow. Like someone said earlier, Peter Obi unknowingly is becoming a godfather. And the truth is, the only good thing I would love about the fact that Peter Obi is becoming a godfather is a godfather that doesn't want to be a godfather. Like, he's someone that will not embrace
you.
See, many people in Peter Obi's shoes. Many people in Peter Obi's shoes. See, if someone like get half, what do we have? 1/10 of this Peter Obi kind of traction. Osomole go rule Nigeria. You go they match everybody up and down. You want to be my candidate? You don't. As in, but Peter Obi is so humble. He's a godfather that doesn't know he's a godfather.
Well, in Nigeria, instead of Peter Obi going to Delta and going to Abia and Enugu, they will have to fly down the entourage.
Of course.
To come and say hi to him, to come and collect endorsements.
You never see anything. I know politicians that if they had this opportunity that Peter Obi has now, not opportunity, is an embodiment, the grace. Now, they whether or not you like it, they. If they have, they will be matching people. But Peter Obi is just taking it with so much grace and so much humility. So, like I was saying, my advice to you, if you have an opportunity, there is an election going to happen in your state now. Any election, especially governorship, free advice. You have an opportunity to have a semi-Peter Obi, so that at least you can only enjoy the benefit of Peter Obi closeness before we can finally fight this battle, finish. Peter Obi will come be president. You are very lucky. Congratulations. So if you need a reason to vote for LP, just think about it that this is an opportunity to just at least have something that is close to Peter Obi before the real one comes. Just have that. I was going to talk earlier because I know that's where the space started from, about and I loved, I've been on this space since the beginning, and I loved Otumba's submission at the beginning, at the start of the space. See, what INEC is doing is, it's very sad. And I'm saying this, if INEC, anybody from INEC or anybody that knows somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody, INEC is here. What INEC is doing has a strong tendency to burn down Nigeria. And some people think we say these things and we are saying it. See, the only reason now that Nigeria is still just intact like this is because Peter Obi is just making if you notice, people are just, I don't know if it's to say denial, but some people are just living in this old mindset of, Peter Obi is still in this battle, he's fighting the battle. So I want to beg INEC, make una receive sense. I know people are still talking about court. The truth is, court, before now, our fear was the appeal court, rather the court, then judiciary generally. But at least, we've not got it to the main point. What people don't understand now is that, let me tell you what's going on now, because people don't understand this. Technically, Peter Obi has not filed the tribunal case to contest the election result. What Peter Obi or LP or all of us are trying to do currently is to gather our case. That's what we're trying to do. And some set of people calling themselves INEC wants to frustrate that. Peter Obi has 21. As a matter of fact, as of by 21st of this month, Peter Obi's lawyer should have filed that case. So what we are doing now is not the real case in itself. This court order that we're talking about is not the real case. It's just a case for Peter Obi's lawyer and the team to go through the INEC's back end, whatever, and get enough evidence to file the case. And INEC is playing with it. I know people have said occupy INEC, and I just before I got the mic just now, I was reading. If you I didn't even see it earlier, that Labour Party through the official handle had posted more like a news outlet. I think it was about 9 hours ago. And under that write-up, they wrote there that if INEC continue, they may be forced to march peacefully. So I know people have said, oh, occupy INEC, no occupy INEC. I will just beg, say, we feel wait too. But make we advise INEC. Let's wait. The truth is, if by Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week, which is already too late. In fact, the only thing I would even advise to Labour parties, if we are marching to INEC, is just to go and present a letter to them that at this point, there is no amount of information. Anything you are bringing to court is discredited. We do not believe in it. We are not accepting it. But that will be the peaceful part. I am just praying earnestly. That people will be, because it's only Peter Obi that is making people patient. Now I'm praying earnestly that people will be able to see Sirdam. They beg today, say, let's just wait. Sirdam, now beg, I join you beg. I'm praying that we'll be patient enough, because the way INEC is going, it will be sad. That is just one small commission we no get sense. They are just the one that led to the Damascusing of Nigeria. And it will be very sad, because now we've not got it to judiciary. We never reach judiciary. We just the one we are testing the microphone, we just the test. So I'm pleading with INEC. Now beg with the beg now. Me now beg at the beg now because by the time the read again go don't start. Okay, we can not say person no tell you now. I hit the mic.
Oh, thank you. I thought you're there.
Yeah, thank you, Robert Nigeria. Thank you so much. You want to take before we go to Olawaski and Joel Obedience, if you're here for one, let's take Mr. Chimeze, then Emmanuel. 3 minutes each, please. Chimeze, are you there?
Hello, sir.
Oh, finally. Thank God. Good evening, Emir Sirdam, Otumba, magnific dude. I think I would like to continue from where my brother just stopped. However, let me first of all give my submission about Chijoke Edoga. I'm very proud of him. I would say I'm very proud of him. Those who answer my father's name are usually very brilliant, and they come off as people who understand what it takes to solve a situation and not speak too much English. You know, English has brought us so many pain and heartache in the past. I mean, it's a case in point is Anambra State right now, where you have a professor that cannot even move the state forward. We've had people who have the gift of the gab, like we had the Rochas in Imo State, and eventually everything crumbled, and their states didn't feel their impact. So I listened all through to his conversation. Two striking things for me. Number one is a lot of people do not know how to talk, especially to respected elders. In as much as this is violence space, and we condone some of those attitudes, but there were some people who asked questions as if Mr. Edoga was their classmate or probably even their housemate. I believe we should also have some kind of decorum in a way we ask questions. Yes, they are leaders, they are aspiring leaders, but then we should treat them with some level of respect. You know, the obedient movement, Peter Obi, because he has, brought himself so down, to the Nigerian people. A lot of people take it for granted. These are men who have also established and have contributed their quota. So with some kind of respect and decorum anyway. So, but in all, I think the argument of whether to vote Labour Party down the ticket should not arise. Please, I don't want to hear it. It gets me angry. That was why one of my brothers that was talking about whatever he was saying, I was just giving thumbs down, because he should just finish his submission. Labour Party down the ticket. Una father. We need governors, man. What is all this now? We need governors. We need people. Let us show these elites, these political elites, that we can take them out. I mean, people should not make me angry. Let's show Sanwo-Olu that we can take him out from Lagos. We did it with his city boy. Since that time, city boy has not recovered. Go and verify. He hasn't recovered from the shock of losing Lagos. We will repeat it at the gubernatorial elections. Let Nigerians know for a fact that they own these people. Vote people that will be afraid of you. I've heard so many things in this platform today. Real Best came and told us that competence right now is choosing Labour Party when every other person didn't choose it. If Frank Weke was competent enough, he should have bought the Labour Party form. So I don't want to come to this space and hear people talk about competence and attribute it to some other people who are not in the Labour Party platform. If it's a rat that is in Labour Party, vote for that rat. When he gets into power, he will know what to do. Because we have a principal that will guide them, that will be the shining light, the example for everybody to follow. Yes, that is the major reason why we have Labour Party. A party that, and they keep saying it, it's a party that will take a nobody to somebody. Yes, and it's playing out now. We have an Okada man winning House of Rep. He doesn't need to have billions in his account. And watch it, Emir Saddam, Otumba, I'm telling you people, watch it. They are the ones that will make impact in that National Assembly, more than these elites. So let's not gaslight ourselves with competence and all that rubbish. No. That is why tomorrow now we can enthrone Emir Saddam. Let him go and represent Anambra people. Yes, that's what the Labour Party is. So I don't want to talk too much about this. My annoyance is on INEC. You see the reasons for bad governance. Buhari has come and he has emboldened institutions not to respect the rule of law. And it is very unfortunate. We have to occupy INEC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my
Thank you.
brother. Emmanuel, go ahead. Sorry, man.
Hi everyone. Good evening. So straight to it. We've had 720 hours of violence space right from June. There's over 720 hours right from June up till now. And when I think of the fact that there are certain discussions that we're still having at this point, in terms of competence, it's saddening because it makes it look like everyone who comes here has been wasting their time doing so. Because first of all, let's understand this, right? Nobody will ever be OB. Edoga is Edoga. Beatrice is Beatrice. Obi is Obi. The Edoga can in 800 years not be Obi. Obi in 800 years cannot be Edoga. They are already different people. It is an established fact. Take it that way. Understand this. When we started this movement, the movement was, let's get Peter Obi into power. In a way, right? In a very uncanny way, I'm slightly happy that what happened on the 25th happened. Why? Because God used that to redirect our mindset. Our job isn't just to get Peter Obi into power. No, what we're chasing is a better Nigeria. That's the reason why you're staying up late till now. It's not just about getting one person into power. It's about getting the nation to walk forward. Every state contributing its quota, because it is every state in Nigeria. Understand this. If one state in Nigeria is falling behind, Nigeria is falling behind. It may be interesting to you or not. That is just the truth. They say this. They say the strongest chain is as weak as I don't know how to put it though, but something about the strongest chain being as strong as the weakest link. If you have a weak link in a state, your country is weak. Take it or leave it. What was the reason why you voted Jonathan out in 2015? Was because there was insecurity. Boko Haram. Where was Boko Haram? Majorly in Borno State. But yet you all use that as a reason to vote him out. It is not a question of competence. It is a question of continuity of progression. We are not looking. All right, thank you, Otuba. We're not looking for just having people come in. We're looking at continuity of progression. So the story of I'm not voting LP because this, it should not come up. Understand this. When you're building a house, you do not just go from building the foundation
to now laying the lintel. No, there is the stages of putting blocks by blocks up there. Understand something. Peter Obi told all these guys, everyone, go to the people, defend yourself, answer questions. Before I even give you a backing, go and answer questions. These are the people that are employing you. So for you to see someone who has decided to come down to you, to listen to your questions and give you answers, first of all, that on its own gives him enough pass mark for you to give him that point. Then next, think about the collective situation of the country. Because the truth is, you can say, oh, I know in Enugu, my people, if one state is going afoul, everywhere, the entire country will go into a mess. So please, guys, the target, please, I'll emphasize this because I think it's very important we understand this more than just getting Obi into power, which is very good and beautiful, which I know will still happen in this election, right? I know it will still happen. But the major goal, the overall goal, is that we need to get a new Nigeria. We need to get a new system of governance that works for everyone. Thank you very much and have a lovely night.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much. Joel Obedience, my brother, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, Otumba. Good evening, guys. I don't know how they vex for this thing. No, I like all what Anambra, all of them they are doing. You know the funny thing, it's actually publicity for these people. If you had asked me about Beatrice, I don't think I would have really known her much. If you had asked me about Edonga, I would have just known is Enugu, is the Enugu candidate. And I'm sure Anambra's first son, I don't want to mention, let me not mention him, but these people didn't know they are doing publicity for them. The reason they are so popular right now, I'm sure this man's name has been mentioned over 2,000 times on this space, and he has gotten more tweets. His name has been repeated. I love it. They should continue. Please, I need somebody to do the same thing for the Oyo State candidate because it's like we don't even know him. I need somebody that hates him to become popular. We need to pay somebody to support one another. Makinde against our Oyo State candidate. I swear, you go shock on how that person go popular at once. So it is good. They should continue. But I want to tell Jack specifically that Atiku Abubakar was first obedient before him. That's when he dragged him to become vice president. He believed in Obi. So there's no when you started this movement, you are a nobody. Even Obi himself has been put in the level where he does not even have control over what happens. He cannot say he's the starter of is the origin of the obedient movement. We just take him as our leader. National leader of the Labour Party told you, vote for everybody on the tickets. He came today to be in and he said, I put the video on my timeline, that they are all the candidates after the election, they will go for, what's the term again? I keep forgetting that term. But they will go for like a meeting. Let me use the word meeting. There's a word he used. And everybody will go for like training and they will prepare themselves. So they will be different from every other candidate. This is someone that has come in and changed. He has changed the whole
Retreat.
a retreat, God bless you. Now, he has changed how politics works in Nigeria. Sometimes I pray make police arrest Peter Obi so that thing will change what thing will happen for police station. He come, he change how primaries they happen. He come, he change how campaigns they go. He come, he change how elections they go. He don't come now, he don't change how INEC, how they do. Normally, INEC we just tribunal for don't start. Right now, I never even enter tribunal. In the ask for INEC servers, last year INEC said no get server, now server day. He say I need access to the server. So maybe they arrest her, maybe he go change how police they operate. I beg when I find something to arrest Peter Obi for. Finally, please, obedience. You did an experiment. Nigeria is your guinea pig. You successfully changed how elections are going. You hijacked the elections. You hijacked national elections in a method people did not believe 9 months ago. They laughed at it. Saraki said, how will Peter Obi run when he has no senator or House of Reps? You produced 6 senators. One is coming against 7 senators. 34 House of Reps. I see 2 or 3 more coming in the unconcluded ones. You are getting 34 and 7. And you have not ever run an election in your life. This election was won by political neophytes. People that are emotional. People that don't know that don't know that politics is local. You won an election. So I beg you, with my 3 knees, I beg you, please hijack Labour Party. National convention will come soon. Labour Party national convention, where you choose your chairman. You will choose people in the national in Labour Party. Hijack it now. You see all these people you see on Spaces. All these people you see, they will soon run for governorship. There are a lot of staggered Senate and rep seats. They will soon run for offices. You should be in the party when primaries are going on, so that you will see that you will experience that dollar that they are sharing. You'll be among those that will stop it. Because I bet you, I tell you, I'm not betting you, I'm confirming to you that you see all these PDP people that are putting Peter Obi on their pictures, they will decamp. They would all decamp to the Labour Party. They will be with you in Labour Party. They will help you destroy Labour Party if you are not in Labour Party. Right now, see how all of us obedience have morphed into becoming Labour Party. We are acting like we are doing it for the party. We are entering the party because we need the party. We now have to make Labour Party people behave like us. What do I mean by behave like us? One, we did not spend any politician's money for elections. We spent our money. We did not have politicians bribe us. We did not rig. We won the election. We did not bribe. We won the election. We did not beat anybody. We won the election. We did not even enter grassroots like that. So we still won the election. We showed them the difference between urban voters and rural voters. If you go and meet a Labour Party man, he will still tell you that this election, don't worry, that this state election is a real grassroots. This is where there will be fights, there will be war, there will be this. It won't be as simple as Obi's. This is a lie. They are used to their conventional elections. We did not have enough agents, but we command all our polling units. We had 50 agents on polling units, some 200 agents. In my polling unit, I said we dashed PDP 1 vote. We dashed PDP votes. We still won them. They still got less than 10 votes. So, if you can do this, please hijack a party. And the only party you can hijack right now is Labour Party. Peter Obi cannot move out of Labour Party. He would not move out, at least for now. So hijack it, hold the structure. So that when they are doing primaries in your states, you will not have a situation where you will find out that they put a list of people that don't even know how to use them, that don't even understand how the bill is working as your party agents. You will be among those that chose it. When they are selecting leaders in your ward, in your local government, to run candidates, you will be among those that will vet the candidates. So this is the right time to do it, because if you don't do it now, you are going to fizzle out. You are going to get tired. You're just going to lock up after Obi becomes president. You wait. And the same thing that will do to most of our good politicians. We leave them, allow them do as they like, unchecked. That's how they become bad. So please, I beg you, I need and beg you, please, make sure you vote Labour Party all the way. Then to Prince, not the gun. This is the venom we give to the APC people. You see how you believe in Frank or whoever, I don't know who you believe in, but who you believe in as a candidate. That is how some of the Agbadorians believe in Tinubu. And you are happy that we went on them like that. Collect your own. We are the monsters we made. I don't collect sarcasm. I don't collect for sarcasm. They don't block me. I don't beg one of my close friends to unblock me, understand the sarcasm. So you collect your own. That's how we're taking over the country. It is venomous. It is very venomous. But Nigeria needs it. We've been calm now. So collect your own and let's move on. Frank Nweke Jr. did not campaign for Peter Obi. Juliet and Isaiah, they campaigned for him constantly. It's not, you cannot compare the two of them. Frank Nweke Jr. waited till when it was convenient. He's almost equal to what's his name? He's almost equal to this useless governor of Rivers State that is saying Peter Obi is his hero. He's equal to those that have put that has paid people to go and put his picture. Opportunism. He tried to use the opportunity, but it will fail him. If you think Frank Nweke Jr. is good, vote for him, but don't come on an obedient platform and tell us, I'm not saying to you, but to obedience. Don't come on a platform built by obedience to come and tell them not to follow what their principal said. Otumba, time for the time. I don't talk finish, or man still do 1 more minute.
Otumba, are you there?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's go with Mary White. Mary White.
Hi, magnific dude. How are you? Hi, Otumba. Can you hear me? I guess he's busy. So, Otumba, I'm liking your picture, your new profile. Hi, Sirdam. Magnific dude. Hi, everyone. Hi, all obedience. It's nice to be on this platform today. Um, Before I start, I'll start. I mean, I know I'm a bit late to this, but Jimmy, my in-law, I'd like to say happy belated birthday. I just found out today that you actually do share a birthday with a favorite cousin of mine who's also a goddaughter. So happy belated birthday. I'm a little bit late, but please forgive me. And I also like to use this opportunity to say happy birthday to everyone whose birthday is in March. So to the topic today, I would also err on the side of LP top to bottom. I think this division to me is not helping us, especially amongst us obedient. That's why you could see some candidates having all these headlines that obedient movements endorse them or LP party has endorsed them, which I think I laugh at it because there's a difference between the LP party and obedient movement. We're two separate entities. So my thing is that we should all, like everyone has been saying, listen to our principal who said vote LP top to bottom. It doesn't matter what that person's past is. For example, I had a friend who is also from Enugu. She kept saying, "Oh, Frank Wanka is actually better than Edoga," until she listened to Edoga on this violence space. And now she's changed her tune. Now she's also supportive of this LP top to bottom. So I think we should let that be and just build our structures first. Then, like everyone has been saying, if they don't do what they promised they would do when they get into government, we should actually go after them and ensure that they do not get a ticket the second time. And on that note, I'll also say that we should all get our acts together before next year, because I know not all states are having their elections to this year. Because my concern is when it comes to Imo State, that's actually where my concern is. I really do want Hopeless Udodinja to be a one-time governor. And if we all like this going into next year, so it means that if someone like Ihedioha comes back out under the PDP, we will say because he actually says something nice about Peter Obi after the election, then that means we should vote for him. I don't think so. So because I think right now on the LP we have good candidates actually rearing their heads up. Someone like Sam Amadi, who we know was actually there for PO during the elections. And also, there's the chairman of the LP party. Even though I wouldn't support him more, I'll actually go with Sam Amadi over him. But I think that we should all try to speak with one voice. I know we do have different voices in this movement, and I do respect that. But when it does come to things like this, I think we should all speak with one voice. And then I think I will be the devil's advocate here when it comes to Jack. I think we should be a little bit gentle with him. I know he did not start this obedient movement, but I know if I'm correct, please, if I'm wrong, correct me, that he was the one or he started this TBN, Take Back Niger. And for me, Take Back Niger was actually the entrance. That was actually how I got into this obedient movement, because it was spread across the WhatsApp group. And the WhatsApp group I joined was actually what got me into this movement. So, as much as he did not create this movement, the platform that he created actually helped me come into this movement. That's what I would say. So, please, please, I know some people will come for my head, but this is my own opinion. And another thing too, I guess I'll end with is I was listening to Ember Politics when he said something about INEC got a court order saying that it could transmit the results. They could decide to anyhow they want to do it. So my question, maybe women in Nigeria or the lawyers in the house, is I thought like the Electoral Act says that it should be electronically uploaded. So does it mean that now that Electoral Act is now null and void, since that the appeal court has ruled in INEC's favor? It's a question I would like to answer because for me, I'm a bit confused to that. And on that note, I would just end by saying that we have come a long way to where we are today. We have proven the naysayers wrong. Now they're all looking up to LP, especially the obedient movement. And we shouldn't, at this particular point, throw all our achievements out there just because we can all come together. Let's just keep doing what we're doing. Like Joe Biden said, let's take over the party. I am all for it by being members of LP. And I know that if we all do that, LP will not only be the third force, but it will be the main party. Because as you could see, that PDP and APC are no good for the country. They do not mean well for Nigeria. So with us, we will get the Nigeria we've always proven by actually being involved in politics. And that's where I'm going to end. And on that note, I would say, God bless everyone. And thanks for listening to me. Good night, everyone.
God bless you, Mary White.
Otumba.
You know I got much love for you.
Sorry, I need to.
Uh,
Sorry, I need to say hi to Otumba. Remy, how are you? I like your picture, your new
Mary, I'm fine.
profile.
How you doing?
I am good. Thank
I'm
you.
fine.
all right, Mary White. Thank you so much. Thank you for your submission. I don't know.
I think
Take
Ejikeme
back
is the
and
one.
start.
No, Olawaski, sorry. Olawaski then Ejikeme.
Okay, Emi Asadam, good morning, Magnific, good morning, Otumba, and good morning to everyone on the platform. Well, for me, I'll just digress slightly. There was something, first and foremost, this thing where we dey waste time, they do all this dragging. Me, I know that competence has to do with they give you something, make you do, and you do them well, short and simple. For all those people that say Doga is not competent, I want to pose the same question to them, like I've posed to many of them and they dodge. Are you yourself competent? Because we just come up online and start speaking to people anyhow just because they decided to bring themselves to us for us to question them. And this is really one of our problems. We always misuse opportunities. Whenever we see people come down to do the proper thing, we mess it up. Then we now turn around and complain that, oh, these leaders are somewhere far apart from the people. But when they finally come to you, you start claiming that you're too wise. There is something Eduga said when he was speaking, but I think most people did not listen to it. See, I keep saying this thing. There are stages to these decisions. There is a strategic, there is the operational, and there is a tactical. Voting LP top to bottom is a strategic decision. So you may not necessarily see everything that Peter has seen. For me, I think it has to do more with the region, the Southeast as a region. PDP held down the Southeast. The Southeast that me I know, Igbos that I know, the way we behave. We don't wait for the government to do nothing for us. So how come we've stayed for 20-something years, we cannot have a seaport? We will be waiting for government to come and do a seaport for us. When it was normal people that had to donate one naira, small to make an airport, back when it was a big deal. So how come we've waited for years we cannot get a seaport? So I feel for me, it might just be that he wants to use, and like Edoga said, that he's trying to use Enugu State as a pet project to run how it would be. Before you know it, would remove PDP from the whole of the South because PDP has messed up the Southeast. It is because of the bad governance that we have from the PDP. That's why we have somebody like Nnamdi Kanu. That's why we have the youth restiveness and every other, because of the way they ran the Southeast. We gave the PDP 99% of our vote for close to 20-something years, and what did we get in return? Nothing. So the whole of the Southeast, I predict that the Southeast will be populated by LP. If not up to 95%, it will be 99%. PDP will no more survive in the Southeast. It's just a matter of time. Between now and 2027, you would see these things play out. So I think we should just calm down and do what we need to do. Let's get the people into office because we stand to benefit more than all the arguments we are doing. Like I keep saying, there might be a rerun. We should start planning for it so that we are not taking unawares. Thank you for the opportunity, and I yield.
Thank you, Olaweski. Thank you for your submission. Ejikeme, let's go.
Please, can I
Ejikeme,
speak?
Ejikeme, please. Hang on, let Ejikeme speak. Ejikeme, where are you? Oh, Miss Ejikeme is not there. Okay, we're gonna go with Manachi. Manachi, are you there? Manachi. Okay, Manachi is not here. Uh let's go with Michelle. Is it Michelle?
Yeah,
Mitch?
Michelle, good morning, everyone. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'm just so surprised. I've been in this space for more than 3 hours now, and I've listened to almost everybody's views. The problem is that most of you don't know much about Southeast and the leadership problems we have been facing in the Southeast. All these people that are coming to contest under the platform of LP, they are all PDP members. You don't know that. Quite all right. Our principal has told us to vote LP all the way. We understand that that is the strategy. For those of you that did uh, politics in school, you should also understand how politics work, at least to an extent. Enugu State has a particular sharing formula that most of you don't know. What is the tendency that these people that are coming to contest under LP, that they are going to remain in LP in 2 years' time? Well, it's so very important everyone get involved in politics. This movement should also drive people to be a member of LP, of which Labour Party as an organization have not started pushing more of that. How to get this youth, this teeming youth, to join to be a member of Labour Party in their different words. There are people that win on the 11th of March, sorry, 25th of February. They won because of grace that follow P2B. That is one thing most of you should be able to identify. If not for the grace, I doubt for the 7 people that win out of 8 Federal House of Assembly that is in Enugu, 7 people that won, out of the 7 people that won, I doubt if they stand any chance because some of them did not even campaign at all. Nobody even know them. What is happening in several communities, apart from the Enugu town, the small town that is developed, this small town I'm talking about, they are not even up to combination of 4 local government in Enugu State. It's my place. I own a business in Enugu. I own a business here in Lagos. So I understand what is happening in my own place so deeply. I'm surprised a lot of people are saying many things about Edoga. He was the local government chairman of Izuzon. What did he do? 1999. Same time with Ike Kuremadu. What did he do? I'm not saying we should not vote for him, but this man need to come out, bring out his plan. Primary health care in Enugu is poor. People are dying. People are dying. The kind of sickness that is not supposed to kill somebody is killing people. You guys don't know what is happening in Enugu. There are several community roads that some people are sitting on every year. They are awarding every 4 years. They are awarding that road, but some set of people in that community or in that local government are sitting on it. The question is that what is the tendency that all these people that have been elected, what is the tendency that are going to remain in LP 2 years time, 3 years time? Because everything is the grace fall upon them to the glory of God. I'm happy for them. I happen to know Peter Obi very well in person, not viewing. I know him in person. While I was a president union here in my school, I invited him. He came for my program, and I respect him for that. Since then, we have been in contact. But what I'm saying in essence is that most of you that are talking about voting LP top to bottom, quite all right, we need to build a party. But the most important thing we need to follow. Look at these people. Most of the politicians you see in Enugu, they are all career politicians. Most of them don't have job. Most of them don't have job. They are all career politicians. Put me anywhere.
Please round up in 30 seconds.
Yes, if I'm saying anything wrong, you can come up, and most of them don't have job. Because I know them. Okay, it's okay. When he was the commissioner of environmental and this thing, what did he do? He said that he's not in charge of money. Okay, what innovation do you?
Sorry, can we move on to the next speaker?
Okay, let me
Can we move on to the
let
next
me,
speaker, please? Go ahead. Yeah, I yanked him off. This is annoying. He's been in my DM trying to get to speak since, and he's coming out. Man, Baba, were you listening to the space all morning? Though you listen to space this Thursday. He said doesn't have a plan. I'm tired of man. Please, I'm sorry. I don't remove people, but man, please let's go to the next speaker, please. Thank you.
Yeah, Otumba, yeah, I was about to get on his ass right there, but it's okay. I was working, I was trying to get back from work, but I think that's enough for him. Let's keep it moving. Let's get the next question up. I think we'll go with Strong Amy. Strong Amy, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you, Otumba, and thank you, everybody. Yeah, well, it's been a good time listening. Let me start from the last speaker. First of all, you expressed fears about the people who are voting in LP, how sure we are that they will continue in LP in the next 2 years. Now, an answer to that is that at least we have them in LP right now. We don't know the future. The people, the alternative, they are not in LP at all. So we are not even talking about whether they are leaving LP or not. So the people we have in LP, we are going to work with them right now. That is the right thing to do. That makes much sense. That if we are going to take a risk, which we know we are taking a risk on most of these candidates, and I'm going to agree with you in some of the things you said, that most of the candidates that are in LP today rode on Peter's wing to win the election. So it is as much a risk we have taken where they are as we are going to take with the governors and the state houses of assembly. So whoever that will move will watch and see how things, develop. So I think your argument, you actually gave answer to your argument. I'm not going to vote for Frank because Edoga, I'm not sure Edoga is going to stay in LP for 2 years. That is not a convincing reason why I should look at a candidate who is not even an LP candidate as we speak. So that's that. But let me say that when this whole argument started about voting LP top to bottom, I got involved when Peter Obi, the first time he tweeted, he only said, vote for Labour Party. And I told myself that I know that Peter Obi will never say, vote for anybody outside Labour Party, because that would be anti-party, activity. And then that would be sowing a seed of discord in the party that is going to head for maybe a very long time. So I understood that. So my interpretation was that he said that just to make sure that he takes that position as a party person, going by his position going forward in Labour Party. So my message was then that we'll keep promoting votes Labour Party top to bottom, but in some isolated places that we can consider, good hands if obedience in those areas are saying we have a better hand some other place. But I came out of that thought when Peter Obi himself now tweeted and wrote down the names of these candidates and even started visiting some of them, campaigning with them. I did not find any reason why I should no longer, I should go with my previous position. So I had to understand that, like someone said today, Peter Obi is seeing something. This is a strategic move that we need to understand, and we need to buy into it. We need to buy into it. That is the fact. We are going to take some risk, and that is what we are prepared to do. We will not get it all right. But the truth I want us to know, in the political space, in Nigeria's political space, things have shifted. I can tell you that even people in PDP, even people in APC, it's no more going to be business as usual for them, even there, because they know something has shifted in our political space. Then talk of somebody who is voted as an LP candidate. I don't think people are going to play politics or leadership in the way they have done in the past. I agree with anybody that says that all these people, whether they're in Labour, some of the people even in Labour Party today are taking advantage of Obi's name. People in PDP are doing it also. People in LPC are doing it also. So that is a common factor across the party lines today. So that's why I support the idea that we should vote for Labour Party top to bottom. The influence of Peter Obi is going to make a difference in Labour Party going forward. The influence of the obedient movement is going to make a difference in Labour Party going forward. There is no reasonable politician that will hold a position of leadership today and want to do anyhow. I don't see any reasonable person that will want to do that, except you want to bury your political career, your leadership career. So let us understand, we are not saying that whoever knows Nweke that is a good person or he has capacity, we are not saying that you're foolish. No, you have your points. And also obedience will need to allow people to express themselves. Let them express those quote and unquote stupid points. Let's listen to them. Let's listen to them. We are all in this journey together. I will gladly want to listen to anybody with a counter opinion, but we have to insist that for the overriding interest of Labour Party going forward, we need to comply. We need to go along, because we can't even vouch who these persons are and what they're going to do when they take position of authority. So please, let's bear that in mind. What I will not tolerate, what I will not take from anybody is for anybody to come up and tell us that because you founded obedient movement that we should listen to you. You have a right to your opinion. Then when you climb a horse and start telling us that you are the alpha of obedient movement, you've lost me, and I'm not going to take it. So we need to be humble. We need to emulate our principle. We don't need to show this shoulder, oh, I'm this, I am that. We all suffered in this movement, and everybody needs to be heard, but nobody should come and tell me you are one special person that must be listened to. Please, that will not be accepted. Let's get past this and start talking about things like the areas that we didn't do well in the last election. What were the reasons? The polling units we didn't win with in a wide margin. What happened apart from the rigging? For instance, somebody complained that in the presidential, Enugu people didn't turn out en masse. I don't know how true that is. If it is something that can be verified, what can we do to make sure they come out this Saturday? These are the things we should be talking about now. We should be talking about holding INEC responsible, accountable. INEC is just messing up. We need to let the world understand that Professor Yakubu, and the cabal are working against Nigeria's democracy. Because if you cannot obey the rule of law, there is no democracy when there is disobedience, flagrant disobedience to court orders. We must understand that Yakubu, Buhari, and the cabal are working against Nigeria's democracy, and it is intentional, it is not a mistake. We need to make them realize that we know what they are doing. They want to destroy democracy in Nigeria. We had an election that was clearly won. One man stood up and changed everything, refused to heed to court orders, would not listen to anybody. These guys are out to destroy Nigeria's democracy.
Please, can you wrap up in 30 seconds, please? Thank you.
That is the fact. Okay. So somebody somewhere said that he will use his democratic rights and destroy democracy. That is what I suspect these guys are doing. We must face INEC, and let's get done with this, whether it's a Doga or Frank. We are going with LP top to bottom. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Strong Amy. Thank you so much. But let me say this. If after 3 weeks, somebody is still not getting the point why it has to be LP top to bottom, trust me, I don't want to entertain that conversation. If you believe in PO and you know PO cannot lead you astray and is telling you vote LP top to bottom, and he named the states. Come on, man. How else do you want to get it? And you still have the nerves to go against him? Guys, I don't understand. I don't want to entertain that conversation anymore with anybody that still wants to prove otherwise. If you know you're smarter than PO, then go ahead. Why didn't you come out and contest? It's your fundamental right. You can do it. Then go pick up a form and go build your own structure and go build your own party, and then you understand. It's not as easy as you see it. It's not about your opinion. In America, you see Republicans that do not agree with their ideology, but they are still in that party. They still vote for that party, but they don't agree. Liz Cheney was ousted because she refused to align with Donald Trump. She never said because of that, I'm going to Democrat. I will move over to the Democratic Party. Every time they talk about it, she would defend Republican. Why? And now somebody is coming to tell me because I have my own thought process. I'm my own person. Then don't join politics. Don't play the game. If you can't abide by the rule, please just stay on your own and be an observer. If they're telling you something for over 3 weeks, you still don't get it. I don't know, man. Then I'm not the one that's gonna explain it to you. Sean gave me. I mean, I don't know, but I just won't take it. I don't like to banter. I don't like to go back and forth. That's why I try to stay away from all this he say, she say argument and stuff. But let's be realistic, guys. We're not kids. You're trying to build a party. We're trying to make things right. And you keep coming up with this excuse and excuse. No party is 100%. None. I've got APC, PDP, XYZ, none of them. Even the Labour Party, it can never be 100%. But listen to your principal. Obey what he wants. Give him every reason to succeed. It's as simple as that. Please, if you're not talking about this, the reaction concerning Edoga's interview, please, I don't think I would entertain it, man. It's enough, man. It's enough, guys. Let's be realistic for once now. Come on. All right, man. Let's keep it going, man. Auntie Balanle, it's all you, man. Take it away.
Hiya, Mags. How are you? Sorry, I sense that you're not too happy with obedience. Oh my dear. All right, so I earlier on gave a reaction to having the soon to be governor of Enugu State, and I've listened to people talking, and you kind of know the people who no matter what he says, right, they're not going to be. It's like, or be some people, no matter how you talk about XYZ, right, no matter how much evidence you give, they're not going to change their mind, right? But I think why they, and then they complain that people are coming at them. At the end of the day, everyone has put, everything on the line. Some of us, our sleeping pattern is so out of sync, that we're neither in the southern or the northern hemisphere. We're kind of just all over the place, simply because we were putting time, we were giving our money, and there were support groups and all the rest. What I wanted to say, which nobody has really alluded to, just before the election, when we realized that on the ballot they were not going to put LP because it wasn't part of our logo and all the rest of it, we had to change the messaging. We then started saying, look, we don't want to confuse people. Let's do LP top to bottom. That's what we said, because this didn't just come after the election. It came in the run up to the election, right? Because we then thought, look, if we want people to remember the logo,
Correct. You're very correct.
right? So so that was our messaging, and no one had a problem with it, right? And so I'm a bit, baffled with as to why anybody would think. Because basically you're trying to sabotage an LP candidate, because that's what it is, right? So this man, in terms of his competence, right, the man, out of 240 local governments, polling unit, wards, it was wards in Enugu State, he has visited 220. And everywhere he's been, he's put up a structure, right? Something that I don't think anyone else, right, that's on the ticket, right, can say that that's the extent to which they worked. So now that he has done the work, he has said, look, this is my party. I'm going to work for the party. And he has done it, right? You now turn around and say, oh, he's not credible, but you can't tell us why he's not competent. You can't tell us, even after Sirdam said Frank Wike had a corruption case, you're still, so it makes me think there's something more to it that you're not actually saying, If it's personal beef, please don't bring it here. We don't want to know. Right? We made that decision top to bottom long before the election. It was the run up to the election. And when we realized that, doing that kind of scattered approach or vote this one for federal House of Representative or vote, it didn't make sense. And it wouldn't have been a good strategy, because what would have happened is we would have lost even more votes. Right. So now I am a bit frustrated. So you're saying that somebody who's done all the work, right, for as long as he has been moved over to the Labour Party, and you have to remember, he didn't just, they denied me the ticket, I'm going. No. Even after, when that happened and he wanted to take stock and think of what to do next, Peter Obi asked him. And for me, that is very significant, because we know how Peter Obi hates corruption. He doesn't tolerate it, right? And we know he always does his homework. He always does his homework. So you think if the guy was so bad, Peter Obi would be going to him to tell him to come and take the ticket? I don't think so. And I think in a way, those who are doing otherwise and not following what Peter Obi has said, they are trying to undermine him, right? Activists, yes, we can all be activists, but if we want to change, we have to do it from the inside, and we have to do it via a structure, right? Which is why I suspect Peter Obi moved to Labour Party as opposed to some of the more popular small parties, right, that he could have gone to, because he wants to build it, right? Is Labour Party even good now? No, in some states they sold us out. We know that, but we also know that with anything, when you're building, you have to excavate. If you want to put a foundation, you don't just go and start putting blocks on.
1 second, real quick. 1 second. The guy was saying people are moving from PDP to Labour Party and so. Peter Obi moved as well. They
moved. So I'm not understanding why they're saying that. Peter Obi was in APGA. He moved from APGA to PDP, right? And he moved, and then he moved to Labour Party. Does that take away anything from him? No, because Peter Obi is Peter Obi, right? If somebody had said, right, he stole money, and when he was a commissioner, a particular project that was supposed to have done, he embezzled the funds and all the rest of it, I would even hear that, even though I would still be saying to myself, do you know what? A typical Nigerian politician is inherently corrupt, right? If we find one that is not squeaky clean like Obi, but we can hold their feet to the fire and make sure that they actually get the work done, right? Then I will still go for it. But the thing is, nobody has come up with any good reason why this man, is not gonna be good for Enugu. How do you know that? From the way he has carried himself and has spoken, people have spoken to him. In fact, they used to say that us Oyibo people that have grown up outside of the country, we tend to be rude, or we can be so direct and all the rest of it. But even I shifted uncomfortably when some people were asking the questions, because I thought, now that wasn't needed, So it's like, if I know, as outsiders, you could tell us, it's none of our business. But hey, here's the thing. When we were putting our money in, we weren't asking it to be given to a particular state. We were actually saying anything that will make Obi win the election, we were doing. So everyone can talk about any state. In fact, I welcome people to come and talk about my state, Lagos. Right, and I'm desperate for new government, but Peter Obi knows this man and has decided that he should pick up the ticket and has asked us to support him. If you don't want to support him, that's your problem. However, we're not going to fight over this anymore. We haven't got the time. If not that they delayed the election, would it not have happened today already? right? Somebody has laid a structure and delivered during that election. He delivered despite everything. We saw what all the governors were doing, all the suppression tactics, all the rigging that they
Mommy,
were
please,
doing.
please, please,
Uh,
please. I have to
I'm,
shut this space now. We have
I
we have
know.
a
I'm
space
going to
to
round
join.
up now. I'm
Thank you.
rounding up now. So, people, we are voting LP from top to bottom. I'm not entertaining any. If I see you on my timeline and you're talking shit, I'm blocking you. I'll unblock you after the election because I have no time for it. Thank you. I yield the mic.
Thank you, ma. Thank you.
And then,
Please, guys.
Mark, so now I want to say something. I think I've had it so many times that the new electoral act, if you get elected under a party and you move from that party, I think you're required to vacate that seat. So, I've heard a lot of people say that. I want confirmation. So, that answers, if that is true, that answers the question of, oh, okay, while doing is going to be in the party for 2 years. I do know one thing though. If that's the law, I do know that if Frank Nweke gets elected, he's not coming to Labour Party. So that's that itself answers the question. I'm tired of flogging that issue. Even Saddam, I think the next time he comes, man, I think he needs just to come ask us, come and tell us where he needs help and how we can help him. Because especially on Enugu's case, I believe we right now we need to move from even. I'm just tired, man. Like let's move. It's the election is a week away. You know.
No, he can come and engage his people now. If he wants to
You
engage
can,
his
yeah,
people,
you can engage, but I think we should try to
he
make it
needs
more
he
around
needs. No, honestly, he
how we
has
can
been
help him.
trending. Yesterday he was trending. Today is trending.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, I know. I mean, how we can help him on ground. Like, I
Okay,
really like
definitely,
some of the
definitely. Yeah.
rally around we've been doing. Yeah, like it was raise some few funds or run. I don't know if we can still do SMS or Jing, whatever we can do. Like, if at this point people don't get the need for Labour Party governors, I mean, I can't help you anymore. As I'm at that point, man. Like, yeah, good luck, best of luck, Godspeed to you.
Honestly, okay, now please can you take 3 minutes, please? Please, guys, we're shutting the space down now. We have to rest, man. I've been here since 4 o'clock. Man has to rest. I will still be here again by 8 o'clock today. So please, let's just try and wrap the space up right now, please. Ike, are you there? Ike, are you there?
Yeah, Sirdam, I sent a message to Otumba. I'm still struggling with my voice, so I sent my submission to him.
Sir. Okay, no
So
problem.
Otumba can look at his DM.
Okay, thank you, sir. Tuma, please check your DM, please. Sorry, sir. Please get well soon.
No
Thank you,
problem.
sir.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Unique Eberechi, are you there, please? You have a space in 3 minutes, please. Thank you. Unique Eberechi. All right, OIQ, I've spoken before, so I'll give you a minute to speak.
So I swear, I wish
A
Mr.
minute.
Iken, I wish Mr. Iken I can. His submission is long, but it's very detailed. I think I'll find a way to publish it as a tweet. Yes.
All
So
right,
go ahead.
please. OIQ, please, you've spoken before, so I'll give you a minute to speak, please. Can you just speak in a minute? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sirdam. I appreciate this. I was just going to speak to the issue of INEC, and kind of in the line of what NBAC was talking about. I'm just going to introduce it, and it's just my opinion. I strongly feel, obedient movement is kind of different from, is in another lane, but we're working parallelly with the PCC, Peter Obi, and the Labour Party. I still feel we need to touch the ills of INEC and the judiciary. We cannot leave the judiciary to just be walking leisurely with the work they got to do. We need to make it loud and clear to everybody, but we have to do it from within Nigeria to everybody in the world to know that things are not going well. Otherwise, they're not going to be paying attention. We cannot do it alone. I can expatiate and talk more about this tomorrow, but I want us to think about it. There are ways of, either we do sit-ins, 24-hour sit-ins. Again, if we don't sweat blood, we don't tear, we don't fight, we will not get what we want, because these people, even in the next 5 6 days, couple of days, they're working hard to rig again, right? INEC right now is messing up with us, is not allowing, the right thing to be done, the inspection of the equipment. That's unheard of. We need action. And again, just like Dr. Daddy said, he would not, no, they would never come to us to say, don't do this, don't do that. Again, I understand the sensitivity, about protest, but there are diverse ways of protesting. But the point is, we, even if it's a small protest, but is a continuous protest, it would at least make those who are in the foreigners who are in Nigeria know about it. You could also introduce. You could make foreign journalists talk about it. Some of my friends who are Americans, they're waiting for things like that. They want to be able to go to Twitter and tweet it because they're all saying,
Okay,
"Yes,
thank you.
thank you."
Message is passed, but please
Okay.
post. Please, you're in diaspora also. You can also gather people in diaspora and start protests also. You can also do that there.
I don't think
Please,
diaspora cuts it.
it cuts it. Or
It doesn't cut
you
it
can take
much.
your
Of
protest
course, I
today.
can take my placard and go to
Yeah, wait
and go
now,
to the
and go to.
capital and do something, but
Please do
it
that.
won't cut
Do
it as
that. Do
much.
that. Start
It
from
would
there
not cut
first.
it as much.
Start from there. Let us get involved also. Let us get involved. Get involved. Do it. Let's start from somewhere. Nigerians will hit the streets. You don't need to even tell Nigerians to protest. All the thing you're just speaking, you better speak English. When Nigerians want to hit the street, you're not the one that go and tell them of space. When they let the bucket full, you think it's what will tell you, come out and say Nigerian go protest, you think it's what will happen. When it reaches the time, when it gets to where it will get to, you won't tell Nigerians. You didn't tell Nigerians to hit the street during NSAS, did you? Did you open the space and say, go and hit the street during NSAS? Did you tell them? No, I don't think you did that. So allow Nigerians. Let these people keep showing their hands. It will reach where it will reach. You will be coming on space to beg Nigerians, please take it easy. From diaspora, that's what you'll be doing. Allow things to play its course. That's just what I'm going to say. Your candidate has come out, he's following the law till the end. Let us follow the law to the end. Let us say that it is recorded on earth that Nigerians stood, they were not violent, they took the laws, they followed the ambit of the law, and the law failed. Let us reach that level, please. But if he's pushing you, gather your group of friends in diaspora, go to CNN, go and be knocking in front of CNN every day. CNN will cover it. CNN will cover it with placard, deep placard. Do something. If it is pushing you like that. But for right now, please, let's allow things play out the way it is. That's just my 2 cents here. Calm for now. So, guys, thank you. I don't know, Otumba, Mark, if you guys are, Jimmy, if you have any parting words, I don't know if you guys have anything to say. If not, we'll do vote of thanks,
Almost
man.
time. I think just thank you for this space. It was a great session today. I think most of the obedience understand where our direction, and please, whatever you can do to get involved with the governorship election, please do it as much as you can. We're trying to build a political home. Our principal has directed us. He's not a man that has asked us for so many things, but he's asking us for this, and there's importance to this. A lot of us have independent thoughts, but at some point, you look at the collective greater good, and you move towards that direction. We it's easier. I know sometimes it's easier to have my own fools than try to correct another person's fool. So let's keep doing what we're doing. Thank you everyone for this space. I don't know if we have Sirdam. Oh yeah. Well, good night. Bye-bye.
Thank you. October, don't forget tomorrow, 8 p.m. I beg you. Make you help me, I beg. Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you,
Yeah,
Mark. I
we
don't know,
got you, bro.
Jimmy. You want to say something real quick?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just want to, Jimmy, let me quickly just thank everybody for coming out once again. I understand how everyone feels. We are entitled to our own opinion about certain issues, but please, right now, let's just understand that it's not about one person, it's not about the other person, it's about the nation collectively. If you believe in building a new Nigeria, I believe in building a new nation where everybody can coexist and become somebody for the betterment of everybody. Guys, please, let's work together. Let's come together and make this a reality. Believe in the process. Let Peter Obi drive this process. It would not take us to a wrong destination. We know where this is going to lead us to. Let's do it for the sake and for the love of God and country. Thank you, guys. We'll do it again another day tomorrow, right? Thank you. And Saddam, are you?
Thank you very much, Big Mac. Jimmy, you want to come in?
Yeah, I just want to say, I was doing some research this afternoon, and I got to realize that the Amazon cloud front that hosted the INEC server is in North America and in United States to be precise. And guess what? Is in Chicago. I use the mic.
Hmm. Chicago. This same
More,
Chicago again.
more research is coming. That's what it is.
This same Chicago again. Oh,
I want
voila.
to say, Jimmy, they go terrorize them tomorrow.
No wahala, no wahala, no wahala. Thank you very much, my brothers. Thank you, Big Mark. Thank you, Tumba. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, N6. Guys, thank you very much. I think it's been an amazing space. One space that I had fun. All emotions were flaring. Please, guys, I know how important it is for so many of you. At this point in time, when we say sacrifice, make sacrifices. Yes, we have to make sacrifices. I have a whole lot of friends that have different views. I have a lot of friends that probably do not align with these candidates, but right now we are sacrificing for the greater good, which is to build this structure. And I say something to my one of my friends. I said, bro, all the LP candidates that have come out here are all competent. The problem now you might not say is the degree of competence. All the candidates we have had on this platform, we have vouched for, are all competent candidates. Probably now you will not say your own is more competent than my own, but they are all competent candidates that we have brought out here right now. So I'm not coming out to come and say I am campaigning for a Tinubu or an Atiku. No, I'm campaigning and wishing well for people that are competent enough to develop structures in the space of 9 months to take over a state as rugged as Enugu State. Go and ask about it. I spent 10 years of my life in Enugu State, so I can speak well about that state. And I know how corrupt and how enshrined PDP. Enugu is the only state PDP have been winning since 1999 till date. All parties, all true. It is their birthright. It is their birthright till now. So for us to be able to do such a thing there, please, it is not a state that we should take lightly. It's a state that we should support the man. We should continue to support. He will be back here tomorrow by the grace of God by 8 p.m. We'll be here with him again, hosting time, spending this time with him, help build his structure here, tweet about him, follow his handle, tweet his handle, let him get followers, let us build him that traction that he deserves. So thank you, each and every one of you. You guys are amazing. Thank you for always staying with us on the platform. My brothers, thank you one more time for support. Thank you to the Violence team behind the scene. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to my brother Joel. Thank you, Riri. Thank you for the hard work, Dr. Archie. Thank you so much for the hard work behind the scene. All of you that I could not give the mic today, I'm so sorry. It's not my fault. I would have wanted everybody to speak, but man got to sleep. Yeah, man got to sleep. It's 2:15 in my time over here. Thank you, my big brother Captain. I see you, JP. Sweet Angel, Anka Dede, thank you, Emily Nigeria, Naomi, Zos, you didn't reply my DMs. I don't know when I'm fighting. Thank you, Olawaski, Engineer Shaibu. Thank you, Ladi Mary White. Thank you, Spotlight. Chike, thank you, Barrister Juliet. Come to LP, please. Thank you very much for coming here. Mama Wakiri, I see you. Madonna, thank you. AGK, sorry for not speaking. Biruki, thank you. Joel Obedient. Nello. Nello, you know they talk for space again. Did you have dental surgery? Nello, what is happening? Please recover your confidence and come back. I want to hear you speak. Thank you, Cindy Gold. Sorry for not allowing you to speak. Honorable Adora, thank you for believing that it's LP top to bottom now. Dr. Olu, thank you, my brother. Just OJ Shrubs. Munachi so chulo, my bro. How you doing, bro? Thank you, Mr. Waleri, Mike, Ikena, Bezla. All of you guys here, I can't call all your names, but you guys all know we love you guys from this side. Gladys, thank you very much. Ose, Ejama, I can't call all your names, but God bless you all. Thank you for sticking with us on the platform. See you guys, same station tomorrow, 8 p.m. by the grace of God. And you remember, as we always on this platform, we do this for God, for our families, and for the country. Love you all. Good night. And